Sunday. Okay, good morning. Is staff ready? We're going to start. No, we did this today. We're continuing. Do you want to? Council?
Yes, I do.
Council would like to do the pledge, so please stand and join in the pledge. Would you like to start, Council?
Yes, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So, is staff ready? Yes. Yeah. Okay, good. I'd like to go back and read to the Sheriff's Office. Sergeant Whiting. Debbie Ponte will not be with us till sometime later this morning. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Rochelle Whiting. I'm Sergeant in the Sheriff's Office, and I'm the current supervisor for the Office of Emergency Services and Dispatch. The Sheriff's 33 budget has been historically known as dispatch, and we've been making a push to refer to it more in a way that quantifies the duties or properly titles this budget unit. So you will hear to us refer to this budget unit from here on out as communications. This budget unit includes not only our 911 dispatchers, but also some sheriff technicians and records personnel. I know the board has heard in the past what the dispatchers do, but their work really needs to be emphasized, and it's a very important topic to discuss when talking about the budget and available resources. So we're going to play a brief audio for you. This audio is approximately 4 minutes in length, and then I will explain and we'll get into the presentation. Brendan?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
What's the emergency?
Yes, there's an emergency on Barney Way.
Okay, what's the emergency, man?
I'm sorry.
Stop back out.
You can understand that, Cody? No.
So now you see the problems that dispatch hears.
He was just trying to run it at his speed.
Yeah. Chipmunk speed, right?
Go to previous slides. Hit P.
That was I was all night thinking about that. Good one, bud. Sorry.
911, what's the emergency?
Yes, there's an emergency on Barney Way.
Okay, what's the emergency, ma'am?
I don't know. We just heard a shot. A neighbor ran in the house, and they claim that somebody blew up somebody's truck. 911, what's your emergency? Yes, there's a big fire up off Shelton Road. About Shelton Road, do you know where it's at? It's 9500. 911, what's your emergency? There's two women down in Turner Park slugging it out. Two women in Turner Park? Yes. Having a physical fight? Mm-hmm. 911, what's your emergency? My granddaughter is 4 years old. She was here. We were setting the table for dinner. I can't find her. I don't know where. Okay, did you check the whole entire house? Did you check for her outside? Listen, did you check under the bed and in the closet? Okay, under the bed and in the closet, but we haven't checked it. I just want to make sure because sometimes they hide. I feel like, I don't know what happened. Emergency. 911, what's your emergency?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm weed whacking and I'm listening to music. My sister's calling me from my pocket.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay, where was she? Not that, sir. It's inside. Okay, on his body was shot. Sir, what part of his body was shot? What part of his body was shot?
In the lower part of his left side.
Of his...
Pardon?
Okay, and is the gun away from everybody?
Yes.
Okay, is it still loaded?
I want to shoot my other guy. You guys have your own.
Sir, is the gun loaded?
No. Just get the cops in the
Sir, they've been on the way since it happened. Okay, so you need to hold on. 911, where's your emergency? Highway Patrol, they transferred to Calaveras. Airport became a plane was crashed. Are you there?
Yeah.
The plane just crashed?
Yeah, plane just crashed.
Okay.
It was turning final.
911, where's your emergency?
Hello, my mom told me to call the cops
Okay.
because my dad and my friend and that.
Okay, what's your... 911, where's your emergency?
San Andreas, Mountain Ranch Road, and Little Creek.
Okay, what's going on?
I'm driving home, and there's a car off the side of the road and into a tree.
911, where's your emergency? Your house is on fire. Your house is on fire? Is everybody out of the house? Okay, is everybody out of the house? Get everybody out of the house. 911, when I reach the phone with the medical, you have to stay on the line. Go ahead.
My dad's not breathing.
He's not breathing?
No, he's in the bathroom. He's not breathing.
Okay, can you get to him?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your emergency?
I have no emergency. I have a big complaint.
Okay. Well, you don't have a life or death emergency?
No.
Okay, let me verify your information. Where are you calling from? What's your address?
So I'm calling to complain about the Sonic food this morning.
Okay.
Over West Point. Everyone heard them shoot the building downtown at the 8th, and they're not supposed to do that. And another thing, with so much water and snow and stuff, they're not liable to knock rocks down, snow slides, or whatever. And I don't know who you call, but somebody always call.
Well, let's start with 911 first. Since you're not having a life or death emergency, we want to keep lines clear for those kinds of emergencies. So I need you to write down our non-emergency number for me for future reference.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you have a pen and a paper?
Yes, I do.
754
754
6500.
6500.
So you can see why we played that montage for you. The majority of those calls, I think all but maybe one, have all happened in the last year within our dispatch center. And that recording is just a small percentage of what the dispatchers have to deal with, and even that's only the first couple seconds of phone calls. And that's just 911 calls. That's not the business calls that come in. Could have put together, a lot funnier montage of the stupid things people call 911 for, but we wanted to give you guys more of the brevity of their job compared to, some of the amusing calls that they get. So dispatch, we operate 24 hours a day. We don't have the option of reduced hours or closing the office to the public. Oftentimes we serve as the first point of contact for citizens, both in emergencies and non-emergency situations. There are a lot of people in our county that consider dispatch as a county operator. So instead of looking up phone numbers for all other county agencies, they just call Sheriff's Dispatch and get transferred and expect us to handle all the other counties' business. We are the only public safety answering point for Calaveras County. We handle all landline 911 calls, as well as we've picked up some cell towers in the county. So this includes all the initial calls for fires, medical aid, citizen assist, traffic accidents, road issues, animal control issues, child custody disputes, neighbor disputes, and on and on and on. Most people think when you call 911 for a fire, you're calling a fire dispatcher, or you call 911 for a medical aid, you're getting a medical dispatcher, or for law enforcement. In their mind, they're thinking they're getting that certain dispatcher or that certain person that they need for their emergency. Our dispatchers have to multitask and handle everything. So that audio montage is just an example of the phone calls that they handle on the 911 lines. In most agencies, there's a distinction in dispatch between call takers and radio dispatchers. So all of those phone calls, the call taker can just focus on those phone calls and the needs of the caller. Due to limited staffing, our dispatchers have to multitask and they have to answer multiple phone calls at once. So they can have to answer, someone that wants to be transferred to another county department while giving CPR instructions to family members, while talking on the radio to responding units. So they really have to multitask with multiple things. We handle all radio dispatching for the ambulances across the county. All of our dispatchers are emergency medical dispatch certified, so they're able to provide life-saving instructions during medical aids over the phone. We handle all radio dispatching for both the Sheriff's Office and the Angels Camp Police Department. There's many other county agencies that do not have a radio system, so they use the Sheriff's Office radio as their lifeline communications to their employees, including the Probation Department, District Attorney's Office investigators, CalWorks social workers responding to calls in the field. They all use the Sheriff's radio system. There's a lot of other agencies that have been known to come up on our radio and to dispatch because they don't have infrastructure in our county, or sometimes they need help or assistance, and we have allowed memorandums of understanding for them to use our system, including CDCR parole officers, U.S. Forest Service officers out in the woods, Hogan Rangers, and I'm sure there's more that I'm missing. So not that our dispatchers aren't busy enough with the phones and the radio, but they're also required to carry out a great deal of clerical work during their shift. They have to process restraining orders, do warrant tracking, route a lot of information through the Department of Justice. All of our stolen property that's serialized is given to, the lists are given to dispatch, and they have to enter that information. So if a generator is stolen in Calaveras County and it pops up in Florida, we have it in the system so they know where it's stolen. We can properly return stuff to victims. They enter all the missing persons information. They review state and nationwide law enforcement information briefs, be on the lookouts, relay that information to law enforcement officers in real time so we have information as we need it. And oftentimes, all of this is all carried out by 2 dispatchers on a shift, 2 people. And I just want to point out, too, with all of those duties that I've discussed, not that that stress is not enough on top of the doing all of your work and then having to deal with the phone calls, that can, you never know what's going to come in. The dispatchers have to deal with, Captain Macedo touched on the response time. Our average response time in 2012 was 35 minutes. That's just the average. That time spent between the call coming in to the deputies or the ambulances or things getting on scene is the time period that dispatch tries to keep people calm, to give instructions. They're on the phone with these people, so the longer it takes, the longer they have to hear the public just pleading for people to get that, and the dispatchers do the best they can. They have to deal with the complaints of, well, I called in 20 minutes ago, why isn't a deputy here? Dispatch takes in a lot of extra stress of having to manage, sometimes they just don't have deputies to send. So dispatch gets a lot of the brunt of that. Next slide, please. I'm going to discuss some call volume. This is just a random example of a major incident and how it impacts dispatch. Up to the left is the number of phone calls. On the bottom there is by hour in a 24-hour period. So this is one day. You see we had a major incident that happened around noon. The bottom 2 lines, the dotted line and the dashed line along the bottom are 911 calls, landline and wireless. And then those big spikes that you see, the solid line is incoming administrative lines, and the broken line spike is outgoing. So those are the 7-digit numbers, the 209, all the non-911 lines. So you see the spike and you think, okay, 80 phone calls in 1 hour, maybe 2 dispatchers can handle that. But that's 80 calls coming in, 80 calls going out. So that's 160 phone calls other than the 911 calls that the dispatchers have to handle, just to show you when a major incident happens, how it can impact our center. Next slide. So during that same 24 period, we handled 52 landline 911s, 22 wireless 911s, 765 incoming phone calls, and 467 outgoing phone calls. This is just dispatch. This is not the rest of the sheriff's office. This is not the rest of our staff. This is just the dispatch lines. Next slide. This is another example. This is just a small fire, grass fire reported. You see it came in around 1 p.m. The spike in that dotted lines there, that's the landline 911. So at approximately 1 p.m. dispatch looks like they got about 16 911 calls on that, and then a couple of wireless 911s. So not only are they dealing with the 911 calls for the emergency, but you also see the spike in people that didn't call 911 on our non-emergency lines. And then also there's a lot of phone calls in from our staff, from other people in the community, what's going on. There's a lot of fire trucks going somewhere. I see smoke in the air even though I'm nowhere near the fire. I'm in Arnold. It looks like it's in Valley Springs, but I'm still going to call and ask about it. So we have to deal with that as well. So that's just an example of a small fire. Next slide. So I just picked another random day to see what it looks like. And it's up and down. We've thought about transferring more staff, maybe taking down to one graveyard dispatcher and putting people heavily on day shift or vice versa and trying to figure out, but going through our stats, it's up and down and we never know when something's going to happen. So it's not like we can try and, get really heavy staffed on one shift and lighter staffed on another. So for fiscal year 12-13, it was a rough year for this group of employees in this budget unit. We had 2 employees at the beginning of this fiscal year that resigned to seek employment elsewhere. We had another employee that had to go on long-term leave. So the entire dispatch unit has been working short-staffed and on mandatory overtime for the bulk of this entire fiscal year. From this, we've learned, we know what it's like. We know how hard it is on our employees working under these conditions. We've worked really hard at recruiting and selecting qualified candidates. As Kat Macedo and Captain Ballard already explained, it takes a long time to get someone through an intensive law enforcement background and on our department, and then to get them through the training program before they're actually plugged into the schedule. We have 1 new dispatcher through the training program successfully working in the schedule, and we have another one that's currently halfway through. So we do see light at the end of the tunnel, to get us back up to sufficient staffing, and that's what we're hoping for. For the past 2 years, the board and the CAO's office has been very gracious, and we thank you for understanding the importance of adequate staffing of our 911 dispatchers and the role that they play in emergency services. We currently have 11 dispatchers on the payroll. It can be difficult sometimes, as with any office, to handle our schedule when there's leaves or vacation or training or things come up, but it's manageable and we're able to maintain our operations. This current board has expressed several times to the Sheriff's Office, you not only want to know what we're doing, what our needs are, what our wants are. So I'm here to tell you, with a status quo budget, we have 11 dispatchers and we are maintaining operations fine. Optimum staffing level in dispatch is 12 dispatchers. This puts 3 dispatchers on every shift. If someone calls in sick or if they're on leave, vacation, whatever, we can still manage without having to call someone in. It keeps our overtime budget down, and when everyone's present with 3 on the shift, it makes for a lot better working conditions. So that's our optimum staffing level. We are not asking for the additional dispatcher at this time. It would be an additional cost of $62,074, but we're just letting the board know that that may be something in the future that comes up. So we submitted our status quo budget, but also a strategic budget to the CAO's office, just letting them know our budget unit priorities to bring us to optimum staffing and what funding we require for overtime for a sustainable budget. During fiscal year 12-13, in order to comply with budget restrictions, we had to reduce line items to avoid laying people off, which meant that we reduced the overtime budget in dispatch. So 12-13, we came to the board and at our budget hearing last year, and we told you our dispatch overtime budget was not sustainable. And the reason the overtime budget, it's the only line item that can be reduced, because our discretionary money in dispatch, as far as repairing the expensive computer equipment, there's multiple monitor, multiple keyboards, mice, everything at every console. And then most importantly, of course, our radio infrastructure. The operations budget, the sheriff's office does pay for a radio vendor, but that vendor only handles maintenance, tuning of the radios, if the radios break, or if we have things go down, or if we have equipment failures that have to be replaced. There is no budget for that. Absolutely. The dispatch budget is probably about $3,000 to fix everything that happens throughout the entire year. So we really didn't have the option of reducing that, so we had to reduce the overtime. So with the status quo budget, we need to inform the board that the overtime budget is set at $26,683. That is not sustainable. Our financial services division has figured that dispatch needs about $48,000 to sustain throughout the year. So we put that cost in there for the board's review. Like I said, optimum staffing level, $62,074, and then the Medicare cost. That's dispatch. Any questions?
Does the board have any questions on this?
Sir?
Is the $48,000 number based on the amount of overtime that occurred last year in last year's budget, or?
Actually, the overtime amount is based on year-to-date for 12/13 and what we're projecting for the last payroll period to get us to the end of the year. It's a little higher than 48,000, but that's because we've had a lot of turnover this year. We've since filled those vacant positions. So taking into account the minimum staffing levels that Sergeant Whitey referred to, we're estimating 48,000.
So assuming that, regardless of, assuming that the board went ahead and approved the status quo 26,000, but we're fairly certain that you're going to spend 48, because it just has to happen. You've got to have coverage. Is there some kind of break point where, would it be logical to say if the board approved a 12th dispatch position at 62,000, that really the amount of overtime would be negated by the fact that they have that extra person, or is that just wishful thinking?
You see a significant reduction in overtime usage if that position was to be funded. It would take us several months to pass the background check, have that person trained, so you probably see the later half of FY 13-14 that overtime needs start declining. So I'm not comfortable to say that we would not be able to spend within 26,000. I'm not confident in that, but it would be less than 48,000. And then by 14-15, you would see that overtime need start coming down when that person's
right. Once the person was on staff and fully up and running, then perhaps in the 14-15 you'd see, 20,000 in overtime, maybe in 62. So you get, somewhere in the middle there, you're saving some money on overtime and you're giving better coverage.
You are. You're also getting 2,080 hours in the dispatch clerk position, rather than just the hours you need for overtime to maintain your coverage.
Right. Okay.
So, Cody, the 48,000 projection, is that just based on this year?
That is based on 12-13. It's also based on looking at overtime usage for the last couple of years.
Okay, so this year,
predominantly this year.
Well, this year there was probably during the Layla case, was there extra time spent?
It's my understanding there was extra time spent. I think.
Hang on.
Sure, absolutely.
It's not one particular case. We did use tactical dispatchers, as we do with every major incident, because it helps out tremendously in the field and working command posts.
Tell them what that is.
Tactical dispatcher is a specially trained dispatcher that can handle critical incidents, things happening fast, documenting things, and helping out the incident commander, who can then more focus on the deployment of troops and handling the operations. It's very essential. It's something that we started recently, and it has helped out tremendously for handling major incidents.
The tactical dispatcher is inserted into the scene because what happens is when we have a murder, we still have 77 other calls that come in. We had a kidnapping that occurred during our most recent murder, so that tactical dispatcher is inserted into the scene to address the massive amounts of calls and paperwork and issues that come specific to that scene. That's almost always an overtime thing. Whenever we have a SWAT mission and we serve a search warrant, a tactical dispatcher goes with that. And it's because life still goes on. Calls still pour into that office. People don't stop when we have a major incident.
So that 48,000, that's not necessarily just considering FY 12-13. Consider the fact that going into this budget unit, we had to reduce it. We would have had that if we not had to take such a budget reduction going into this year. We would have had the sufficient money. So all that we're asking is just enough to do our job and get through the year.
I have no question. I know the sheriff's office had unfilled positions that the board approved because there's a lag time in getting people on board. Were there any unfilled positions in dispatch that similar to that, where perhaps the overtime might have increased due to unfilled positions?
Well, we had the 2 dispatchers resign right around the start of this fiscal year, and we still have one of their replacements is still in training, and that's almost an entire year later. And that's through, I believe, 3 different rounds of testing. I'm not positive our total, but I believe it was over 70 applicants getting through just to get 2 people into the dispatch center.
We spent greater than 48,000, anticipated 2 for 12-13. The reason we were able to make that budget is because of those turnovers. We simply transferred the salary savings over to the OT line.
Yeah.
I thought that, is this a different position than what the board passed last year? Because I thought all the dispatch positions were funded. I didn't think there were any unfunded vacant positions that were left in dispatch. So is this one of the positions that someone resigned out of? And then that money was moved somewhere else, or?
There was a position that was transferred into Sheriff Services Technician out of dispatch. It was the same budget, and there was a need in the office to transfer somebody to address some of the issues with the sheriff. And so that created a vacancy. Basically, we used a dispatch position to plug a hole or a problem elsewhere, and that created a vacancy in dispatch.
And we understand it. I mean, there's strategic moves that the sheriff has to make for the needs of the entire department. We are maintaining operations at 11 dispatchers, and we're handling it. We just want to let the board know, there's a needs and wants, and 12 dispatchers is optimum standing. It's better working conditions. It reduces our overtime. But we understand our entire department has to prioritize needs.
Just piggybacking on what she said. If you took a dispatch position and moved it where Captain Macedo said, which is fine, does that then mean you have one less dispatcher in terms of approved positions? Not people, but improved positions? So I guess I'm a little confused too then.
The position is still approved. It's just the funding on the budget employee cost is at zero.
So you have an unfunded dispatch position. You're not asking to fund an additional position.
That's right. Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, because I shows 12. So you have one unfunded.
0 unfunded.
Right, because you use that money in the sheriff's department.
Right.
Correct?
Yes. What we did, we laid off sheriff's techs. During the recession, we laid off sheriff's techs. So there became a need to replace the sheriff's tech. We took funding out of a dispatch position and hired a sheriff's tech to address some issues. So the position still exists. It's just the funding.
In 11-12, you had almost 33,000 in overtime, and it's jumped to this year, to date, if I heard Brandon correctly, to 48,000 year to date, 12-13. Is that?
It's just to give you a round number. It's actually in the mid 60,000 this year for 12-13, and that's because of the turnover, as Sergeant Whiting indicated. It's our opinion that when those positions are filled for 13-14, at an optimal level, it'd be $48,000 for overtime.
Okay.
It's less than what our actual use is going to be this year because of the staffing.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
I'm sorry.
I just have one other thing. On the because you talk about using the fingerprint fund for the light scan equipment. But I think we're gonna run short in that fingerprint fund in order to do that. But I did see where you can actually use the DNA fund because of the imprint, right, thumbprint, whatever you gotta do. So that would, I think, have to fill in that gap, because I think I see a gap there, because we used the full amount this year out of fingerprint fund.
Yeah, I also had a question on that.
Okay, can I address this one? Thank you for, not only finding a problem, but finding a solution for it. We'll set up an internal meeting before final budget.
I thought we could use the furniture, fixture, and equipment in the new jail for that. Can we? Under 900? I don't want to fund it twice.
Yeah. The sheriff's office had a Cal ID fund set up. The purpose for establishing that fund was the machines that we utilize to fingerprint both inmates in the jail and people in our front business office that are applying for permits are incredibly expensive. I think they're around $30,000 a piece. That fund was established so that we did not have to come and ask for general fund dollars or for people, for the general fund to contribute towards that, because those machines eventually break or become obsolete. Well, what happened during the recession was we didn't have enough money, and we had to go out and start clawing and grabbing every bit of dollars we could find in order to survive, to prevent us from laying off people. One of the funds we tapped into, and it was as an emergency stopgap measure during the bottom part of the recession, was that Cal ID fund. We did not want to do that. We addressed the board with that, and the CEO's office. We said, hey, we're going to start taking more money out of these funds than is going into those funds, and eventually those funds are going to be depleted. And when we have to purchase equipment, it's going to be expensive for everybody. This is kind of the term I used in previous years about cannibalizing ourselves. We know we're creating a further problem down the road. So we essentially did that. We started to utilize that fund, and now we have issues, just as we had somewhat predicted, with having to replace those. So that's the history with why that fund is depleted. There should be money in that fund, if not for the fact that we were not funded appropriately in previous years, and we had to use designated funds to survive. Now, the separate question with the project funds, we would love to be able to use project funds. However, again, if we use project funds, we're again taking money away from something else that should be dedicated towards the project, and when we should have been utilizing the fund for which it was established. Captain Ballard can probably answer how much money is available, or he thinks is going to be available at the conclusion of the project. Last I was told, it's sounding pretty bad, that there's not going to be funds available for such expensive equipment, because we're trying to get other things funded, and he's telling us no. So hopefully I answered both of your questions, and I know I had to give a bit of history, but I think it's important to understand the history of why there's not enough money in that fund to begin with to replace those two pieces of equipment.
Do we still charge people for fingerprinting, the volunteers or the teachers? And some
no, there's some we waive fees and there's some we don't. Our front office staff are the experts.
It's not that much, but yes,
no,
we do.
I know.
My professional opinion, I absolutely agree with the auditor as regards to a way to fund the difference, use the DNA fund. We are deficit spending. We were historically in the DNA fund, but there's enough fund balance in there to pay for the investment on that one equipment. There's no need to tap into the general fund. We could use a designated fund for GASB 54. I think she's right, in my opinion.
I mean, everybody's cannibalizing themselves. Captain Macedo, the Sheriff's Department, sponsoring everyone. Okay. Are there any questions from staff on the the communications unit? Any questions or comments from the public on this unit? Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gary Caldwell, Valley Springs. I was curious, you mentioned, is there a charge for fingerprinting? Is there a charge for a sheriff's deputy responding to alarms that go off, whether at businesses or homes, that are false alarms that turn out to be false alarms?
Captain Macedo, didn't we do that after X number of...
We have a draft ordinance, a draft alarm ordinance that has not been brought before the board. It was one of the things we were working with Schumacher and Associates, our consultant. We didn't want to complicate things with the budget and start bringing that up, and it's been a very busy 6 months for us. And considering most of our administration is not only managing investigations, but we're also managing the administrative part of our office. We just haven't had a chance to get that before the board. It is on the radar this year. We're just waiting for things to slow down a little bit.
And if I remember your comments on this, most of the alarms were at the schools. Is that correct? Or
It's still a response by a sheriff's deputy.
just steal from one taxpayer's pocket and put it in another taxpayer's
Well,
pocket?
in this case, it's public safety. I read in the Valley Springs News, they list all of the sheriff's calls when they publish the Valley Springs News, and I look at those, and there's a great number of those calls that are false alarms, and I think that maybe there should be some urgency to getting that ordinance adopted. I think that those people, businesses particularly, and residents who don't take care of their alarm system so there aren't false alarms should do that. And the incentive is, well, you're going to pay for the call. That's the incentive. Now, the other thing I want to comment about is that when we lived in the Bay Area years ago, my wife worked as a clerk, not a dispatcher, in the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Dispatch Office. And let me tell you, she came back with stories you wouldn't believe. The atmosphere is so hectic there, and the people, the dispatchers, are under such stress. It's just unbelievable that they can do this job of dispatching when people are calling in, ringing. The other thing, with respect to and the slide is not up, but with respect to overtime versus hiring another dispatcher clerk, from my point of view, I would rather see another $14,000 spent and hire another clerk. Now, I heard the sergeant say that when someone calls in sick, they're short, they have to pull somebody out of the field, a deputy who's trained, I guess, to come in and handle that. And they apparently need another person. They have a position approved. I would rather see the $62,000 spent than the $48,000 on overtime, because during overtime, it's such a stressful job. The people who've already worked 8 hours and then have to work another 2 or whatever the time might be, it's really tough to do that, I think, from what my wife told me about the conditions in Santa Clara County. The other thing is to fund it, because that's the critical aspect of anything. Okay, how do we fund $62,000? How do you fund it? You are now providing, I'm told, to the Public Works Department $350,000 of VLF funds, which are general funds. Now, you've established in the introduction the other day, you've established that one of your highest priorities, if not the highest priority, is public safety. And this is a general fund category. And in my mind, having been a former public works director, I had to struggle to even argue the point with the county auditor over there whether I could use general fund money for road fund activities. And the road fund has, as you know, has its source of revenue, which is the gas tax, primary source of revenue, and whatever state and federal funds come into them. So I'm suggesting that you give some or all of it, the $350,000 general fund money going to Public Works, to the Sheriff's Department, and go ahead and promote your public safety.
What department would you like us to take the money from to supplant that?
To supplant it. I'm not suggesting you supplant it. I'm suggesting Public Works can do with less money.
Yeah. Ask the road commissioner of District 2.
And I know that
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Colon. That will be one of the things we'll be discussing when we get down
public
to
safety
the
is your
line.
priority. You have general fund going to a non-traditional, non-general fund agency, and I'm suggesting that be switched.
They used to get 800 and some thousand, if I remember.
I got none in Amador County.
And that's the worst roads in the state.
Okay, all right, let's.
Well,
all right.
Mr. Caldwell,
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
actually, I want to make a statement or a comment on Mr. Caldwell's suggestion. I don't disagree with the idea that we should shift more money to the SO. However, the VLF funding, comes, it's vehicle license fee, it has to do with transportation. What I would suggest is that the sheriff's presentation last night before we closed our proceedings, when they brought up the fact that AB 884 money goes to general fund, which was supposed to be set aside, as additional funding for the sheriff. I think that's something that's more logical in terms of making the argument of what should go to the SO versus the general fund rather than the DLF. And it's about the same amount of money, I think.
Well, you have the general fund money.
Okay. Please end the conversation.
884, I thought it was.
Sergeant Whiting, did you want to do OES?
We're not presenting OES.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Sergeant Whiting. That was great.
Marine safety will be next.
Okay.
Excuse me, Marine safety will be next. This is Sergeant Blaine Smith, the supervisor of the boating safety unit.
Good morning, I'm Sergeant Smith with the Sheriff's Department Marine Safety Unit. Also supervise the bomb and hazmat team as the OIC and Marine Safety. I've been in this position for, I believe, the last 8. This will be the 8th summer. So I know my budget pretty well, and I've been there before, during, and the recession. But the Marine Safety Unit provides patrols and response to our 5 major lakes in the county and several miles of recreational access to our rivers. We provide waterborne SAR operations, search and rescue operations, dive operations include drowning, victim recoveries, vessel assist, vessel recoveries when they're sunk, accident investigations, and vessel safety inspection. Boats per square mile on our lakes. You see the spike at Tulloch. Tulloch is our smallest lake, but we do have more boats per square mile. Hogan is our second highest. We share all our lakes with another county, with the exception of Hogan. So we do have that luxury of hopefully having help by Tuolumne County or Amador County's boating safety unit. But at Hogan, we are all by ourselves. But boating accidents per lake, as you can see, they're starting to rise again. Throughout the recession, we had kind of a normal average. They kind of stayed the same year after year. During the recession, we actually saw a lot of boats getting repoed from our lakes, which was interesting. A lot of our numbers went down, and recreational boat use on the lakes kind of went down, and now we're starting to see it come back up. As it comes back up, you'll see the numbers are increasing. Our accidents, and you got to remember, this isn't a 7-day week. This is normally a Saturday and Sunday that we're seeing these accidents. So there's a pretty good spike, and the number of calls during that Saturday and Sunday are increasing greatly.
Sergeant Smith, are you saying that, I never knew there was such a thing as a boat repo. I've heard of like automobile repo guys that show up in the night and they take back cars that people make payments on, but are you saying that they have repo guys that go to the lake and snatch boats that people haven't made payments on?
Yes. During the recession, a lot of boats were getting repoed, a whole bunch. And actually, our economy was so low, and Europe's was kind of coming up. Boats were getting repoed, taken down to San Francisco Bay, putting on a ship, and taken over and sold in Europe. We were getting calls every weekend and faxed photos of certain boats. Normally, these are higher-end boats that were $65,000 to $100,000. So there was a lot of that happening in that first 2 years of recession. And that kind of answers the question, that dip that we had.
So why are you guys involved with that?
We aren't involved so much as just notified. We don't help in any way or nothing like that, but instead of getting a stolen boat report, we know it's a repo.
Okay.
Go ahead. Calls for service 2007 to present, and this picture's pretty important. 2007, I had myself, a full-time deputy, and 3 extra hire deputies. So we had 5 people working on essentially 4 lakes, but we do have party. In 2007, 2008, 2009. 2009, I lost those 3 extra hire. So there was 2 deputies to work 4 lakes. As you see, in 2010, we started having a slight increase in boating accidents, and it's kind of tapered off. In 2013, we're on track to have about 52 if we keep at our historical rate. Vessel assist. A vessel assist is ran out of gas, let their battery go too long, and they're dead on the water. It's not a search and rescue. They know where they're at. We know where they're at. Their vessel just isn't working, and we got to tow it in.
Is there a charge for that?
There is not. That's part of DBW, Department of Boating Waterways, education and vessel assist. They want you out on the lake helping people out and making their recreational experience much better than being stuck out on the boat.
We tried.
Person assist. You assist a vessel, it's got 5 or 6 people on it. That's how the Department of Boating Waterways runs their statistics. So if you have 1 vessel, 1 person, that's 1 and 1. If you have 1 vessel and 12 people, that's 1 and 12. But as you see, both vessel assist and persons assisted have declined. That trend of declining is not because they're not out there, but we just don't have the personnel to go out and do it. If I'm patrolling on Hogan and we need a vessel assist on Comanche, I need to get off the water, go over to Comanche, launch, and then go find the subjects. By then, a couple hours have gone by, and usually a nice citizen will end up helping those people out. So the numbers have declined just because we're not out there. Searches are legitimate searches. Someone didn't come home fishing in time. Someone is missing on that lake. Those numbers have kind of skyrocketed, honestly, as our economy starts to get a little better. A lot of these searches are at night, so we're coming off on overtime. I'm trying to collect some bodies to help because we don't go out on the water at night by ourselves, and we're ending up searching an entire lake for these individuals on a vessel, usually, or a houseboat. Body recoveries are drowning victims. I've worked hard with my background in the Marine Corps as a diver to build our dive team and be able to quickly recover a body when we have a drowning victim. We've been extremely fortunate in being able to do that. But again, and you'll see when we get to the services lines, we're cannibalizing dive gear or not maintaining it in order to pay for other things. So it's starting to be more and more difficult to maintain the dive team to do body recoveries, evidence recoveries. I'm kind of proud of it. Our team has been called to San Joaquin several times. We've recovered murder weapons, guns, things like that for San Joaquin. We worked very closely with a very good team in Stanislaus recently and in the past. So the dive team is part of my team in marine safety, and it's something that we've worked hard to grow our experiences and capabilities and training, but it's started to dwindle now. Go ahead. Without having our 3 extra hires, at times I made a decision in 2009 when we lost our extra hires, because we have so many boats per square mile, remember Tulloch, to put my other deputy on Tulloch every day that we work. That's where we have our most calls for service. That's where we have most eyes on the lake, most boats per square mile, most accidents, everything else. So that deputy will go to Tulloch every day that he's on duty and he'll go to Maloney's if he's called. I'll cover the other side of the county, Comanche and Hogan. There's been times on a Saturday 10-hour shift where I've never put a boat in the water. I come to duty, I head down to Comanche for an accident. Then I get called in the middle of working that accident, I go to Hogan for an accident, towing my boat. Then we have a major accident where my deputy needs help, so I'll go to Tulloch and help him. Meanwhile, I'm heading back to Comanche for another accident. And there's been days like that when we can't provide a deputy per lake. We've got to come off the water, or even if we don't get on the water, we got to go to that lake and respond. So there's been times where I've literally drove 300 miles and never put a boat in the water. During this decline of the recession and decline of general fund revenue, first understand that my budget unit is funded from three sources. Department of Boating and Waterway, it's state funds for a subvention grant. It's a little bit different than just a regular grant. It's not performance-based, but it is results-based. So we keep stats, we ask for reimbursement, and we've gotten $174,000 since I've been in the unit. I believe after the first year, every year in and year out, it's not going to go up, and hopefully it's not going to go down. The other two sources of revenue are tax revenue that's collected on boating registration and the pleasure tax, which is declined, which we'll see in a moment, and general fund revenue which is steadily declined. As those sources of revenue decline, within my budget, the only place that I can take out that loss of revenue is in the service supply portion of the budget. I can't, the salaries, I don't negotiate those. It's between the county and the DSA, and they're solid. There's no room there. Also, the effects of inflation and fuel takes a big chunk out of my current service and support line numbers. Go ahead. From 2008 and 9, we were getting $50,698 in unsecured taxes, and you can see the gradual decline, but all the way to 12-13 of 35,000 with a decline of 15,000. Go ahead. On top of that, the general fund contribution, which through the recession has declined from 52,000 to 30,000. 2006, I believe it was upwards of about 70,000. So it's come down quite a bit throughout the years. Good. So I'm kind of taking a double hit throughout my budget. My service and supplies expenditures have gone from 30,000 to operate and maintain a dive team and 5 vessels, 5 trailers, and all the equipment that goes with that. We have binoculars and other tools that we use to investigate accidents and things like that, all the way to 12,000. 12,000 is fuel, repair, yearly maintenance costs, repair costs, spare tires, fuel, things like oil and things like that. Go ahead. Unsecured tax rules from the tax assessor, the general fund contribution to keep funding stream from DBW intact. We cannot just use DBW funds to operate the marine safety unit. Part of that contract is there's not matching funds or anything like that, but we have to contribute to that budget in order to continue to operate by contract. We are very close to the point where DBW is going to say, you know what, you're not putting in enough. You need to put in some more to cover your cost and maintain. The boats that we operate are owned by the state. They're not ours. We have them on loan, so they're their boats. You have to maintain our boats at a certain standard, and so on and so forth. So we're going to pull back. That's possible. I'm not saying it's going to happen. They've been very patient with us and worked with us, but they've watched the decline in our contribution from the county into that program. As the recession recovers, we're starting to see our demand and calls for service increase. Service and supplies has more than been cut in half. At this point, our overtime is very minimal. We get called out quite often at night. We have a lot of events that happen off our work hours. We work Thursday to Monday. How many holidays do we have throughout the summer? 4th of July, bass tournaments at Lake Tulloch, where we have bass fishermen going out during the day on GPS and heading back on GPS at 35, 40 miles an hour at night. We try to work those events and keep things safe. We're no longer able to work those because we do not have overtime. I have 5 boats. Right now I'm maintaining 3 because I can't afford to maintain all of them. We have dive equipment that needs yearly maintenance. This is life-sustaining equipment, and we are getting by on barely keeping things afloat, so to speak, with maintenance and other things in order to continue to use it. So our budget, the marine safety budget, is really at rock bottom. Part of that marine safety unit, we're able to work with our other counties. There isn't a your side, my side mentality, but they're seeing the same effects. So what happens now is we'll get a call out at Maloney's at night, at midnight. I try to pass it to them, and they try to pass it back to me. Just because we don't have the personnel and the OT to do it. We'll go out there. I will go out there no matter what if someone needs help. I was lucky enough in those earlier years to buy extra spare tires, to buy 55 gallons of drums of oil, to buy several oil filters on sale. I'm at the end of that stuff now. So now it's even more critical than before. Go ahead. That's it.
There was a story Blaine told me about some predicted drownings that went on at Comanche, and they did something pretty unique to prevent that, so I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I'd like you to share that story. It was interesting to me.
We did a study on our drownings and where they're coming from in our county. The majority of our drownings, I believe it was 70%, were happening at Lake Comanche, and the majority of the drownings at Lake Comanche were happening on our shore, our Davies area. So we're able to come up with an idea. All our freebies that we used to get from the state, shirts that would wear I got caught wearing my life jacket, and things like that dried up. So we had to come up with another idea to do this. And what we ended up doing is talking to our lake deputies and all our boating deputies, and we would stop during the day a couple times, walk the shore, and just talk to the swimmers. There's big signs, no lifeguard, but we would make sure that they understood that there's no lifeguard here. Even though it's not the law, if you're on a boat 12 years and younger, you have to wear a life jacket. On the shore, you don't have to. But could you please put life jackets on, even the adults? And we worked that, and we reduced our drownings within the county and we did that at the other lakes also. But we focused at Comanche, and we reduced our drownings from an average of 5 per year down to 2 the last 2 years.
Just thinking about that, that's a terrific idea, by the way, just for starters. But would it be possible, I mean, I'm thinking back to, Boy Scout summer camp. They've got the buddy board, and you've got, it's kind of like the loan a bicycle type of thing, they have in some of the large urban areas. Would it be possible for us to maybe procure a health and safety grant to buy life jackets or something that could be like in a locker or some kind of thing, and they would be some ugly color that no one would want to take home with them, that say, property of Comanche or whatever, so that people could, if they didn't have one, it's just there, right next to the no lifeguard sign, where people could just grab one, use it, and then put it back on there. I mean,
I
that
tried.
be possible? Or?
It is, and I tried that 4 years ago. I had a bunch of extra life jackets at the boat barn that we kept in our vessels. When I lost my extra hires, I pulled all the life jackets out of their boats, and they were older and needing replaced, but still functional and working. I tried it at Comanche. I put up a 2x4 and put some little arms on it. Put probably Calaveras County Sheriff's Department, put a sign, temp loan, please use these and return them at the end of the day. They lasted about 3 weeks. They slowly disappeared day by day. So I
Those are collected by
some of them were, so they disappeared. Unfortunately, there is no lifeguards, and our walking and just meeting and greeting people and talking about it definitely made a big difference. We talked about they sell them at Comanche at the store. We talked about other ways to try to do something like that where you could check them out with an ID or things like that. But then that station needs to be manned by volunteers and things like that, so we kind of aborted that idea.
How about a voluntary, like a collection type thing? Like I'm just thinking in my own self. We do a garage clean out at my house, try to do a spring summer cleaning. And I noticed this year. I mean, we've got life jackets. I mean, my kids are getting older. You can't resell those or a thing. There's like laws that prohibit that, but you can certainly donate them or give them to people. And we've got life jackets, and I'm like, what am I going to do with them? So I'm thinking, who has a boat that has kids that are smaller? They're nice life jackets, and they don't fit my kids anymore. So just thinking if there's any possible way. I mean, is there a legal issue with that, or is there something they were used for loaners? If we had a donation, because there's so many local boaters that live in the county, and I'm sure there's plenty of them, whether they want a new one or they've outgrown them or whatever, they might not mind doing a donation.
Absolutely. We take it. We could try to start that up again. The only legal issue is it Coast Guard approved, number one, and when they're loaners, they got to make sure they read it and put the right person in that life jacket, weight and height, and that it's inspected in good working order. That's it. If they're not Coast Guard approved, we throw them away. And the other thing is that we're always talking to people and understand the Department of Boating Waterways and the Marine Safety Unit. It was an adjustment for me. They're focused more on safety and education than anything else. We're not out there writing tickets all day. We try to educate. The difference between being a patrol deputy and being out there is about 10% of people contact we actually write cites to, because we want to educate. And those cites are for life-threatening or possible injury or death type violations. So and that's what the Department of Boating Waterways want: educate, safety, things like that. For the past few years, you've really heard a lot of ad campaigns on radios about life jackets and drinking and driving and things like that. So that's our main purpose, and we'll definitely let me look at that and discuss it with the admin, and maybe we'll see if we can generate a volunteer donation like they do with drop off the pills. Drop off the pills in your life jacket. And we might be able to get something moving with that.
On East Bay Mud in Comanche, have you talked to them about getting funding for a lifeguard or something like that?
We've talked to them and talked to them and talked to them. They will not get lifeguards. They will not do it. I don't know if it's internal with their administration or liability reasons, but they will not put lifeguards out there.
Do they fund any portion of your budget?
They do not. 100% of our budget comes from DPW, general fund and tax revenue. They're smart and they know because we get that funding, they expect us to be out on the lake Um,
I think we should pursue that. I'll be happy to help pursue that.
What they do right now, and again, Brandon did a great job, and it was mentioned yesterday. He obtained another $80,000, I believe, in our Comanche contracts. Our new contract is a deputy and 3/4 instead of a deputy and a half. All the lake deputies this last year have come under me since they're like duties.
So he's pretty much, sorry to interrupt, but he's pretty much funding a deputy and 3/4 now?
Correct. Yep. For our side, right. and then the Amador side, they fund a deputy and something. But now that they're under me, we kind of focus more around on the water and off the water. Some of the lakes, each lake is different, but some of the lakes don't want their lake contract deputy out on the water because that's what they get the free service from DBW. Others let us train them, and an emergency comes up to let them go out on the water. So we're starting to get a little more, what's the word I'm looking for? What's that? Collaboration. There you go. Collaboration from them and range safety, and it's becoming more of a unit type of mentality to address all the problems rather than two separate things.
I remember, I think it was 2011, you were able to get a permanent dock on Tulloch. Is that still available to you? I mean, you still using that, so you don't have to berth the boat every time? Is still sitting there?
Not a permanent dock, but permanent storage at Poker Flat.
Yeah.
May to September, they allow us to store our vessel right there in their storage facility still. They've been doing that.
Is there anything like that at Comanche or Hogan?
There is not. There's uncovered, semi-secured storage. Hogan, I used to store a boat behind the dam, which was pretty secure. But again, now, so I've got 2 patrol boats and a dive boat. And if I need a spare, I've got to go do some maintenance and try to figure out how to maintain that and get it back up to standard to use that vessel. So I only have 2 patrol boats out of 4 operational right now due to maintenance costs.
Do you have any other questions?
Anytime during the summer, call me up. You want to come out for a ride along? You're more than willing to see what we do.
Brendan, I have a question. You're requesting an increase of $11,500 from the general fund for overtime, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your budget for 12-13, 13-14, or 13-14 is more than it was in 12-13 and 11-12. So I guess part of it has to do with you got an increase in funding from DBW?
No.
Well, it shows that from 11-12 you had 164, 12-13 it was 174.9, and now I know, and this year it's also 174.9. So I guess if they have if they have a larger budget than they had in 11-12 and 12-13, what am I missing?
Part of it was a technical adjustment that we made after we submitted the budget in regards to the sheriff's office's overtime line was considered infeasible for the county budget officer and auditor, so we were directed to change that overtime line for the sheriff's office. So it should be in the budget item detailed, and some misunderstanding.
But I would also note that there is a larger general fund contribution in 13-14. We've increased the general fund contribution from 30,000 last year to a recommendation of 51.5, and that's included in the recommended budget.
That's what the 51.5
yes.
is for. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you.
I just have one question. So there in the memo, it said about patrolling special events. So similarly, how we have contracts for if we're doing special events, do we not contract if we're doing special events on the lakes?
If that event triggers a permit, and that permit includes the cost of patrolling that event. But for example, on Wednesday nights, starting in June, they have a bass tournament at Tulloch. It doesn't meet the requirement for a permit. Happens every Wednesday. We've been patrolling for last years because it's very unsafe coming back. We've warned them a lot. We've written a lot of sites. But at this point right now, I don't, until the new fiscal year, I don't have the overtime funds, and I really can't shift from a weekend to cover that.
Is a permit issued by boats and waterways?
Planning through the county. That's why we're such an advocate. So many issues came up with some of the special events that were impacting. Two things that Blaine didn't mention that I just want you to think about when you're thinking about funding this particular unit. Drownings are very chaotic and they're very emotional. We get examined very, very closely and very critically, especially by family members. They don't leave the shore. They watch everything we do. If our response is delayed, if we appear unprofessional, if we don't have enough staff, if we're not in the water fast enough. So I think it's one perspective to think about, a deputy in a white shirt and shorts driving around the lake. But I can't emphasize enough how much pressure is on staff when a drowning does occur, and they occur every year. And some of the predictive stuff we did was to reduce that. The other thing that was not noted, we only went back 5 years with statistics, and for those of you that have been around for a little while, for those of you that don't, and we're kind of debating in the back of the room the year it was, but we had some Russian organized crime members kidnap and murder and drop 6 people in Maloney's, and we spent a lot of time diving and working on that case. And again, there's evidence collection associated with that. There's some professionalism that needs to occur. So as much as, voting sounds like a want to have versus a need to have, being responsible for operations, that's a critical tool that I need to be able to have at my disposal when a major event comes up, if there's something that needs to be recovered out of the water.
Didn't we get some funding back from the Russians? Well, I don't mean that. I meant the incident. Tuolumne and
it was a joint operation. It became a joint operation. Initially, if you recall, we had a body pop up. We recovered it ourselves and we couldn't identify that person, which led to a further investigation, which led to the rest of it. So I hope Ms. Norton's not grabbing her purse leaving the room, because I'm going to share a lot of terrible stories. So I think we do have a citizen that wants to speak, and then the sheriff's going to close.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connie Porto, and I live in Valley Springs. My purpose here this morning is to support the sheriff and his request for basic needs. Deputy Whiting said that she is looking for enough to get her through the year. And I say to you, shame on any of you that are thinking that that is enough. Collectively, you are a board of very bright men and women who know how to trim the budget, where to look for excess funds, and where to combine services. This gentleman has already pointed out that there may be a surplus of $350,000. You need to take a look at that. You need to stop asking the sheriff's department to quit cannibalizing their programs to meet their needs. And in fact, that is what you are doing by not meeting their budget needs. Not only do you need to meet their budget needs, but you need to exceed their expectations. You know what the stats are for the drugs in this county. You know what the stats are for child abuse in this county. You know what the population of senior citizens are in this county. Those 3 things alone merit immediate safety services. And let me say to you, again, your expertise leads to solving their budgetary problems. If none of you have ever been in a position of danger and had a peace officer say to you, go back to your house, go back in your office, take shelter over there, we will take care of this, then you do not know the sacrifices that these men and women make on a daily basis. And I put on your shoulders, through this budget, the safety of every citizen in Calaveras County. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Just so you know, this is a new board, so I'm fully supportive of funding the sheriff's department on whatever they need.
and you need to exceed.
Yes, whatever
They need to plan for the future.
Don't push it. Don't push it.
I want to get back to marine safety. Does any staff member have any comments on marine safety? Does any member of the public have any questions or comments on marine safety unit? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sergeant. Sheriff Coons?
Good morning, everybody. Believe it or not, this is the worst part of my job. Being shot at doesn't bother me. Being bitten doesn't bother me. This does.
It's the hardest part of our Constitution.
All right, we can go ahead with that slide. This is the only slide I have. Recession and lack of county revenue is a reason, not an excuse. At the height of the housing boom, when the general fund had more money than it ever had, the sheriff's office was told that there was no money to add staff. This argument has led to the loss of credibility. This is kind of sad but true statement. Since 1985, when I came to work here in this sheriff's office, every sheriff, I worked with about 5 different sheriffs, went in there to try to slowly but surely expand the sheriff department. I was told, no money, we got no money. Maybe next year. Well, since 1985 and now, next year, it never came. And we have to start now. We have lost as a whole about, I think we got 14 deputies or 13 deputies, and that's just where we were back when they cut us. We should be way beyond that. We should have 1 deputy on the street for every 1,000 population. That is a rule of thumb. I don't expect to get them all 10 back or 14 back this year, but we have to start putting them back now. And it greatly helps us. One of the things that crooks don't stop. They ain't going to wait till next year. We can't go out in the streets and say, okay, all you burglars and murderers and stuff, give us a break for 1 year, because next year we're getting our people back and we'll come at you. They don't stop. That's ridiculous. They do not stop. Actually get worse, because all of a sudden they know. Let's go to Calaveras County. It's easy pickings there. There ain't nobody on the street over there. That's why we have a large influx of people coming from San Joaquin County, from the Lockford area and so forth, that make friends with people in the local part of the county. And same one over at the other side, Tuolumne County, Amador County, Alpine County. They become friends. Just go to Calaveras County, man. They only got like 3 or 4 deputies on tonight. If they're lucky, it's an easy pick. That's what we've been doing. We've been picked apart. I'd like to talk about the deputies, if I may. I don't know how many times, I'm out in the public a lot. I don't hang around the office all the time. I'm out and about and try to get to every part of the county at least once a month, if possible. And people ask me, how come you don't get more deputies? And I always make the excuse that, well, things are slow, recession. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not going to do that anymore. You can give me a few deputies every year, whatever I need, or whatever, jailers, or whatever. I'm not going to use that excuse anymore. They're getting quite upset about it. They always tell me, hey, it's our tax money. Why aren't we? Why isn't the county listening to us? If our tax dollars go out there, we want deputies on the street. And they say that over and over again. And you may think I'm making this up. I am not making it up. I am not making it up. Now, I could have gone out and rustled up about 50 people to fill the board and complain and stuff, but I don't think I need to do this. I think we have a new CAO, a new board, and I'm hoping that it's time to change from 1985 till now. It's time to change. We are not a pot of money everybody wants to rip off. So it's like a 5% cut to us. It's huge. 5% cut to some departments, $14,000. So we're like the big a big pot of money here that, let's cut the sheriff department this year 5%. Can't do that anymore. It's not working. Our population, the makeup of our criminals nowadays, this town's getting a lot more violent. It's just a sign of the times. People are moving up this county, bringing some problems up here. They want to get away from it down below, and they're bringing a lot of problems up here with them. The new AB 109 did not help us one bit. They told us they're going to give us maybe 2-3 inmates first year. I think we're up to 50-something now, and they can be managed properly. I don't even think probation has enough staff to manage them properly. It's another case in point where the state dumped on the counties to take care of their own. So we need our deputies back on the street. That's what the taxpayers want. That's what the citizens of Calaveras County wants. We took the same oath that I took, that we would do the best to serve our community. I am very community-minded. That's why my motto is community first. The people of this county come first before anything else that I have to plan on. Particularly, I don't want to grandstand on this past homicide we had, but I'm going to tell you what, it was quite frightening when this homicide went down, and at the same time there was a kidnapping going on. We all rolled down there, this homicide scene, called all hands on deck, and you show up there, there are 4 deputies looking at you. 4 deputies. Now that is nothing. Because I'm going to tell you what, when you first get the homicide, you see we have mass chaos. You're trying to figure out what's going on, who's going on, So you have 4 deputies there. I believe one of them was fairly new. First thing you have to do is establish what's going on. In the meantime, the detectives are rolling down. You have to establish what's going on out there. You got to talk to the immediate neighbors. And you have people coming up wanting to tell you stuff. So all of a sudden you're cut down to 1 deputy. And when our first initial report was that there was this male subject, white Hispanic, leather jacket, out running amok. He's leaving. What do? You only have enough people to start driving the roads and look for him. Luckily, we had Highway Patrol move in within 25 minutes to start scanning the area. I mean, that is scary. It's somewhat embarrassing to deal with that. And luckily, that we had Highway Patrol help us, Angels Camp. We called in immediately. Sheriff Moore called me and says, "Hey, Sheriff, you need some people. I'll get them up to you." And that's good, but if you know anything about homicides, which I don't expect you up there to know, the first hour is very, very critical. Because if you start out a suspect, the rule of thumb is a suspect can go a mile a minute. If he's in a car driving 60 miles an hour, he's going a mile a minute, and as minutes pass by, their circle is bigger and bigger and bigger if they run. That's the rule of thumb you have to use. And the first 2-3 hours is very, very critical. First day is absolutely critical. Luckily the job differently, but we had so many different directions to run. We had so many places to search, and we had 4 deputies on the street. Then we had to call everybody on the overtime back end. We had to cancel vacations. And luckily, Sheriff Moore sent a bunch of people up with a bunch of other, you started coming in there. And just to have enough staff to organize who's coming into our county to help us is another chore. So, do they happen every day? No. But they're going to start happening more and more often. That's already been a proven fact. And one bright side, though, when we had all the deputies up there running around, we had no burglaries. Yeah. So no burglaries, no major crimes. Finally had enough people on the streets, so it really kind of works. It really does kind of work. I'm gonna go on to detectives now. We have 3 detectives left, which is absolutely crazy. I mean, I remember when I was back in 1988, we had 5 detectives and sergeants. 1988, half the population, half the crime problems. We have 3, and luckily I have a very good sergeant, and actually I'm lucky I have a very good staff for what they do. They are excellent. I couldn't find anybody else to do that. So now we're in 2013 with 3 detectives, and in 88 we have 5 detectives. And I mean, you know, it can't keep going backwards. Before you know, we're going to have nobody. So we need some detectives, we really do. And if you want your burglary solved and everything else, we do that. Someone the other day comes to me and says, you know, Sheriff, they're putting security bars on the windows behind trees. Like, that don't surprise me. This person says, sure, hopefully someday we won't drive through this county and see bars on all the windows like in Stockton or some of the high crime areas we have. It's coming. Don't do something about it. It's coming. And who wants to move up? And I have a lot of citizens come to me and said, you know, Sheriff, we lived down in San Diego 10 years. Or San Jose for 10 years. Never much got a thing stolen out of yard, moved up here. 3 months later, got our house burglarized. I mean, how do you expect growth and everything else and that kind of thing when you're looking up here thinking moving to the country to stimulate the economy and everybody's getting ripped off? This doesn't really make sense. That's something you need to think about, future growth. Now, I want to touch on vehicles. I know a lot about vehicles. I am a vehicle nut. I love classic cars. I've owned 13 cars myself. I don't think I'm crazy for owning that many cars, but I just love cars. And our cars are in very, very bad shape. Our Crown Vics, they don't make Crown Vics anymore. They're all very high mileage. Got 3 deputies on the street. These deputies have to drive at a high rate of speed to get from call to call. You know, sometimes the deputy will cover 2 beats. They'll cover Arnold and Copper or Valley Springs and West Point. And they got to move to get to their calls. Sometimes, you know, within reason. They want to get there. They want to help people. And the people who need the help want them to get there fast. They're somewhat gas guzzlers. We haven't replaced that many cars in the last 5 years. They keep putting it off, keep putting it off, keep putting it off. No money, no money, no money. Now we're down to, we got a bunch of wrecks out there. Not a bunch, but we got cars that take a lot of maintenance, take a lot of gas. And you know, after you start getting over 100,000 miles, you start using more gas because we're out. We're trying to replace them with more modern vehicles. The last two vehicles we've received get about 5-6 miles a gallon better. That's going to save, we average burn of maybe a tank a day. That's a big savings. It's a big, big savings. We've got to get some of these other cars out of here and put some of these new cars in. Also, for detectives and admin cars and such, we don't buy new cars anymore. We buy rental returns at a huge savings. Every time we turn around, we're trying to save money so we can add things, and then somebody keeps taking our money away from us. And then we get some money, extra money, and pull it out. We'll make us buy stuff that the general fund should buy. I mean, it's ridiculous. The jail, we got a new jail coming up. Promised the people that we're going to get these people off the street, throw them in jail. And the way it looks now, we're lucky we're going to be able to open 80 beds. Promised the community, cost a tune of $30 million to help build this new jail. And so in actuality, they're going to get about $2 million a bed. It's going to cost them because we can only open 80 beds. I don't think they're not very happy about that right now at this point in time, but that's another issue. And as Captain Ballard was talking about, and I don't want to go into it anymore because he said that. And when I ran the jail back 10 years ago, we were short-staffed back then. I mean, it was crazy. Also, AB 443. I was not responsible for what happened to that money up until I became sheriff, and by then it was gone. And as Captain Siegel said, that money was designed for us to stay up on technology and everything else so we could keep competitive with other bigger, larger agencies. And some of that money from the prior sheriff went to benefits and all that kind of thing, and raises for employees, because the employee salary was so low we had a hard time recruiting. But you know, when we lost those 14 deputies, we never got prorated, got some of that money back. The county took it. The county took every last nickel. That money should have came back to us. being prorated with 10 less, 14 less deputies. Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Sheriff, can you explain that a little bit more? I don't understand exactly what you're saying.
Go ahead. We can explain to you real quick.
Out of the $500 annual contribution that came to us with AB 443, the previous sheriff, we were having a hard time recruiting and retaining staff because our pay was substantially lower than our surrounding counties and our other competitors. So there was an agreement between the board and the previous sheriff to take $185,000 of that $500 and put that towards salaries and raises for the DSA to help us with retention and recruitment. So obviously that pot and that pie got shrunk significantly, but at that point in time they believed, both that board and that sheriff believed, that it was important enough to retain deputies to commit some of that towards their salary. The department was 65, 67 employees at that time, the sworn staff that was receiving that. So and it was 185 went automatically to the county to pay for that. Well, we laid off or lost 14 of those positions, but we still continued to contribute the 185. We were never prorated for the loss of those 14 deputies. So that 185 just went. Where the remainder of that money went, it went into the general fund, I'm sure. But we never were prorated for the loss of those deputies. That $185,000 commitment was for a certain number of employees, and we significantly shrunk. We had requested that. We've mentioned that at the last 2 or 3 budget hearings, that money needs to start coming back to us, because those are flexible dollars that we can use to purchase vehicles, advance technology, fight crime, deal with different crime trends. So that's, in a nutshell, what's gone on. We also purchased our operating system with that. We purchased vehicles with that. All the stuff I mentioned that we used to not have to come to the board for. We were allowed to be flexible. If the crime trends came, if we, for some reason our vehicles, we had a bunch of vehicles fall apart, we used to solve a lot of our own problems.
That fund basically allows you to more discretion to do discretionary.
You know what? That fund allows us to be cops. It keeps us from being bureaucrats. It allows us to put the money where it's needed. When the citizens tell us we've got a problem somewhere, when we have an internal management problem, it cleaned up a lot of the government bureaucracy and delays and garbage. It allowed us to be cops.
Were all 14 of those general fund funded positions, or were some of them grant funded? Because I remember the sheriff's office had some unfunded positions. I mean, other departments did too. I mean, that were on the books as positions, but they weren't funded.
The only one that jumps out at me is the Comanche contract position that went from 2 positions down to a position and a half.
So out of the 14, only 1 or 1.5 was
I'd have to sit back and think about that. Mm-hmm. But the only one that's jumping out at me at this time is the Comanche one.
So, I mean, I kind of remember those times. There were positions, but they were unfunded positions. So it wasn't, I mean, a year or 2 or whatever ago, with the support of the board, I have to say, all unfunded positions, whatever the department was, were taken off the books.
Correct.
Your department, auditor, doesn't matter who they were.
Correct.
So, but of the 14 that we keep hearing about.
It was 17. You gave us 3 back last year, or the board gave us 3 back, so it was 17. Okay. It's 14 this year.
But they were, it was the period where we had, every department had vacant, unfunded positions.
Correct.
And it was the direction of the administrative office, and it's been supported by the Board of Supervisors to remove the vacant, unfunded position off the position control list.
Correct.
Just like to point out too, there's not going to be any general fund savings if their positions are not funded.
We understand that. I know, but I mean, when you say we had the positions, that you had the positions on a position control list, as the auditor did, or the assessor, whomever, but they weren't funded.
What you're asking is, the $185,000 continues to go in. It continues to go in.
Yeah, we get that back.
So that's the point I'm making. We are contributing the same amount of money for less positions.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. As you know, we have the biggest operation within the county, 24/7. We don't get to go home at 5 o'clock at night. We're constantly going over, with everything 24/7. We're out there. We get calls. One of the things I felt that was a big waste of time, and I'm going to kind of talk to the lawyer here, the new CEO, and I know you're brand new, and I know you had to come in last minute, take advice and everything else, and I understand that, and I'm glad you're here. Budgets passed, they used to make us do 5% cut, do 10% cut, do 50% cut. With our department, it is a big waste of time. It really is. It's a big waste of time because, well, maybe not to you guys, but the staff, in order to sit down and do a 5%, let's just do a 5% cut budget for Elvin so we can kind of take a look at it. It took us about 4 days with about 12 people for 5-6 hours a day. When they were taking off their normal jobs to do this. For some small departments, it took them about 5 minutes, but I've seen some go down and using $14,000. And if you're not really going to cut, don't make us go through the exercise because it's a waste of time. Please, I'm just asking. Okay. Don't mean you won't do it, but just once you realize, we spend most of our time anymore putting out fires and such. I think I'm about done. I don't want to beat it up too bad here. Again, the bottom line, we got to start it now to reverse the loss of the sheriff department and start giving us some employees so we can get back to a reasonable number, way below what we really need. So please, I'm asking you, fund the sheriff department for what we're asking. We're not asking for much. We're really not asking for much. We got cut the most over the last 4 or 5 years. We got killed. And you either pay now or pay later. And sometimes, in order to save a nickel, spending $10. And I can prove that a lot of differences. So anyways, thank you very much for allowing us to come in front of forward.
Just a summary of how much additional funds you need.
That's coming up on the slide, right?
Now, just a question on this slide, because before we broke yesterday, we were talking about the 80 bed funding under the new assumptions under the BSCC, which you gave us these this morning.
Captain Ballard is going to come up and address that.
Okay, first of all, new board members and everybody that's here, I just want to say thank you for yesterday. It was really nice to kind of hear the what do you need versus the what do you want type thing. I went over what the mission of the jail was with you yesterday and what the jail's role is in the criminal justice system and the main goal of holding the criminals accountable, holding them in jail. When we hold them in jail, and we hold them accountable, that means less crimes on the street. One thing that I didn't address with you yesterday, some of the new board members, is back when we did our initial needs assessment, we've done a study on the individuals that we were releasing early and how many new crimes they were committing when they should have been in jail. And the average was 6 new crimes. So that was 6 new victims every time, we were releasing somebody early. So when I sat down and me and Brandon this morning and went over what the need was for 80 in order for us to accomplish our first goal or our first mission of holding criminals accountable, and then to move on to our second goal through probation department and our other criminal justice system partners in order to start working towards that rehabilitation and reintegration into society. The numbers that are close to exactly the one of the board presentations that I presented prior to that last one with the staff. Now I can give you the numbers, but I certainly think that between now and the final budget, it may be beneficial if I did another staffing analysis to you so that you can see what it means when I say I need a rover here or I need a housing control officer there, or I can replace a civilian staff in this position instead of using a CO. So hopefully we can have that opportunity before then so you can see that. So you got it up there, Brandon?
I did. The packages, the Schedule 9s that we handed out earlier, my apologies for not labeling them. Brandon and Brian wanted to make sure we were going to be here at 9 o'clock. The first packet you're seeing is the budget that we submitted for status quo. That's in the budget item detail. The second package, which starts general fund, that's the new packet. Okay, my apologies for not labeling it. That's going to be at an 80-bed facility. And this is our estimate, knowing that we have to do a staffing study for with the relief factor, taking care of the compliance issue with Title 15, and then the last one should be at the 80-bed facility and not taking care of the relief factor. That's going to be the lower dollar amount.
So can I just ask on the second one, is that this is with what's up there in red?
The reason I highlighted this in red is that the numbers, given the new direction, going to 80, those are not relevant. And that's what we needed to be at 65 beds, taking care of the compliance issues.
What additional positions are in, because there is no supporting documentation for any.
Sure.
What additional positions are in this that go beyond that?
Sure. And I think that's where we're going to have to start doing the staffing analysis.
Yeah, and and I can understand there's going to be. Oh, you have a question? Go ahead.
Can I make a suggestion? Because I don't think we want to get into that level of detail now. I believe I heard the sheriff suggest that between now and final budget hearings, they would be doing a staffing analysis, updating these numbers, and providing us with the details of what this breaks down to in staffing.
Absolutely. And I'd love the opportunity to show the new board members exactly what it means to operate a jail versus, a place for people to sleep, and what the sheriff's office needs in order to have a successful jail, which is crucial to the criminal justice system.
And assuming that you are not asking for this now, this clearly is a lot of recommendation.
Well, I wanted to kind of achieve what...
Yesterday, we did ask that jail was proposed to open at 65. Mm-hmm. Our commitment to the state, which I asked yesterday, is for 80. So what would it take, that was yesterday, to open it at 80, and I think that's what part of this is, Captain Ballard.
So,
yes, no?
That's what part of that is.
Okay. Yes. So, we asked for that, and so I agree we can discuss that at another session, because we've had several meetings on the staffing for the jail.
Yes.
So, and my question had been, if we don't get to the 80, and I know they've agreed, the state's agreed that we can open at 65 and move to 80. I'm not clear at what period of time, we don't need to discuss it now. And then when do we get our $1 million back at 65, or do we have to wait to 80? Our commitment was at 80. And then we can do it.
Yeah, and the two things for the board to understand is when Supervisor Callaway is talking about getting the $1 million back, that's the $1 million that we've already paid.
So that general fund money?
It's coming out of Measure J money. It's coming out of, it could be either coming out of bond money or it could be coming out of...
It'd be coming out of AB 900. AB 900.
As a retention. We have to pay it, and we have to pay it in escrow account for the contractors when we sign off on it. Right. So we will not get reimbursed back from the state for that portion of money. And so
by the time that happens, by the time we get to the end, I'll say this. So by the time we get to the end, and we assume all the Measure J money has been spent, then in theory, it kind of is general fund money. In terms of cash flow, because we're waiting for the $1.2 million to fill a $1.2 million hole we're going to have here locally.
And will that happen next fiscal year?
It'll happen 90 days from when the jail.
It will be in this fiscal year that we're discussing right now, most likely.
With a scheduled completion date of August 18th, we're in 90 days thereafter occupying the jail.
If we fund that.
And then we can take that million and then turn it back over to the jail operations to cover
No, that money has already been, will have already been paid out to the contractor. So what it is, it's the state reimbursing the county for payments we've already made. It's not extra money.
We will have a hole here because we've written a check.
And where's that money, that hole, where's that hole?
In theory, we've been floating by, we paid the contractor and we're getting AB 900 money in from the state. And right now, it's all cash flow. So we're using cash flow from Measure J, cash flow from the money that's coming in from AB 900. When we get to the end, we're counting pennies to try to cover the hole. So we'll have a $1.2 million hole, which is why I keep stressing
Oh, we shouldn't buy that software.
we should keep a certain level of cash available. But it's not, so my point is, it's not like you get 1.2 million to do whatever.
No, I was just curious
We'll have a whole-
because you keep, yeah, so that I understand now. So just to clarify for myself, this 329 is not part of the recommended budget right now.
It's part of the recommended budget to take care of that Title 15 compliance issue that we were talking about yesterday for 65 beds.
In the original recommended budget that was presented to us.
It's not included in the recommended budget before you.
That's right. This is for consideration. This is a need.
This is the additional funding request.
On top of what's in the budget. This is starting at 65. This takes care of all the relief factors as well. Good for significant aspect of that we talked about for a 65-bed facility. The numbers before you are for 80 beds, and we do have budgeted employee costs with the positions in there. My apologies for not furnishing as a time issue.
I'm sorry, but I don't know to cut you off. But we did provide what Marita requested yesterday to get you started. But I do highly recommend that I have the opportunity to guide you through that process so that you get an understanding of what it means to operate a jail and what we need for the criminal justice aspect of the jail.
And then on the top, the deputy sheriff, that's also an additional request. That's not part of the status quo budget.
That's not part of the status quo. These are our strategic needs that we are requesting. But again, our whole objective was to comply with the budget instructions, but nonetheless communicate our budgetary needs in this government.
Thank you.
So you got 3 different things. You got.
See you at a study session, Captain Ballard.
And I'll get with you, and I'll get with you, and work with the CAO's office, and we'll get it on the board, and I'll get really interested.
Board, I know you guys been through this before, but we have three new people and a half. Me and Chris makes an extra half.
I'm a half.
So yeah, we're not familiar with it. I'd really like to.
That's why I would like that to happen. That way I can give you kind of a complete history on where we were. And
Our objective was to provide the information to you for consideration. We are expecting no action because it is a very significant issue affecting this county, and we believe it definitely takes some study.
Thanks for the extra homework there.
You're welcome. Absolutely.
Okay. All done, all through?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, any questions?
Well, I do. Me, Sheriff. I think the board agrees, and our board and this board, about doing multiple budget scenarios, and I think we stopped doing that a couple of years ago, where do a 5, a 10, a 2, and so forth. All departments were complaining about that, so we take that serious. No, what we asked. No, what we asked was not what would happen. Instead, I know, fine. It was a 4-to-1 vote, so there wouldn't be hip shooting at whatever that expression is at this meeting. That if we have to, what would it look like? And most of the department heads I've talked to spend a lot of time talking with their staff. And what would it do? And we heard some of those comments yesterday. So I mean, that's why if we think we have to, and if you have to, what would it look like? So, but that was it. But I want to get to something that Captain Macedo said yesterday, and he wouldn't let me talk. He said he'd get it. I looked at the Tuolumne and Amador County Sheriff's budgets, just the SO. Theirs is not done exactly the same way in terms of being online. But Amador's budget is 4.8 million. Ours is 4.7. Though what was most interesting, just in the SOs, and that was, I'm going to just go at what was, I think it was 11-12, I can't remember, it was 11-12 or 12, or excuse me, whether it was 12-13 or 13-14. But their revenues were 1.6 million, and ours are 588 million. So what that's saying, excuse me, 588,000, thank you. And theirs was 1.6. I guess what I'm asking is your department, as is many others, have a lot of grants. So are we getting, is it that they have 1.6, they're doing better grant recovery, or that they get more grants than we do? Because that's more than double what we have in grants. And it just sort of, I mean, it impacts their bottom line.
I think that's the casino, right?
No, not the casino.
That's not revenue.
The casino is close to 300,000.
What I would remind the board about yesterday's presentation was that the most significant piece of information out of everything that was presented yesterday was the percentage of the budget that was spent. Not how much money, where it came from, but the percentage of the total that was spent. And the second most integral piece of information was the amount spent per person in population. Because they have 10,000 people less than we do in Amador County. So you look at how much you spend per capita, per individual, and we were significantly lower in the amount that we spend per individual, as well as significantly lower in the percentage of the budget that was allocated. Those two pieces of information negate any of the arguments about how much in terms of a total amount. It's not about the total amount. It's about what the board's dedication is to adequately funding and comparing percentages. So it doesn't matter if you have $1 million or you have $100.
It does make a difference, Mr. Spelman.
It's what percentage of the money that you do have that you're allocating.
Yes, but I think it's also important to understand where that percentage is coming from, because you can look at
Well, the constituents don't care where the percentage comes from.
Okay,
All they want to know is that they're being protected.
Lori had put a slide up on Tuesday, and just in terms of expenses, I think it was 46%.
46% of the general fund. That was
It
not
was
all
just-
general fund dollars.
Right.
It included maybe 109,
Right.
it included other dollars.
When I looked at, and I did this a while ago as well, and I was looking at, if I looked at all general fund departments, all the general fund departments that got net general fund contribution, it's 34%. So I don't know where the 22.7% comes from, what's included in that and what's not included in that. So I think we have to be on the same page with how we derive that percentage to ensure that we're comparing apples to apples instead of apples to oranges.
And through the chair, I think that is important. Different counties do budget differently. Tuolumne County may have all of their revenue come into one budget and then distribute it out to other budget units, whereas in our county, the sheriff divides the revenue up by their budget unit. So I'm not sure that it is apples and apples. We can clearly come back with a slide when we close tomorrow. We're planning to do a little bit of the closing remarks that shows what percentage of the net general fund goes to all of the departments. We're happy to provide you with whatever information you would like from us.
I mean, I guess I always get concerned, and one department, and the sheriff really does a good job about comparing us to Amador and Tuolumne. And, you know, I mean, the issue is we need to look at what it is that we have and how do we divvy up the revenue that we have in Calaveras County. And, I mean, yeah, they both have casinos. They both get casino money. They both have more in grants than we do. And that was just for 1 year. If we could have more in grants 2 years ago than they did. So, I mean, I hear what Darren's saying, but, I mean, it can change yearly. So, and Captain Macedo knows that I'm going to look up the budgets of the adjoining counties.
I'm not sure where you got your numbers from, and that's why I didn't focus our entire presentation on the budget. I tried to hit several different topics. I hit budgetary problems, I hit crime-related, I hit numbers of staff. I tried to do a diverse presentation so that the folks that are numbers focused can understand that, the folks that are concerned about crime, the folks that are concerned about staffing. So it's kind of an all-encompassing package. I have no idea. I can tell you this. I called and spoke to each one of the agencies, and I recall your comment last year about the casino money. And I asked specifically about the casino money, and they gave me their numbers, and that was excluded from this presentation. It was excluded from their numbers because it doesn't affect them as much as what I was told last year or whatever we said to make ourselves feel better. And I can see people jockeying back and forth because some of these slides are uncomfortable to look at. Some of the stuff we played before you is uncomfortable to listen to. That's not reality for you. It's reality for us. So whatever you have to do to make yourself feel better, I'm fine with. But the reality is,
feel better, Captain.
I'm not addressing this specifically to you, to everybody that was speaking. Whatever you have to do, I understand it's not comfortable to look at. This is not comfortable to build. It's not comfortable for us to come up here and go through all of this before you. This doesn't happen in years where we have budget surpluses. I wish we could get to the point where we have budget surpluses, but the crime doesn't go away from us. We are not like some of the other agencies or other departments that have been affected in a positive way by the recession. We've been affected in a very negative light, and we wanted to basically do kind of a comprehensive presentation for all of you and the public so you can see what's going on.
Well, I don't think any of the departments are thriving on what's happening.
He's just saying the workload changes with different departments. You know, some have an increase, some have a decrease.
When you have the building official come and tell us he's got to lay people off prior to anybody else. I mean, you know, Jim, it's not, I have this and I'm more important than, well, I know the sheriff's office and the public thinks that. But, I mean, we're not going to get rid of the elections office, and we're not, you know, and so and our job is to balance these needs. So you've done a great presentation.
I just wanted to clarify, you guys are, the sheriff's office is asking for that last slide. The last slide looks like the sheriff's office is asking for $585,000 additional dollars, roughly.
And that's what we'd like to focus on. Those are our requests. There's two slides that we will focus on, and then
the bottom line is every department has a minimum amount of standards that they want to keep to do their job, and if you take a look out in our county, and you know, if you guys get increased, Barbara's going to get swamped, and then the jail gets swamped, and then probation gets swamped. It's a domino effect.
Barbara even said last year, actually, we put more debit on the street. Her job is easier.
Well, you know, and that could have that effect because with more presence, sometimes there's less crime. Well, the way I feel about it, I've lived with enough crime in this county already, and my neighbors have. I moved into a house where I'm not behind a gated community or in a posh neighborhood. I live right in the thick of it, and I didn't come here for that. And so I feel that Calaveras County needs to get a little bit tougher on crime and straighten it out. We need businesses to come here and want to open business in this county. And I got to tell you, I've talked to a few people just recently that take a look at it and say, we're not going to come for that very reason. So
we'd like to help you accomplish that.
I understand. And the thing, too, I was here last year during the budget hearings, and you guys came with a whole different attitude this year, and more of, this is what we need instead of trying to fight for every inch that you can get. And I appreciate that. It's more calm. It's more of, okay, let's, we want to work as a team. I didn't get that feeling last year. And so I appreciate that, and I'm sure others on the board feels that way too. So thanks for that. Good presentations.
Okay. Is there any questions from the public for the sheriff? Let's call, I'm going to just put a leash on you. How many minutes do you want? Yeah.
I remember one time, Madam Chair, you called me the conscience of the board, and I took that as a compliment. I wanted to add on to what I said earlier with respect to the dispatchers unit there, that on Tuesday, the board said that public safety is a priority with the board. And, the comment was made earlier about bars going up on trees' windows. With respect to the comments from Supervisor Edson here about people coming here and opening businesses, they're not going to do that if they see bars on business windows in this county. And it's unfortunate that it may get to that. I mentioned about general funds going to public works. The comment was relative to how bad the roads are. You have to keep in mind that not every dollar that goes to public works is spent on road maintenance. They just spent enough money on the consultant that did the environmental documents for the intersection 1226 that would pay for 3 deputies in the sheriff's department. And that doesn't count the review time by staff of those documents.
And can you use those dollars for general fund purposes?
Well, you're giving general fund money to a road-funded department.
Can you use those dollars as an old former public works director? Can you use those dollars for the general fund? No, you can't.
The dollars that were spent on the consultant?
The dollars that were spent in public works could not be used for general fund purposes.
They are road fund service, and they should be funded with road fund dollars, just like I was. And you're giving them general fund dollars, and then you're cutting out. And I was thinking about the portion of the general fund that goes to the public works department would pay for all the jail needs that were depicted on that slide up here. So you need to think about what are your priorities? Your priorities are public safety.
Which is?
Well, then when you have an opportunity to move some general fund money, I think you should take that opportunity to put it in the sheriff's office. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments people would like to address to the sheriff on the sheriff's budget?
On the sheriff budget, folks. I try to be diplomatic. First and top priorities for to be here and have business and etc. and comfort is the safety of the citizens. That man behind me, and he hasn't hauled me up to jail, I think, so I don't have to do something. He's got more credit, more trust, and more respect than almost all the elected officials in this county. Top priority is the security of the folks in this county. And down the road, I'd be more than happy to help you, but not to spend money. Because you've been looking at a lot of things about all the money that goes out, but you're going to take a closer look at it. Who's the recipient of all those monies, all the dollars? So, please, that's the guy that makes this county livable. That's what's going to make it possible. So any business eventually, when the board decides to be business friendly, to have businesses come up here,
that's going to cut back, that I don't have to have my little pistol next to me, because I can react a little bit faster than before these guys are going to show. Take a look at it, what area we have, how many deputies you have. That's right, folks. That's the bottom line. And it's not necessarily your fault in any way. It goes all the way up to Sacramento. It goes past that, but first and top priority are these guys in the black. Thank you.
Where all our money spent is in this book, Peter. You can, welcome to look. It's a public document.
Well, thank you very much. I needed your permission.
Elsie Gallagher, Calaveras County nonprofit, non-political taxpayer association.
You guys are non-political.
That's why he's a nice guy.
We couldn't be political, even though a lot of us are blue dog Republicans and blue dog libertarians, because we couldn't have impartial candidate forums. If we were pushing one candidate, how can you have a candidate forum? You can't. The way it comes to
Mrs. Allen, you have 3 minutes to address your questions or comments regarding the sheriff's budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We recommend that you support the sheriff's request for funding, and also extend some time to find out what went wrong in last year. I understand there's some serious mistakes, and so that those mistakes are not repeated. And we find that the number one priority in the purpose of government in this county is law enforcement. So please.
So we'll get rid of the DA and probation and the public defender to fund.
CSAC. Yeah, okay, that's facetious. But the public defender, the jails, and also the other public safety are also in that number one priority group.
Thank you.
Hope you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Marty Crane, Valley Springs. I don't think there's a person in this room that thinks that we shouldn't give the Sheriff's Department everything that they need to do their job. Just like I don't think there's a person in this room that thinks that we should give the Elections Department or legal counsel or administration the tools that they need to do the job. You have the books in front of you that have the dollars. And where we put them, this is why you're elected to make the hard choices. But I do feel like we've heard some suggestions from the audience of different places where we can take a little closer look. It occurred to me a couple of days ago, when was the first time I came to one of these preliminary budget hearings, and it occurred to me that in 2002, since 2002, I've been to every single preliminary budget hearing and every single final budget hearing. That's like 12 years. And I have seen how we have, from this side of the podium, how we've approached things. Of course, I've never had the book in front of me, and that makes a huge difference. I give you that. And someone mentioned that the Sheriff's Department came with a different attitude this year. It's a different board. You know, it's a new day, it's a new world, we have new minds, different. I noticed that the admin came with this wonderful presentation of how we can all work together and all benefit and work smarter and more economically and more productively, and I think that's huge. I see that as a possibility to free up other monies that we might need in the future, and hopefully that'll happen quickly, you know. But I also, I'm just, all of a sudden I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, this is not us against them. This is not one department against the other. It cannot be and should not be in any way, shape, or form that way. We all are in this together, and I would just hope that we wouldn't say, like, I have the utmost respect for our sheriff and the team, but they are a team, and they are a team along with probation, the district attorney's office, legal counsel, and the rest of the departments that actually bring revenue into the county to help pay for what they need. It is a huge network and you're charged with figuring it out. So, hats off to you. I hope for the best. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments on this budget? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Go ahead, we got to figure out, I'm going to work with the CAO.
We're trying to I don't know.
Okay, we're ready to reconvene the meeting. I don't know where Supervisor Wright is, but we're going to go ahead and start. Oh, there he is. Good. Okay, we're going to go back to the 2 departments that postponed yesterday to do today, Human Resources and Tech Services. Howard, you and Francine flip a coin. Is she going to go first? Go first.
Gotta speak up.
Always. Okay.
I had alphabetical. H comes before C.
Go after the sheriff.
Oh.
Apologize, but I need to sit down. I didn't bring a PowerPoint driver today, so. The budget submission that we sent to the CIO's office met the status quo requirements, and we can discuss any questions you have. I thought what I would like to do is take a few minutes and give you an overview of Tech Services with the new CIO and the new board members. I think Tech Services is one of those departments that is involved in a great many things, but not many people know about it. So I wanted to take a few minutes and go through that. In the interest of being brief, because I know we're just a little bit behind schedule, I'll try and go through these slides fairly quickly. So the discussion points are the biggest problems facing IT, the services we provide, and who we service. GIS is a standout. And then I want to introduce you to the positions, show you an R chart, and the impacts of past status quo budgets, risk mitigation, and our status quo budget. Some additional budget requests that we're looking at, and then also a 5% reduction as requested. And then finally wrap it up by talking about a return on investment, how Tech Services has saved the county money. So the biggest problem is faced with doing more with less. IT often assimilates too many systems, usually in small increments, which is definitely the case here, resulting in a slow weakening of the IT organizations in terms of its ability to adequately support everything. The entire organization suffers because of IT's lack of experience and the resources to support everything well. We are essentially one deep. We have several positions. They support a variety of functions. But even when there's an overlap in those functions, we are essentially one skill set deep throughout the entire organization. We provide GIS. We provide computer support. We support all of our phones. We provide network security and integrity and database security. And we do some administrative functions. We operate the mailroom. We have the duplication budget. And we do a vast majority of the IT purchasing for the departments. And then we also bill for the purchases we make and for the phones and the mail, etc. We maintain a very robust network. I had originally intended to put a PowerPoint in, or a couple of slides rather, showing the network connectivity. I would just encourage each of you to maybe take a few minutes and drop by Tech Services so we can show you that. It was not possible to essentially make it, put it in a condition where we could distribute it to the public without some security risk. So if you want to take a few minutes and drop by, we'd appreciate that. We provide web and application support. And then we support the variety of mandated services throughout the county. Number one is public safety. We support the sheriff's office. We spend a great majority of our time supporting the sheriff's office. Environmental management, permits, or building in their permits application, human resources, elections, payroll, property tax system, and much more. We also have business analysts that support our financial system. and Anasazi. Anasazi is our new Medi-Cal billing system in the health services. And then we provide after-hours emergency response. Actually, we provide it, but we don't have funding for it. So we really need to talk about that as a funding mechanism going forward. The emergency response is generally based on a call-out situation, and we don't have an overtime budget or a way to deal with this. So GIS. I wanted to just take a minute before I go too much further. This PowerPoint presentation was actually put together by my staff several years ago. Its intended purpose was this. We had always intended to have a study session with the board to go over the functions of IT. So some of these slides are a little bit dated, but they are still essentially give you a good overview of what's going on. So GIS, we are the data stores for a lot of the different layers in our GIS system. We make a lot of maps. So if you've been on fires or other things, you've seen the maps that come out of GIS. If you've been, I know you have been to the general plan sessions, the maps that are displayed there come out of our GIS department. And then we also support addressing. We are essentially the addressing coordinator for the county. By ordinance, that's still in the building officials realm, but in reality, it's in GIS. So we're the ones that are issuing new addresses for every new location in the county. We also maintain the listing and road ranges on all of the non-county maintained roads. Some more about GIS. Essentially, the things we're in, again, the graphic is a little bit old, but the concept is still the same. We support the sheriff's office with their sheriff's beats, zoning, in this case, general plan updates, emergency response. We also work with the sheriff's office and VA occasionally on crime scenes, helping them produce maps that depict the crime scene. And I'll go real quick. We also support the ESRI, our GIS software. We support the software in the other departments that are using it. Public Works uses ESRI, and so does the assessor's office. At least I believe they do. And we went through an exercise several years ago. We purchased an enterprise license in conjunction with the sheriff's department. The reason for that is the sheriff's department started using mobile data terminals in their cars that have a mapping capability. The additional license cost for the cars, when we added in the additional license cost, we were able to purchase for less money. We were able to purchase the enterprise agreement through ESRI, and essentially that gives us unlimited licenses. So when departments want to use that technology, we already own the software or the license to use the software, so there's no additional cost. We also provide some large format printing and scanning. We work with admin and others when we have building projects or other things that we actually do the scanning of some old blueprints, and then we produce large format prints from those as well. We receive a great many map requests. We do our best to put as much information as we can out on the web to reduce the in-office visits, but essentially we produce maps as requested for a variety of reasons. We've worked with Human Resources, for example, in the county building evacuation maps. So all of those maps that you see up there were created in GIS and are used for a variety of different applications. Part of GIS is GPS. We actually we drive all of the non-county maintained roads. Every new road that's created in the county gets driven to establish a road center line. Those data points are entered into our GIS so that we're able to track where all of the roads are in relation to one another. And it also helps us create the address ranges. Talked about addressing. Another component for the addressing is we're the ones that take our road ranges and address ranges That data that's in our GIS is now incorporated into the computer-aided dispatch that's used in the sheriff's office, and it's incorporated into all of the patrol cars. So they're using the GIS data in all of their emergency responses now. So the positions. Computer support techs, most of you are familiar with the two support techs we have. But their top 4 duties are application support, phone system maintenance, they build all the new computers, and they do a lot of the network account maintenance. So they add all the new users into the system and make sure that they have proper access to a variety of different systems. We support about 600 computers. Each new user gets added to 8 different servers before they're allowed to work. And we've had 3,700 help desk tickets so far this year. The network specialists, we have 2 of them. Their top 4 duties are, we're essentially the phone company. We have an AT&T infrastructure that comes in, and then we operate and maintain our own phone system. We track all of the phone calls. We do the phone billing. We also support all the infrastructure that goes along with that. We also maintain a very, as I said, a robust computer network that connects many of our off-site campuses. We also connect to the state and federal governments. Proud to say that we've had no external security breaches in 15 years. One configuration mistake can bring down everything. If we mess something up in a router configuration, it can shut the entire network down. And our network, as I said, is integrated with a variety of agencies. One of the other network specialist boards essentially deals with all the Active Directory. Active Directory is a Microsoft application that controls user security, who can go where and access what. Also email. So we have one person, that same person, managing our email system, and that same person manages about 20 Microsoft SQL databases, and that person also oversees about 40 different application servers. Our spam filter, I get complaints every once in a while, and I say, can you delete this, can this make this stop? We actually block about 50,000 spam emails every day. So the 1 or 2 that you get snuck through the cracks, but it does a pretty good job. Our county applications annual uptime is greater than 99%. We have a network specialist 3 who does a lot of our system engineering, is also our power architect. Obviously, all the infrastructure we deploy requires power and backup power. So we work closely with administration on making sure that we have adequate power and cooling. And then network security and application support again. The did you knows are kind of interesting facts. We monitor 400 plus batteries in 4 data centers and 23 departments. We build and maintain 130. We have built and maintain 130 active VPN accounts. And our Sheriff MDT project extended the county's network actually out to the patrol cars. And those vehicles are now served from 3 microwave sites. Business analysts, we have 2 supporting the financial system. We're very fortunate we have 2 new hires. One started last week, 2 weeks ago, and one will start on Monday. So as Rebecca pointed out earlier, we will begin their training process and get them on board. We have 120 active IFAS users approximately. And as Rebecca also pointed out, we're now, it's out every department and special districts and the school districts, et cetera. They're all accessing the IFAS system in one form or another. And every county or every employee has access to IFAS online or employee online. Business analyst 2, we have the one in in behavioral health. And that person is responsible to work with them on improving business processes and helps them maintain their new their new software system, and works with them on HIPAA compliance. We have a Programmer Analyst 3. Actually, we used to have a Programmer Analyst 3 until we had one until last week. That person went to work for another county. But that responsibility is maintaining our website, application planning, development support, and vendor application support. So we have for example, our Permits Plus building department system. That person is the one who works with that vendor to manage that system. Our website has more than 250 pages, almost 20,000 documents, and we receive about 100,000 page views per month. We have an Account Tech 3. That is our person that you see when you walk in the department. Her top duties are the phone, all the phone system, the mail billing, the copy machine billing. She also does all of our account work. So she's the one that works directly with Rebecca's office to do that. She also is our payroll clerk, so she's tracking all of our hours and vacation slips and normal duties like that. The mail room sends 275,000 pieces of mail a year, and we receive about 1,300 pieces of mail every day. And each of those pieces is individually sorted and delivered into the boxes that are in the admin building. Our AT&T bill, I don't know that it's not digital now, but at the time this was done, was about 644 pages and weighed 3 pounds. That was every month. This is our current organizational chart. As you can see, it is flat, has been flat for a good many years. That's one of the things that is actually crippling us right now, but it is an extremely flat organization. The only depth is in the business analyst side. So everybody else that works there is a direct report to me. This is a graphic that was put together. It shows essentially the applications that we support, some of the tools that we use to support them with. And each of the little keys is a service or a system. Say reverse 911, we support that. Zoning, cartograph, which is the roads department inventory management system.
What's the .NET Nuke?
.NET Nuke is actually our web page development suite. So our intranet and internet is served out of that. And all of those lead to who we service, which is, as you can see by this graphic, everybody. The impacts of past status quo budget reductions. With the exception of GIS and duplication, TSD, all of the budgets TSD is responsible for are in the 87 cost plan. 87 revenues for all general fund departments can have significant changes, and I think Rebecca can testify to this as well as Shirley. Significant swings up or down. But when we make cuts to meet the 87 shortfalls in our departments, we're actually hurting ourselves in future years, because as we continue to reduce our expenses, we continue to reduce future overhead. So like other general fund departments, we've been faced with a status quo budget for many years. And we continue to meet the CAO reduction goals. In the past, we've had to meet them through layoffs and not filling vacancies. So doing more with less. Doing more with less is not a sustainable business model unless there are efficiencies added, because otherwise you would have to assume that there's a lot of waste in the system. So I'm assuming there's not a lot of waste in our system, so doing more with less doesn't work. Efficiencies, we've talked about a few already today or yesterday. Some of the things, the HR software, the software we're looking at for the board, those kind of things add efficiencies into a system. We have to be careful as we do that, though, that we don't also add work into organizations that can't absorb the additional workflow. So over the years, we've reduced FTEs, which leads to other employees assuming additional duties since we're not removing duties. And the unintended consequence of reducing all of that is risk. We've experienced reductions in staff without a corresponding reductions in services delivered. As we reduce the staff, we create now single points of failure in our human resources. We have single points of failure in technology resources, but now it's also human. So, as I mentioned, the program analyst 3 position that left for another county has that person did all of those things. There is not a backup. So right now we're without that ability to provide those enhanced services. Before the person left, of course, we did as much cross-training as possible, but it's not that person. So that applies to our network team, our support team. We're one deep. We sometimes have 2 positions, but they do different things. In the recent past, in addition to the reductions in staff, we had injuries and medical events that kind of crippled us. One of those caused, for the first time, us to miss a major deadline. We had a deadline with CalWorks. It was a significant deadline. The consequences would be severe, as in they would not be able to work. Because of that injury, were not able to deliver that project on time. Fortunately, the state, as often happens, deadline slipped and we met the new deadline. But the problem still exists. We have a structural problem. If anything happens to any of our staff members, we have a huge problem. We have new projects for the adult detention facility. We did not increase our staff to deal with any of those projects. We also have new projects coming for CalWorks. So those CalWorks projects have the same kind of, some of them have the same kind of deadlines where if we miss them, they're not able to work. So as a way to reduce our risk, we should give consideration to a couple of things. Restructuring the current organization. This will involve reclassifying some positions. It will add some depth and structure to help it become more efficient and able to effectively support our customers. And we need to add staff. We've included 3 new position requests, and I know that new position requests are not on the table. I'm very much a realist, but I need to present that we have a problem and we need to address the problem. This is what the proposed structure would look like. Essentially, the rectangles are who's there now, no change to their position. The rounded rectangles are people that are there now, just in a different title position. And then the ovals would be the new positions. The status quo budget limits our ability to meet the increasing demand for services. The thing with status quo is if people reduce their budgets, they're often looking to increase efficiencies within their departments. They're using IT to do that. IT is also being cut at the same time. So we have limited resources to deal with the increasing demand. So it essentially doesn't reduce our risk and in some cases increases it. New hardware, software. I don't know if we want to cover this right now, or is this something you want to go through, or?
I think it's the pleasure of the board.
Yes.
Move on.
Move on. All right. Our current email server, or the email filter, is in excess of 6 years old. Our recommendation is to replace that with a new one. The cost for that is approximately $5,500. As you've all heard, their broadband is coming to Calaveras County in a new and different way.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Where? When?
Construction should start on our campus next week.
Oh, you're talking.
Hang on.
Oh, but that's
You
not.
can find out at my town hall meeting.
But you're not talking about the middle mile, like going up Highway 4.
No, not the middle mile.
Well, that's what I care about.
You don't care about?
Well, you guys got it down here. Anyway, go ahead, Howard.
So right now we are budgeted to continue our current contract for services. Our recommendation is when those options become available that we look to including them in our service delivery. Cost to do that is approximately $24,000 a year. It's approximately, we haven't shopped it, and we haven't looked at the competitors as well to see what might be available.
Where's that gonna that? Where's that going to be? I mean, when we talk about the broadband internet, the fiber optics,
Where physically?
I mean, not where down what street. What part of the county? Is that predominantly the Angels Camp, San Andreas area?
Predominantly, yes. The 2 points of presence for that system are the government center and Calaveras County Office of Education. Right. So there are access points along the way. They're not developed, but they are available for development.
From the, like a Verizon or Golden State, I mean, that they can tap into.
Any internet service provider can tap into it. That was part of the federal grant requirement.
I mean, we talk about business and economic development. We have to have that.
We absolutely do.
And I know, never mind.
As a bonus to that, not listed here, the library will receive a gigabyte of bandwidth, which is huge, for free out of that.
But that's San Andreas Library.
That's San Andreas Library. Yeah, the main campus library.
I guess can we just go back to that? Because we had there was a board meeting when they were talking about the CGen whole thing, and you guys have passed doing that. And I thought what is paying? Because I thought that's going into county campus.
It is.
No matter what. Yeah. So what is that?
So,
go ahead.
So the library, and only the library, gets the free service.
Okay.
The rest of the government center needs to pay for connectivity.
Okay.
IFSR update we already talked about. We need GIS servers. Our database data repository currently will not support ArcGIS 10.1 as currently configured. Our recommendation is to purchase a new server. Again, that's a capital asset that will come later on. Hyper-V cluster server. This is an exciting project. Virtualizes, it essentially takes 1 or 2 computers that are tied together, virtualizes them, and now allows us to serve many servers out of that one physical platform. So our recommendation is that we buy 2, tie them together, and essentially start replacing all of our smaller servers by putting them on that platform. Yep. Do you? No. I'm sorry. So we have a couple of physical computers, like PCs. Through software, the 2 become 1. And then through another set of software, now we can put 10 10 different servers on that one platform now. So there's a huge return on investment because we don't need to buy 10 new boxes. We only need to buy the 2 and then load the 10 servers on them.
Is that the same as the clone type thing, where it's the hard drive isn't local? I know that's probably old. I just remember that from years ago. You talked about having clones, where they just use a keyboard and a whatever, and your hard drive is somewhere else.
No, it's not that. But essentially, we have, say, for example, the server that serves our web applications, and we have a server that serves our help desk and a variety of things. Instead of having each of them, if you've been to the data center, you've seen all the racks and racks of computers that are there. Essentially, what we do is we take that physical server and we move the operating system and the application onto a different server that's called virtualized. So the theory behind it is any application server is only utilized maximum for a little short bursts of time, and the rest of the time it sits idle.
Right.
So with the software now, you've moved the other servers onto it. So the physical server is getting utilized a lot more effectively, efficiently.
Right.
So it allows you to reduce the number of physical plugged-in servers that you have and still accomplish the same work.
Gotcha.
Replacement tape back library, again, a capital asset. We have 2 tape libraries now. We need to start looking at replacing one of them, the oldest one. We also have, and the tape library is used to back up all of the data that comes in and remains on the county servers. As I think I heard the sheriff say yesterday, and I will reiterate, our data needs are huge now. Data is just exploding. The amount of data we need to store anymore is just going out of sight. So being able to back it up is very critical. Our postage machine is approximately 10 years old and is now starting to occasionally fail. So our recommendation is that we look at replacing this. I've mentioned this in the past couple of years as one of those that was an upcoming thing to look out for. I think we really need to make this year the year that we look out for it. 5% reduction plan would essentially cripple us. There's no way to meet that demand or that reduction plan without affecting positions. One of our network specialists has planned to retire. She's been planning for a while, so we would achieve savings through not refilling that. The other and not purchasing an appliance. The other option would be a partial retirement, where we'd actually save more money, and she would work essentially 50% of her time. That goes back, though, to now we're reducing staff even more and trying to support all of the same things. These are, I've already touched on them in the interest of brevity. I'll just skip through them. You can read them real quick. So how have we helped reduce county costs? Our voice over IP implementation and ongoing management has significantly improved our bottom line because now we're no longer dependent on a vendor to come out and do that and do our PBX maintenance. Our help desk ticketing systems, you've heard a couple of county departments already exploring its use. It's a very efficient tool. Most of our customers really appreciate it and like it. It's an easy-to-use tool. Administration is now using it. County council is looking at using it. I believe the auditor is using it, or no? You are not? Okay. So we have a variety of different agencies now looking at using a ticketing mechanism to help them succeed. Server consolidation goes back to that virtualization. And then we're very active in participation in new facilities and design engineering. The adult detention facility is a prime example. We've had a significant staff impact from that project and others. I mean, that's just the latest on the horizon. So that has taken about half time of 3 FTEs in my office for the past 6-7 months to work on that project. So we contribute our expertise and help the sheriff and work with the consultants to help reduce the project cost. The sheriff is deploying mobile technology, and we're the implementer for that. We have centralized administration and monitoring now, so what that means is instead of always having to go to the server room and log on to servers and check them all out, we have a consolidated system now, so we sit in one place and we can watch all of the network infrastructure from one place, and we can log on to servers from one place and check them out. We also have an alarm system, so if we have an event happen, we have power outages. I get text messages faster than my phone can receive them now because everything in the world is saying it has lost connectivity, is on battery. And then if it goes back on, I get the same messages saying it's all good now. And then it does, anyway, it's just a yeehaw yo-yo thing of 200 text messages. We've helped streamline the county fiscal services or financial services, and we're the advocate for using the technology that we have. I think counties and cities have often gone to the route where it's always I want this for this purpose. And we're really trying to explore using the technology that we have. I think County Council's office alluded to that, where she was going to work with our Public Works agency to see if that software timekeeping system would be an adequate thing for her. That would prevent her, if it works, that would prevent that expense for that other software. So this is a lot of words, and you're probably tired of hearing me talk, so I'll just let you read. So essentially, ROI, return on investment, is in private industry is usually calculated on how much money you're going to save. Well, that's a good way to calculate it if it works. It's also in government, especially since we are not able to use technology to generate revenue for the most part. We use technology to help mitigate risk and to improve efficiency and effectiveness. So there's a return on investment. I think HR did a wonderful job of explaining that return on investment on the application that they're looking at. So as we look at that, it requires an expense to get there, and in some cases it requires additional support in IT to continue the operation. And that's all I have.
Any other board members have a question for Mr. Stallman? Chris?
I know that like other companies out there, I don't know, maybe even other government entities have used, Gmail as their email system, maybe other cloud services. Have you explored that instead of using the county email system, just going to a full Gmail system?
I have. The limiting factor was our lack of broadband. So those discussions now come back up to the top, where now we have the bandwidth that we can support those kind of systems. So yeah, so all those discussions need to come back onto the table again.
This morning, traveling here on public radio, they had a discussion about different forms of investment vehicles, and one of them being real estate investment trusts, which primarily in the past have been things like commercial buildings, apartment buildings, but they're spinning out to other things like even solar farms, apparatus for transmission of data, like cell tower sites and things like that are real estate, they're real assets. One of the things that a real innovative one that they touched on was an ability, these basically like renting a technology apartment is what they called it. So say if somebody was visiting here in the county on business, or if they were a governmental agency, or even somebody here for an emergency, say even like PG&E or FEMA or whatever, that they could basically rent a room, of whatever size, where they had connectivity to the internet and those type of things. Is basically like rent an office type thing. Mm-hmm. So one of the things we talked about with the finishing of the jail, and the board approved some funds to look at the reconfiguration of the existing space on the government campus and how to best utilize it. Would it be possible for the IT department to configure one, if not more, if there was space available for such a thing, so that if people came and they needed a place to access the net, have a meeting, whatever that type of thing, they could rent that from the county at the government center campus. Maybe it could be a possible. I know it's not going to be a big revenue generator, but is it possible?
Is it possible? The technical question. So the answer to that is yes. The board would obviously need to decide to dedicate the building, the space resources. The availability of our tech support services to support that is depending on, one, how large you make it, and then two, what you're offering. So if you're just offering a place where people can come in and plug into the wireless like they do at the library, and we don't have to support it, yeah, we can put all that infrastructure in place and move on. If you're expecting that someone is going to be there to work with all of the people that are coming in to use it and provide some personal resources, and that's a different question.
The way they explained it would basically be just like a hotel room, but you're just going there and you rent it for $50 an hour or whatever, so you can sit down and put your laptop up, get it onto the net, it's air conditioned. You can connect the meeting.
So putting wireless in this room, for example, and renting it out, yeah, we can do that easily. So one of the things that was not in the presentation, but I would ask you for special consideration on, is I know at this point new positions are not a high likelihood, but there is one position in the office that I would ask for a reclassification on, and that's a network specialist 3 to a 4. The person's been doing that 3 job for a good many years, definitely has a technical expertise is performing at a 4 level now. I would ask that we look at that reclassification and compensate him for what he's actually doing. That's all I have.
Howard, your department does not service the libraries. I mean, we've had this conversation in the past, and I know Chris wanted computers, and that's fine, but if something goes wrong and the libraries need help, which it has when I'm at office hours, what would it take to have your department service libraries, computers at the libraries?
The libraries have, combined on campus and off, have a significant number of computers and travel between them. So we're not able to provide that with the current staffing level. If we adjusted the staffing level, we would be able to provide that.
What if they brought it in?
If they brought it in?
The computer.
You're still paying for a librarian.
Right. I mean, you could probably work the calculation to find out how much, if any, that's saving. But our primary issue is getting out there, because that's like, if we have to drive to Arnold or wherever, we lose the technician for a couple of hours, and then plus whatever on site.
You're saying you don't support Central?
No, we do support Central for the employees.
Right.
We do not support
for the public.
Right.
The computer.
Yeah, okay, that was just good.
But there are a significant quantity of public access computers, and the librarians have done a wonderful job of supporting them, and they deserve kudos. It's not their field of expertise. It's always something that should have and was at one point supported by IT, but as we've reduced staff, that's one of those things that hasn't been able to continue.
Okay, thank you. Does any staff members have questions or comments of Mr. Solon? Okay. Mr. Stiano?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I understand it, we have a single level of experts covering different things in which they're not interchangeable because of their skill sets. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I understand that some of these functions are more critical than others, and there probably is a priority of importance where, for instance, if one person would not be there, it'd be a real crisis for the county. And I'm probably thinking that the law enforcement part of it might be the highly critical part. So my question is, if that's true, what's Plan B?
Plan B, Tech Services supports the Sheriff's Office. I'll address the law enforcement issue. At some point several years ago, the Sheriff's Department had an IT support person working for them through IT, so they funded that position. But when the recession hit, that position was unfunded, and the rest, it went away with all the other unfunded positions. My recommendation is that the Sheriff's Office look at hiring an IT support person to help them. Actually, I would think they would need specifically IT computer support and business analyst.
I didn't catch that in their presentation. Did they pick that up? Okay, so we probably want to look at that.
Give them more?
Yeah,
Got it.
another
Thank you.
50,000, is that what you think?
No, probably a minimum of 70,000 if I look at network support tech 1.
For position cost for computer support tech, you're probably somewhere real close to that for all costs.
So for business analyst 1, 2, you have down 76,000. So we're talking an additional.
It's like a deputy.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
It's not. It's not. I don't think a question of wasting money. It's trying to avoid a catastrophe.
Absolutely agree. Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? Okay, since I have some hungry colleagues, I'm sorry, Francine.
That's Francine.
We're going
Do
to
it.
take lunch, be back here at, if we squeeze it out at 1:15, we're going to do human resources, then we're going to do district attorney, probation, and the coroner. Unless you can negotiate with the DA or the probation for 10 minutes, Kevin?
So much.
I figured you wanted to. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Francine. Because I tell some, when you go to certain things that we do.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting now. We have about 5 hours and 7 minutes to catch up on. Francine? Oh, you're done? Okay. Kajulis, we're going to do human resources, and we're going to be doing the district attorney.
Okay, I will be quick. I'll start with the human resources budget. Obviously, yesterday you got a pretty good glimpse of some of the things that we do, but because it is a new board and a new CAO, I wanted to make sure that you understood that we don't just do recruiting and hiring. We also do benefit administration for the front end of payroll. We do class and salary administration, EEO, staff development and training, leaves. We administer our MOUs and our roles. We do bargaining. We work on our own website and data information and compliance. There's 5 people in HR. We used to have 8, and with the economic downturn, we lost 1 to an unfunded vacancy, and we laid off 2 employees. So the 5 staff have picked up the work of 8, like Rebecca, Howard, Janice, all the general services departments. We've taken a lot of hits over the years with the downward spiral of A87, and I don't see any change in the future. Because we don't have those 3 staff bodies to actually use to charge to do the services that we do. This year, the cut would have been $60,000 if the board hadn't funded that. We did decrease more in supplies. We took $3,500 out of that to try to lower that amount. And we also did get some increased revenue because of the recruitments that we're doing. I wanted to just point out a couple of things. Even though we're a small department, we're always looking for ways to do things better, as you saw with the proposal of the software. But a couple other programs I want to mention that get overlooked a lot is in 2008, we put together a program that was voluntary time off. And since that time, that program has saved the county $173,000. So, and I noticed when staff knows that there may possibly be cuts, a lot of employees will use that, and I've noticed I've been signing a lot of those forms, so I anticipate that we'll see more participation with that. And a couple of years ago, we went to a program that actually was called PARS, which is an alternative retirement system, and it lowered the county's contribution, and that program has saved the county $46,000. So I just want to mention it because we're not a revenue generating department, but we always try to look at different ways where it's not necessarily saving the county, HR, but it's saving the county in general. And so we are looking at possibly, because we don't anticipate A87 is going to have a positive effect for us again next year. We're looking at ways to possibly look at different programs to do similar things for the county. And also, since I mentioned yesterday that we're looking to partner with some of our community partners to do some training. We haven't done a lot of training because of all the cuts. This year we spent a considerable amount of money training staff. And so because of the interest with the water district, the schools, we might want to tap in some of the other organizations. Amador and Tuolumne have contacted me as well and would like to partner. So we don't want to make it expensive, but maybe we could bring in some money to maybe try to bridge that gap that we anticipate would happen with A87 again. I do want to just mention just quickly that with the increase of staff We had 22 new positions last year. You saw the statistics about people coming and going, resignations, retirements. My staff is phenomenal. There's 5 of us, and we service all county employees. They do a great job. They're very considerate of all the other employees. So not only do we do the front end of payroll, but we service everybody, their workers' comp, their leaves. While we add staff to all these departments, and even though some of them are bigger, it doesn't change what we do for those employees. And every time you add somebody, it actually increases costs for us, even though we lose revenue with 87. HR pays for the EAP program for their employees and their families, the workers' comp, the liability, all those costs we take on. And so I just want to make sure that you understand that as you add staff, just like with Rebecca and with my staff, it adds more to the payroll and all the services that we provide. So I just want to thank them because they are phenomenal. They never complain. It never changes our customer service. So I did ask for a new position. I understand that I won't get that in the priority of things. As you look at my budget memo, my goals were to support our people, utilize technology, look at succession planning, and modernize our recruitment. And I think the software and the scope of everything that's been requested is pretty small potatoes, and it would go a long way. And we'd be happy with that. But I'd be remiss to not say that we're truly understaffed. We have no depth. So if someone were to walk out, I would probably have to try to figure out how to pick up that front end of payroll. We used to have, with the additional staff, cross-training. So if someone was out on vacation, we would have that kind of support. We have no depth anymore. So it would be great, maybe in future years, maybe the software will help all of us be more efficient. That's our hopes. That's why we proposed it. Maybe we can do things more efficiently. And hopefully it'll allow us to service everybody better. So I think there's some other things that are coming up that we need to be prepared for. We have a lot of challenges with healthcare reform. PEPRA, which is the pension reform that's been out there, is going to mean a lot of changes for us as well. They're still looking at it. So this group, we still have a lot of work and a lot of things to do. And so we have tried to put a few things in our budget to be prepared for some of the costs that we know that we're going to have to get everybody's benefit plans and things out to them next fiscal year. On the insurance budget, this budget, because it's a new board, this budget supports all of our insurance, and the majority of the budget actually is premiums. So we're subjected to the standards of the industry. So we try to keep costs down. I think we've done a really good job with workers' comp. The unemployment, actually this year, our unemployment, we've only paid out $90,000. So that line item in our worst year was up to about $800,000. So I think we only budgeted $125 for next year because we weren't really sure what would come out of these budget hearings. So we wanted to be sure to make sure we were conservative enough to cover any costs. But I wanted to bring that up. We're looking at using some money for wellness programs. The Healthcare Reform Act is going to require some new things for our employees. As far as the reduction, if we did have to take a reduction in the insurance budget, we do have a designated fund, and we would recommend that tap that fund to cover all those costs. This budget as well, the 87 loss was tremendous. So a lot of that has to do with the fact that we gave a lot of money back. Even though it's a 2-year period, we've had a cycle of where, with the layoffs, the way that premiums for workers' comp and liability are calculated are based upon your total payroll and your experience. And our payrolls have gone down over the years because of layoffs and staff cuts. We're starting to pick that up again. We anticipate in a couple of years it's going to catch up with us. But for now, we still are anticipating another rebate this year. We're not sure what that is yet. The meetings actually were last week, and I wasn't able to attend so that I could be prepared for budget. I don't think there's a whole lot else other than if you have any questions. It's pretty
Have any
self-explanatory.
questions on HR, the insurance budget?
Francine, I do. On the insurance budget, line item 5156, the premium.
Yeah.
So the liability insurance, are we like self-insured, or is that what that
Yes, we are.
budget amount is for?
Yes.
So we're budgeting.
Huh? No, it's here. Bear with me. Let me find it. It's up there.
Yeah.
Here it is. Okay.
So what we do is, if you recall, we were talking about funding at an 80%. It's the recommendation of the CAO to fund at the 80% of our actuary liability. And so we take that amount that's budgeted there and then add that with the liability designated funds that we have. And that number equals the 80% of that actuary.
Okay.
But the premium itself, Francine, and correct me if I'm wrong, is for the excess insurance over and above the $100,000.
Yes, it is.
I thought she was talking about the self-liability.
I thought she said 5156.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 256 is
That's the actual premium.
But it's a combination of premiums. It's not just liability. What we do, it's liability, it's airport, it's watercraft, it's pollution, and it's cyber liability.
Wow.
So we put that all under that. The majority of it is the liability. And so there's two liability items in this budget. One is the actual premiums, which is all of those premiums, and the other is the actual liability expenses. And that, with the designated fund, together need what is recommended by our actuary to fund, so that we're at a confidence level so that we can not only pay expenses, but anything that comes out of that, we're able to anticipate. And you don't really want to go below. There's an industry standard, and the CAO addressed that in our memo. That's one of the reasons I didn't bring it up. But we want to be really careful, because this is one of those years, as Janice was saying, they're doing a lot more of the litigating. But a lot of our claims, whenever there's a bad economy, people look to government as a deep pocket. And so even though in some of our higher years we've had like 75 claims, I think we only have 50-something, they're very expensive claims. And so we just need to be careful, especially in a tight year where you don't underfund something like that. So if something comes, there's no money to pay for big claims or settlements.
So the 80% is what do you call it, the actuary's
Recommendation.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, the actuarial recommends between the 75% and the 85% as the recommended.
Yeah.
Anything below that is considered at risk, and anything above that is really excess. So we kind of spread it right at the middle of the recommended with 80%.
Yeah. And that's about typical of what we do. If we can, sometimes we try to fund it at an 85% confidence level. One year when we had the 75 claims, we actually went to a 90%. To be conservative, just because there were so many. So.
And then you mentioned on worker comp, I guess that's the premium, 5157. Does that operate kind of the same way? Because it seems like, the budget was 932 and we're sitting at 350. Difference? Am I reading that correctly?
There's two premiums for workers' comp. There's primary and excess, and that line item would be both of those premiums together.
Okay. So we're just way below budget on that item?
Yes, we have been. We've been getting rebates from them. We're in a program with CSAC and all the other counties. And so what's happened is for all counties during these fiscal times, again, it's based on the payroll and then your claims. Well, almost every county has had their payroll go down due to the massive layoffs and of the staffing. So what they do is the primary workers' comp committee through CSAC takes a look at the premiums and takes a look at everything. And so when they've got these excess amounts, because everybody's so low and the claims are low, then we get these rebates. And so it's actually been assisting us. We've been really giving it back to general fund, but we've been not wanting to decrease the line item because it's going to have a full circle, and at some point, we're going to end up having to fund that line item.
And if I recall, Francine, the rates were kind of based, they had you do the actual payroll for the year that just ended, what your budgeted payroll was, and what you estimated your payroll to be in the future. So when you reached that future, they went back and looked at what you estimated it to be versus what it was actually be, and then it's determined whether you owe more money because you've grown your payroll, or you owe less money because you've reduced the payroll. And so that's why the last 2 years, because we had a declining number of employees and payrolls, we got those credits against the current year premiums. But as our payroll starts to grow again, those premiums are also going to start to grow. So we've been real cautious because we don't exactly know when that's going to hit as payrolls across the state start to grow again and those rates.
Well, and you have to take into consideration, because I do the bargaining, our 3-year deal with our bargaining units for all of our employees included 3 COLAs, and so we anticipate that our payroll isn't just going to be a small little jump. I mean, at some point, while those rebates are coming in because of the payroll declining, it's actually going to increase.
You know, the 21 positions.
Exactly.
And through the chair, if I might, 2 things. Number 1, the first column is the actual expenses in 11-12. The next column is the final budget for the current year we're in, and then the last column is the recommended budget. One other thing, though, that I want to pick up on that Ms. Ryan said is that that is partially the reason that we had a substantial cash carry in last fiscal year. It appears there's some mystery around how that substantial cash carry came to be. It's because a number of these insurance premiums actually were far less than we had anticipated they were going to be. Some of that as a result of a reducing workforce. And so in combination, a number of those things are what gave us that significant cash carry that we do not expect to experience again going forward as our workforce is back on the incline, as our payroll is back on the incline.
Okay. But I think one of the biggest reasons was unemployment, because unemployment used to be funded somewhere around $50,000 to $70,000, and then when the economy tanked, we actually had to dig into all of our line items to be able to pay for it one year because it jumped to over $500,000. So the following year, the CAO and admin, when we looked at it, we took the very worst quarter and multiplied it out. And so we budgeted the line item at $800,000. And it never, ever came to be because you had all the federal extensions, so you had people staying on. So we had our highest quarters at that point. And so we slowly brought it down. But for the last 2 years, that's really where the biggest excess has come from. Because you're looking at a line item, like I said, this year our costs are only $90,000. And we were at a point where that line was at $800,000.
And it was in that same year that we had budgeted $800,000, that it came in about $200,000.
Yeah.
So there was another on top of the $1 million, in excess of $1 million we saved in premiums. We also had another $600,000 from unemployment.
Yeah. So what we've done is really adjust it now to get it to where we feel that it's realistic, but is still, as it's the insurance budget, you want to be very conservative. The one reason we haven't really decreased the workers' comp premium is, again, because we anticipate that we don't want to have huge declines and then have to come back and ask for money. I would say in the next 2 years we'll have more stability, but I think you won't see the big increases back to the general fund like we've given in the last 2 years. It's a general fund department, so if we don't overspend it. If we don't use it, we give it back, and the board can decide how they want to use it. But that's really, that $800,000 was, you figure there was $600,000 right there.
So, Francine, so 5160, the insurance liability, that one's budgeted at $800,000 again. Is that what you're saying? Is that the line item you're referring to?
That's not the one we're talking about now. We were talking about the workers' comp.
Yeah. So what about that one then?
Which one are you talking about? That's because of a premium increase, I believe, this year that we're getting, because we took numbers directly. CSAC actually gives us recommendations of what they anticipate the premiums to be. A lot of times they're still working with the carriers to get the insurance, and then we get the final numbers. And so I've not gotten those final numbers. It usually coincides with budget hearings. So I usually take their conservative recommendations and put them in. Sometimes they're lower, sometimes they're higher, so we usually have to adjust. So we always follow CSAC's recommendations.
Okay, so yeah, so you have the...
So we budgeted whatever they asked us to budget, and they send that to us. If there's a difference, then it will have a difference in what we actually pay out in the premium.
Yeah, it's just a huge difference.
Yeah.
This, between $819,000 and $120,000 is the actual right now.
That was the actual in 10-11.
The actual right now is 284,853.
Right.
That's
That
the year
first
to
column.
date for the current year.
Oh, that's 11.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But,
11.
yeah, the actual 11-12. So you're saying to date it's what? 224?
284.
And okay, so you have this number here because that's the highest number that they gave you?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. They typically will give you a range in March, and then they give me another number in May, and I usually try to take their highest number so that I don't put the board in a position where we're underfunded for any of our insurances.
Any other questions that you have? John? Any staff have any questions of HR or the insurance budget? The public have any questions or comments they'd like to make on this budget unit? Okay, thank you, Nancy. I'd like to move to probation, please. Yes, no? Oh, I'm sorry, Barbara. I forgot to turn the page over. All right. Oh, our district attorney.
Probation, I agree if it pleases the board, so that the coroner go first is only going to be 10 minutes.
Yeah, we'll get you for that. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Raggio.
Do you need to get ahead of me here? Good afternoon, everybody. And for those of you new supervisors, well, don't take this the wrong way, but I'd like to meet with you sometime on an individual basis and
Well, you're still.
I hope I'm still in my office. That being said, I'm happy to report that I'm going to end the year this year with probably about 10% surplus after paying my bills yesterday, which is a good thing. So we could absorb a 5% cut easily, but I guess I should start by saying that Calaveras County, the death rate in Calaveras County is averaging between 400 and 500 deaths per year. That's about the total for last year. Out of that 400 to 500, we look at 200 cases, and out of that, last year we autopsied 69. And that's what pretty much drives my budget. My biggest line item is 5271, which is professional and specialized services. Every year when in budget time, when preparing the budget, I like to use a number of 80 autopsies. An autopsy costs the county approximately $1,450. That doesn't include toxicology, but that includes removal of the body, storage, the autopsy itself, and so on. Since the economy went in the tank, we've had to kind of tighten our belts and review cases more thoroughly than we used to, and we've cut back on some of the autopsies we would have normally done. But we have to do autopsies on homicide, suicide, unattended deaths, which would mean any death that occurs when the person hasn't seen a doctor within 20 days. Medical, if there's a problem with the doctor, we may have to do an autopsy if the doctor won't sign. The reason we came in with the extra money this year is because we only did about 70 autopsies. So the $10,000 is a good thing, but I like to have that there for contingencies. If we have a homicide, such as this year we had 3, those autopsies cost the county between $3,500 and $5,000 each. So depending on the hoops we have to jump through and so forth. So as you can see, we could easily wipe out that surplus, God forbid, by the end of the month if something tragic were to happen. So that being said, our proposed budget is $211,942, and I hope that's where it stays. If we do cut 5%, we can absorb that, but like I said, it just takes one tragic event and it eats our budget up pretty fast. And that's pretty much all I have. Any questions?
I just want people to know we only have 2 coroners, as in just coroners, left in the state of California.
Well, that's not true. Two elected coroners.
2 elected.
There are standalone coroners in the bigger cities, Sacramento County, for instance. Off the
Now,
top
our
of my head.
adjacent counties are sheriff coroners.
Correct. Alpine, Tuolumne, Amador, so on and so forth.
All right.
Question?
Yes.
On this professional services, then, are these for the people who can't pay for the autopsy in these unfortunate?
No, actually, autopsy is mandated by the state, so the county pays for all the autopsies.
Regardless of...
Regardless, yes.
Okay.
So I figured that at 80 cases at $1,450 each comes to $116,000. So the rest of the money in there is to cover things like toxicology. Average coroner's drug screen is $187.
Mm-hmm.
We've cut back on a lot of that. In the case of a suicide, or for instance, sometimes we won't do toxicology, but in the case of a car accident, we have to do toxicology on every case.
Are there any other questions of the coroner?
Nice to finally meet you.
Yes.
Well, I'm still standing up. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions of staff of Mr. Raggio? Anything from the public to Mr. Raggio?
What was that total again for the year?
The total proposed is $211,942.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mike,
Said unattended.
we'll make sure the
Definition is,
Haven't seen a doctor in 20 days.
So if someone dies at home and they haven't recently seen a doctor, then there won't be.
No. If they die, if a person, I can address that. 20 days. He asked real quickly. 20 days unattended death. If they haven't seen a doctor, do they have to have an autopsy? And the answer to that is no. Most times in that case, people have seen a doctor. They may not have seen a doctor in up to 6 months. If we can talk to a doctor and get a diagnosis, then we forego the autopsy, and the doctor will sign a death certificate, and we'll investigate and keep a record of the death and so on. So that saves money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, probation DA, for allowing the coroner to go. You're welcome.
So you can just plug in the one next to it.
Get it here.
I plan on not being found.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, board of you, District Attorney. First of all, I want to show Marina my badge. She didn't know I had one. I am the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the county, so there it is, Marina.
Where's your gun?
Can't be trusted. I don't know what I would do with it at certain points in time. So, first of all, I do want to show you a brief PowerPoint presentation. It'll help keep me on track mostly. It's only about 10 slides. But I want to give you an overview of what our office does. So I apologize, some of you do know, and it might be a little repetitive, but I think it's important with the new board members. I'll be talking briefly about where we are now, and we'll be going over our requests. I understand that the budget is recommended to be a status quo budget, but we did submit some requests, and I do want to touch on some of those while I have the opportunity. And then I want to address some of the board's stated concerns, as I understand them. I know that a couple of you wanted to hear the good and the bad, some wanted to hear about revenue, so I did want to touch on those briefly. First of all, what do we do? The main thing is, of course, criminal prosecution. That's every type of case that occurs in the county. We're talking infractions, misdemeanors such as DUIs, simple batteries, petty thefts, low-level vandalism, many possession of drug cases, the lower-level domestic violence cases, that kind of thing. Felonies, which are the much more serious cases, and those would include drug sales, trafficking, methamphetamine labs, child molestation, homicides, and the much more serious, more time-consuming crimes. We prosecute them from beginning to end. We receive reports, we review the reports, we make a charging decision, we take them to court, we do all the litigation, the motions, the trials, and we do some limited appeal work as well on the misdemeanors. The AG's office does our felony appeals. But from beginning to end, birth to grave on all of the criminal prosecutions in the county. We also do the juvenile wardships. That's the juvenile crime that occurs in the county. So when juveniles commit a crime, it's a little bit different procedure, but we do take care of those cases as well. We do the status petitions. That was the best wording I could come up with for that. That is the people who are on the hook somehow with the court in a criminal case. We take those status petitions forward. So, for instance, if someone is on probation, they violate a term of their probation, we file a petition and take that case forward. We prosecute those cases based on the person's status and the violation of that status. That's going to include the post-release community supervision people and July 1st, the parole people. We also do life for hearings. Life in prison doesn't mean life. Life means until they let you out on parole. So we have cases from the 80s and the early 90s that are coming up now. These people got 15 to life, 25 to life. And we actually have to go to the prison and argue to keep them in custody. So we get out the oldie moldy boxes from storage with the old case files that we can't get rid of, and we go through them and comb through them to look for reasons to convince the parole board to keep this person in custody. Sometimes it's not so easy because they've been a model prisoner. My position is that sociopaths can perform very well in prison because they're told what to do, when to get up, and how to perform. They're not going to be very safe outside, but sometimes because of the current standard, it's actually a very difficult thing to do. We've got, I think, 3 coming up this summer. They're very intense, and we do have to go personally. Some of the prisons have a mechanism where you can appear by video, but when you do that, you're kind of off to the side, and the parole board actually forgets about you. And really, it's not very good practice to do that. You really got to go in person to explain why this murderer should not get out of custody. We also investigate the officer-involved shootings in the county, and you never know when those are going to occur. We had a long period of time without any, and then we had a couple back to back. Some things you might not realize that we do, they're not necessarily related to criminal prosecutions per se. We are a grand jury advisor. We share that duty with county council. It kind of depends on the personalities of the grand jurors, who they prefer to go to. This year they came to me for a lot of things. They fortunately went to Janice for a lot of things as well. So it depends on the makeup of the jury, probably what the subject matter is, and perhaps who's available. I'm not sure which. But I do serve as the grand jury advisor. We have some prevention programs that we are committed to. I do believe that the best way to fight crime is to prevent it from happening in the first place. So we do spend some time on our prevention projects. I'll just mention one, and that's our SARB cases, our truancy project. I'm a firm believer that if you can't keep kids in school, you're going to reduce crime later. I'm a member of a group called Prevent crime, invest in kids. So we do have a very strong partnership that we're working on with CCOE and the local schools. And it's going pretty well. It's going to take a long time to see what the effects are, but that is something we are committed to. We are involved in some multidisciplinary teams. I'll mention the SART team. I know Cliff and Bree are both very familiar with that. That is our local sexual assault response team. We are an active member along with our practitioners, the hospital, and all of law enforcement. Without one of us, the team doesn't work. We are committed to that effort. It helps treat victims of sexual assault locally. They don't have to take a trip to an urban hospital hours away. It results in better collection of evidence because it's here. We don't have that time lag. We don't have victims refusing to go because of the trip. They can be seen here in the dedicated room at Mark Twain Hospital. It's a much more victim-friendly environment. It saves time, and it also actually saves money. It saves law enforcement tens of thousands of dollars since we started. And my office also trains and advises law enforcement. With cutbacks, our ability to train has been cut back as well, but when there's new laws that come out or new case law that comes out, like you used to be able to search a car for a certain reason, now you can't do it for this reason, we'll put together as training. Periodically we join in on their training days to do bigger trainings like a narcotics class or how to testify in court class or how to write reports, trying to maximize the resources there. My RID team went and did a training with CHP recently. So we do try to keep that ongoing. And as far as advising law enforcement, we receive calls daily, what do you think about this? Can we do this? Also, we search warrant reviews. It's probably the main area. We're available at all hours to do search warrant reviews for the sheriff's deputies and the other law enforcement agencies in the county. There are a couple of other things, I put them on the other side because they're civil practice. And one is our asset forfeiture caseload. A lot of these we do administrative, but they are also they're civil actions. So we do have, in addition to our criminal side and our other efforts, we do have limited civil practice. And we're talking more about asset forfeiture a little bit later. It's one of my favorite things back from when I was the narcotics prosecutor is taking drug dealers' money. Drug dealing is about profits, it's a business, and where do you hurt them? They don't care about jail, they care about the money. So we do go after the drug dealers' money, but those are administrative or civil cases. The W&I 8103s, that's a little kind of obscure area that you might not know about. When someone has 5150, when they've been institutionalized because they're a danger to themselves or others, they lose their right to have a firearm for 5 years. But they can petition the court to get that right back. So my office is the one who would pursue these cases and say, okay, you can have your right to have your firearm back or you can't to protect that 5-year prohibition. So it's a little obscure, non-criminal area that we have to cover. The MDSOs, that's the mentally disordered sex offenders. Those are people who have not necessarily committed a sex offense yet, but all the doctors are saying they are going to. There is a provision in the law that they can be civilly committed. We don't do these very often, but we have done them, and that is something that we cover. I think possibly the county council could, but the last ones we had that we did that. And then there's a couple of other little things that we'll be talking about later too is our bad check program. It's been at least 12, if not 14 years since the sheriff's office had the ability to investigate bad check cases. But bad checks, if someone had the intent to defraud by issuing that check, it is a crime. So our answer was to bring in an outside vendor to at least do something for the merchants so they can get some of their money back. It's not a huge program. It doesn't cost any resources from our office. We do collect a small administrative fee. The big thing is that I think last year or the year before, the program was able to get about $5,000 back for merchants in our community at no cost to taxpayers. And I think with people using cards more and electronic payment methods, there's not as many bad checks out there, but that's how we handle those cases. And then the personal responsibility program, that was kind of a budget solution I came up with a couple years ago, where we would siphon off very low-level misdemeanor cases, someone with absolutely no record, someone who really deserved a chance to correct what they did wrong and move on. We siphon out those cases to an outside vendor as well. It's very successful. We don't refer a whole lot of cases to them, It's only the most deserving. An example would be, a 20-year-old girl who was out with friends on Cinco de Mayo, and she was in a bar. She shouldn't have been there, and she made the mistake of lying about her name. So it's obviously a case we can prove, it was wrong, but hey, we gave her a chance, go to this program, she learned something, and she went back to college with no record. So, in certain cases, it's the right thing to do to defer it out of the criminal justice system. But we'll be talking more about that a little later. We do get a little bit of revenue from that program, but it is very limited. So focusing on just the criminal prosecution aspect of it, I want to just explain to you briefly how it works. We receive reports in from any type of law enforcement agency that can investigate a crime that occurs in our county. So the main contributor probably is the CCSO, that's the largest law enforcement agency. But we receive reports from all these other three-letter agencies, and that anybody who's doing cases and generating a report of a crime, they're going to refer all those reports to my office. The sheriff's the largest, but we also get cases from Fish and Game, and we get a lot from CHP, Angels Camp. We get their cases from probation, the juvenile division at probation. They send us their cases that they've weeded through. So all of those agencies are funneling reports into my office for my deputies to review, to decide, is there a crime, can we prove it, and should we prove it? We're looking at all those things. Then, if we do file a case, they come out the other end. Some cases, less today because of 8109, the result is that they go to prison. Some just pay a fine. Some actually, the PRP is the Personal Responsibility Program, so that's the one that we would divert out of the system. Some just go to jail. Some go to programs. Some go to probation. Once they go to probation, if they violate term of probation, they're going to funnel back through my office with one of those status petitions, one of those violations. Okay, so after realignment hit, we took on a few more duties. Probation had the mandatory supervision population. If those people violate, that's going to go back through my office to pursue that violation of their status. Also, CDCR, when someone went to CDCR at prison, that was it. We never saw them again. Now we do see them again because they are the local responsibility of the probation department. If they violate, that also goes through my office. We have to prosecute those violations as well. And as I mentioned before, as of July 1st, we will also have the parole violations. Okay, so that's all brand new as of realignment, and the parole starts on July 1st. I like this slide because it shows you that my office is the center of the criminal justice university. But everyone's important because it all funnels down.
No coincidence.
Nothing to do with your most PowerPoint. All right. So I want to just give you a profile of our workload, and I want to caveat that I did not have time to do an analysis of what the numbers necessarily mean. I believe we use the same methodology in gathering the numbers because it's just from our clunky case management system. We started with one number and went to the last number. So that's how some of it was calculated. So from 2009 to 2012, I laid out how many reports we reviewed, how many, if you look to the far right, how many felonies were filed, how many misdemeanors were filed, and then the pending reports. So you'll see from 2011 to 2012, there was a drop of about 500 reports coming in. I can't tell you why that is. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of cuts to law enforcement. Remember, it's not just the sheriff's office that sends us reports. It's also Angels Camp and CHP. I don't know if it's maybe because of an increase in online reporting. I have not had a chance to really analyze that particular number. I don't have an explanation. The pending numbers, you can see that was a decline of 46% from 2011 to 2012. The 281 number is more in line with the 2009 and 2010 numbers. I don't know why that is either, but the pending includes reports that are sent back to the agency for more follow-up because whatever they sent to us wasn't enough to file on, or we had questions for one reason or another. It also includes reports that are just waiting in my office for processing. It's cases that have not been assigned a case number yet for whatever reason. And again, I don't know. I can only suspect why that is, but it's actually a good thing. It means that the files that are coming in are being processed. So that drop in 46% is a good thing, I think. The misdemeanors and the felonies, we have had an increase in felonies since 2011. We did have a decrease in misdemeanors. And if you look from 2009 to 2012, if you did the math, we had a decrease in misdemeanor filings of 15%, but an increase in felonies of 15%. And to remind some of you have heard me say this before, we've had a reduction in our staff of 30%. So it's, the numbers are what they are. Like I said, I have no analysis behind them. It's just the straight up numbers. And the numbers only mean so much because you can have a case and you can have two cases and they're the exact same, it's a felony case. But the difficulty and the challenges could be vastly different. For instance, if we had just a felony possession of methamphetamine, it's going to be typically pretty easy. We might have some motions to do, but it's going to be very easy compared to, felony child sexual assault. But they're going to count the same, right? It's going to count the same numbers. So the other thing I want to tell you about the numbers is that if you did the math across the bottom, you'll see that they don't add up. That's because this chart does not count the juvenile filings. It does not count the cases that we diverted out of the system for the personal responsibility program. It doesn't include our infractions, and it doesn't include any consolidated filings. So sometimes we have reports coming in from different agencies, but they end up in the same file. It's a type of situation we can file a case together. And it also, there are some rejected cases included in the numbers that you did the reverse map, but I don't have that breakdown for you. I think the main thing I was trying to show was we basically remained stable, I think, over the last 4 years, workload-wise, just straight up with the numbers, but obviously our staffing has shrunk. And I'm not making any real analysis of the difficulty of the cases at this time. So this is where we are now with all the positions in under my office, which includes Department 30, Department 21, and Department 800. Okay, these are all the positions that we have. This is our structure. Right now, and you actually have this chart in your budget binders. But I'm going to remove the vacant positions, the vacant unfunded positions. They've been vacant and unfunded for a couple of years. When I became DA, I did not have money to replace myself, so the assistant DA position has been left vacant, unfunded. When John Crawford retired a couple of years ago, we didn't have money to replace him as well. So we're going to take out the unfunded positions, just so you can see what we're operating with.
Are these the ones that the CAO's office eliminated?
No,
those were unfunded vacant positions. Yours were what? Funded, vacant?
Okay, what happened when there was that sweep of all the unfunded positions? The decision was made not to get rid of the assistants, and also I was still technically in that position. I was an intern, so I was technically in that position. I said, "Oh my gosh, you can't get rid of my position." And please. And John Crawford was still in that position. His retirement wasn't until December, so that position wasn't wiped out. We lost another investigator position, and I want to say a staff and an attorney or two. I'm not exactly. My recollection isn't perfect on how many positions were actually wiped off when there was that sweep to clean up the unfunded positions. But it was at least I want to say it was at least 3, if not 4, but I'm not sure about that. But the assistant DA and the DAI 2, John's position, remained because of the timing of it. And I'm certainly glad that they remained. My dream is to someday have money to fund them. But as far as operationally, this is what we look like.
So I guess my question is on John's position or the investigator 2, the vacant, is the funding for that position in this budget? No. And the assistant DA is a no.
Correct.
Okay.
And so 2 of our positions are actually part-time. I had to abbreviate it because the box was so small. The PTDAI, that's our part-time extra hire investigator. And he's limited to 980. He's a PERS annuitant, so it's a little less than half the time. And then our part-time deputy DA at the 60% position. So those aren't full. Those are half. Or they're less than full time. And these are grant positions. These are not general fund positions in the green here. So we have a limited term DAI for the reduced impaired driving, the Department 800 RID DUI suppression program grant we have, and that's also coupled with limited term program assistant under the grant. So those 2 positions are grant funded. And then we have our victim witness coordinator. That's Department 21. That's also 100% grant funded.
And that doesn't show up in here? In
No,
the budget?
it shows, what do you mean doesn't show up?
Yeah, under the DUI vertical prosecution.
I mean, the overall, 3 of the funded positions are in the budget?
Yes. Yes, because they're in different departments. It's Department 800 and then Department
Oh,
21.
so just look on one of the...
And then we have 2 other positions in our department that are part grant funded. That is the clerical 3, that is half-time victim witness as well. So that's half-time funded by General Fund, Department 30, and half-time funded by Department 21, victim witness. And then we have a Deputy DA 2 that is 25% funded by the Sheriff's Office narcotics grant. And also 2.5% funded by behavioral health for the drug court work. So I didn't put all that in there. It's basically 25%. So it's 72.5% or something funded by Department 30. So the white and then the little coral color, that would be basically the Department 30 funding for the District Attorney's Office right now. Now, if you look at the paralegal, the bottom paralegal, it says reallocated. What we did last year when we got the RIG grant is I worked with the grant and made sure we weren't supplanting. We had to backfill the positions because we filled the grant positions with in-house people. But I looked at my resources and looked at what, can we maximize something here? And what I did was discuss with the Sheriff's Office a partnership, and we reallocated that position for a deputy sheriff to be housed in my office to help out with investigations. It's working out very, very well. It's a cross-training opportunity. This deputy came right off the street, so their street knowledge was really fresh. We closed some cases that we would not have closed otherwise because of this fresh knowledge. The other big boom for us was that this deputy has RIMS access. So some of you who've been around know that I was complaining about RIMS and how that has really impacted my office in a negative way. Having a deputy sheriff in the office who can look something up and find out information right away has been a huge, huge benefit. I think this is working out very well. I have not talked. I'm not reviewed with the sheriff specifically, but it seems to be working out really well. And like I said, she's cleaned up a number of cases that we would not have been able to clean up because she was able to put reports together, go on to the RIMS, pull information, and we got someone. I think was responsible for a few burglaries and sent them to prison. It's all good stuff. So that's been a really positive shift. The other small thing I need you to understand is that we do have, I do have some budget assistance from Brandon Cody from the Sheriff's Office, and they're not charging me for that. He's helpful with my numbers. When I have questions, I say I don't understand this, and it's always very, as you can imagine, intense because I think he talks faster than me, but I'm not sure. And we just get together and really try to hammer it out. And really well, but lots of people in the talk over each other. So, but that's working well too. It's a learning curve for me trying to figure out some of this budget stuff. I'm not an accountant. And then he'll help me with some of that processing and just putting the numbers in a bit, because when we try to do it, we mess it up. And Shirley's got to come. Did you have to come to my office and spend a whole day this year?
No, I did not.
Did not. So, which used to be what used to happen. Now I ask Brand, I need this, and he'll input it, and then I'll say I need a change, and he'll input that. So, because he's very fast at that. So that's kind of our structure now. These are the resources we are using now. Okay, any questions on this part?
Which part?
Okay, so I did want to touch briefly on my requests for this year because they have changed through the course of these last couple of days. In my budget memo, I did mention that we are having problems with our copier, and I anticipated at some point this year having to replace it. It broke down again this week. They ended up getting it up and running, but I do think that's going to become a necessary replacement this year. And what I'm proposing to do is dip into our asset forfeiture designated fund to fund that. I think it's going to be either $3,500 to $5,000. We're not really sure. My hope was that we'd be moving more towards a paperless system, and I might not need the capacity to make tons and tons and tons of copies and use all this paper. I guess that a little bit later because I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. So we do need to just bite the bullet and go ahead and invest in a new copier service or some lease options. Howard is aware of it, but I would like to go ahead and budget for that because it's going to happen. I don't know, next week, next month, but it is going to happen sometime this year. And we just can't wait. I'm hoping to improve what we're doing. We just need the copier. I did have a position request for an office technician. That would be a new position in my office. But just very beginning discussions with county council on figuring out if there's a way that we could share resources. So I want to defer that.
Maybe when you move over to the empty space.
No, I'm talking now. That'll make more sense when we're next to each other. Yeah.
Oh, 4 times. Okay.
Because we need to be realistic about when any type of move would happen. I'm not the only department with priorities. My office, is falling down, and Zacharias had to hire somebody to go underneath and actually jack us up because we're a trailer. But I know that, for instance, public health has got leases all over the county. So it's, I don't know what's going to happen with the master plan committee. Obviously that would be a very good thing. I think that goes in our favor. But the other issue would be the cost of renovation. So I think that's kind of down the road, and I can't wait that long for my position. However, I do want to continue discussions with county council to see if there is something we can work out, because there are times when my office might not be as busy, likewise with her, and if we can share some resources, that would be a good thing. So I would like to table that for now.
About the top of your can you share that?
That's a long walk.
That's a long walk. I'd be willing to.
Right next door, yes.
Well, the general fund wants to pay for it, yes. It does need a fund now. Okay. So like I said, I do want to explore that. I think that could end up being a very mutually beneficial arrangement, especially to cover for leaves and illnesses and high volume times. That could be a very good thing for both of us. I did request a brand new position. It's a brand new position for the county. It originally started off as my brainchild, and I thought I was very brilliant for thinking of this, non-sworn investigative position. And then I found out a lot of other counties have been using them. So, but then it made me think, okay, well, that's a good thing. I'm not completely, out of my mind. It's actually a very smart position. The sworn officers, they're expensive employees. Because of the training, the required training, the gun, the badge, it's all very expensive. There are a lot of things in reality that a DAI does that don't require a gun and a badge. I did put it in my budget memo. There are many counties who have used this successfully.
What type of requirements would it?
Well, it would be there would be no specific post requirements. Okay. So depending on what you would want.
Like a private detective or something?
No, you wouldn't even need that. You wouldn't need that. What I would want the person to do would require some special training. For instance, some evidence collection, training on taking good evidence photographs. They would have to know how to create exhibits, usable exhibits for court. They'd have to be able to write a report and take a statement.
Would that be someone who was possibly a retired law enforcement officer, or somebody who had possibly been disabled as a law enforcement officer but still was capable of taking pictures and collecting evidence and those type of things?
In my mind, yes, the Francie is like kind of a problem.
Well, Pepper won't allow you to do that. I mean,
Yeah,
you have to have a period of time, and then you can only use them once. And I mean, there's a lot of complications anymore with using retirees.
Well, I mean, like a disabilities type person or something who's.
If they're still claiming the disability, and it's a PERS disability, most law enforcement, you can't double dip.
Because they, how some of them, I have friends that are in corrections or things like that. Some of them have been injured, and they pay for them to be retrained and do other things. So when you're talking about having this person that knows how to do the rims and stuff like that, I was thinking, there might be some of those people who have been injured in the line of duty or something. If the state's paying for them to be retrained, maybe that one person, because they have law enforcement or corrections background, would be a better fit in terms of being able to come up to speed and do the type of things you need for this. It's just a thought. I have no idea, so.
Yeah, it can be done. I mean, it would have to be ideal. I mean, they have to depends on if they're retired, if they're still, if they're workers' comp, if they're getting disability. All the systems don't allow you to double dip in any way, and then you've got the new reform. So it just depends. It doesn't mean that it can't be done, that you can't utilize somebody with, a history and experience in law enforcement. It would just, right now, we've kind of got the perfect storm with everything, and so it would just have to be perfect for it to work. So I'm saying it can't be done because there might be that one shot, but we do have a lot more rules.
and constrictions now than we ever did.
And there are some, very routine things that are just time consuming. I don't necessarily need to pay the fully loaded, peace officer to go and do. For instance, driving out of county to go pick up the car at another court because we need it for court. 2 hours. I could send someone who's a lot cheaper to go do that. Locating and serving witnesses. You don't necessarily need a peace officer to do that. Sometimes you want to because of risk, but sometimes they're friendly witnesses. But I need someone to go get that person and serve them right now, or maybe even transport them to court. In those types of situations, I could use somebody who is non-sworn to fulfill that role, and that's what I had in mind. Someone who could be a support for the DAIs. If I've got my DAI out and you're trying to take measurements on something, it's very difficult to do that by yourself. But if you have someone to help you, it's clearly going to be easier, and it doesn't necessarily need to be the fully loaded sworn employee. So that was my idea. Like I said, it's been used in other counties very successfully. I think it would be a great support for my attorneys. A lot of the last minute stuff, and it would allow my deputies and my administrative assistant and the clerical people to do what they're supposed to be doing a little better. Plus, help support the DAIs. I did not think of how to try to make this happen, except for throwing it out there as, hey, this is what I requested. Because originally that's how the budget instructions came out. They said, hey, do your operationally status quo, and if you want a new position, here's how you do it. Compared to prior years where it said, submit your budget and don't bother asking for anything new. So I threw this together without thinking about funding sources. So as we've been sitting here, I thought about the operations of my office and what this position would mean and what we could try to shift around to help fund it if the board was so inclined. The position that I estimated with cost of supplies and training is just under $75,000. If I took the paralegal position in my office and reduced it to a legal clerical A, that would be some savings there. Also, if we used $15,000 in designated funds, $5,000 from asset forfeiture, and $10,000 from the environmental fund, that would reduce it further. So it's approximately $50,000 if my math is correct. I did not check with Brandon because this just came to me a couple hours ago, but I think my math is correct on that. And what that would entail, since we've been using the environmental fund, is allowing the investigative assistant to assist in code and environmental cases. One of our part-time DAIs used to go out and help and maybe would help with code compliance, and our CDAA circuit prosecutor who does the environmental cases, we don't provide them any support. This would require us to use some of the investigative assistant's time to pursue environmental cases, but I think that would be a good thing. I really do. I think that would be an all-around supportive thing for CDAA, Circuit Prosecutor Program, and some of the agencies that they assist, specifically code and environmental health. Specific issues that are facing our department right now, kind of the good and bad, if you will. I believe this was Supervisor Ponte and Supervisor Wright's wish to hear. First, obviously, it's the people in my office. They're excellent. We're a team. We have very little turnover. They're very flexible, want to do whatever it takes to get the job done, and they're very committed to justice. The bad is internal sub-optimization. I think I said it correct. Lori's laughing at this one. This is a term I learned from being on the Integrated Justice Committee. It's the court's grant that they receive to try to study the need and the capacity and what it would take to eventually move the county to an integrated justice system. And the grant involved these consultants coming in from I don't know what state they're from, but they do it all over the place. And they talked about internal sub-optimization, and that's where one department or one entity does something to really help out their operations, but in doing so, they've really messed up something from somebody else or cost them extra time, effort, without any benefit really. We've been internally sub-optimized by the court with their new numbering system. We are going to continue to be internally sub-optimized by their FTP system. And they told us about it. They understand what we're going through. It's just that they have to make changes on their end to cut costs. And so we are on the receiving end of that. And it's going to make things very difficult for my office. I anticipate increased costs in paper, which is why we need the copier. I was hoping to, at some point, move forward with electronic systems so when they do send us things electronically, we can receive them and manage them electronically. That's not going to happen anytime soon. And if you're not familiar with the FTP, that's a file transfer protocol. And what it is the court is taking their documents, instead of giving us hard copies, they're dumping them electronically and then putting them in a drive or something where we have to open it up, see what's on there, take it off, print it out, file it, and it's going to cost a lot of extra staff time and money.
Why can't you just take the FTP files and transfer them over to your computer?
Because we don't have electronic files. We have files. We have file folders. We are not paperless. And then in that scenario, if the attorney's taking a file to court, they're not taking their computer. You would be looking at two different files. You'd be looking at your hard file, and then you'd be having to check your electronic storage of what.
Are they giving you just like a digital PDF type of thing, or are you talking about they give you a thumb drive or a CD, or I mean?
No, it's
like a zip file?
Like a computer.
It's like a website that you log into. You get a user ID and a password. You log in, and there's folders for each. There's a folder for the DA's department, the district attorney's office.
So you then download that to an external hard drive, and that's your form of storage, or?
If we did that, then we'd have two different files, and it'd be extremely inefficient.
I mean, I don't know.
Then my computer would be looking at a file, or my staff would be looking at a file without complete information. You'd be looking at that saying, oh, well, okay, that's very nice, I can see what's going on. Let me go check this other file, make sure it's nothing over here.
Sometimes
Trying
in
to.
like 25 years or so, be transferring all to electronic. Is that the goal? You know? Or is that just not going to ever happen?
What's the crossover? It doesn't seem that I understand it. It just seems like you got to go download it to an external hard drive. Then if you go to court and need a document, you can print a hard copy of what you need.
Or how do you know it's there?
Well, obviously, when they send you a verification, you know, that says what's on it, right? I mean,
when my attorneys go to court, you know, they have their hard file, and then they can't bring the computer or the hard drive with them to court.
Is that not allowed?
It's well, maybe go challenge here. I mean, you'd be talking about bringing the hard drive to court with you every time.
Not even like an external? I mean, they have external hard drives that can hold like a terabyte of information that's only like the size of a pack of cigarettes.
So, Barbara, what you're saying is technology isn't there yet for you to do it.
To transfer over.
To receive the information electronically and to do something electronically with it.
It's there, but we don't have it.
Right. It's there, and we don't have it. Okay. And
So it's not that it's impossible. We just don't.
Oh no, it's very possible. It's a resources thing. It's very, very possible. Mm-hmm. We've actually looked at a system that was developed by Yolo County. They actually will give it for free. Howard and my staff went up there for a field trip and looked at the whole thing, and it's a great system. They cut down storage costs. They actually cut down staff costs because, you know, if you have hard files, you're spending time filing documents, printing them out if someone sends them to you electronically, printing them out, filing them away, and then when you go to court, pulling the file, when you're done with court, processing it, and putting it back in the file drawer. My staff probably spends, if you added up all the time, a day and a half, 2 days, doing nothing but pulling files and filing.
Isn't this blasphemous? I don't understand if there's some kind of legal requirement that forces you by mandate to have a hard copy, because in my mind I'm thinking, I mean, I can go down to Best Buy and buy a terabyte, you know, hard drive, you know, that you could take with you. I mean, it would hold like, you know, 100 file cabinets or more full of stuff. And I don't understand. I mean, if it's $100 for a terabyte.
Well, I think it comes down to backup and having that.
We have multiple backups.
Well, but it's TSD who would have to do those daily backups. And then what if, you know, and then each attorney would have to have access to it at any given time. And so is each attorney going to have, you know, a terabyte flash drive or external hard drive, because that's the one that ends up having to go to court.
Well, if you got 5 terabyte hard drives, it's $500. I mean, everybody gets one. So I don't know.
Well, what you're saying is that we have to have 2 files. We have to have a hard file because the court doesn't allow us to file electronically. We still have to file paper. And then we'd have some electronic file that you'd have to be sifting through.
So when you come up with that technology, how to bring it to us?
Absolutely.
It's just, it's just one of those things. That's how it is. And like I said, Howard did go on a field trip with us. He estimated it'd be about $50,000 for a server for it. I think he was very excited about it. My staff is very excited about it. We would be able to get rid of most of our paper. We could receive information electronically. We can maintain it electronically, have one electronic file. But it's a resource. It's a resourceless thing. Well, and frankly, even if you decided you found $50,000 over in the corner and wanted to say, hey, let's go do this, I wouldn't be able to handle that right now. I could not take another project. And really, if that happened, we would be internally suboptimizing TSD and probably the sheriff's office. And that's not something that I think that any of us can really tackle right now. It's something I want to work towards. I think it would be a really good thing, and I'll talk a little bit more about it later, some of the benefits and why I want to do it. But it's just not something that's going to happen right now. But I thought it was important for you to know that that's coming down the pike. And I think Janice is also starting to get more stuff electronically and have more of an electronic burden. But you got to make that shift from.
The federal courts do not accept paper anymore. We have to do everything electronically. So we are printing out and scanning and creating an electronic document because we keep hard copies also. We don't have enough storage room to keep everything electronic. So we have the same problem. Just not as intense as you because we don't have that many cases. But the federal courts have computers for every juror. They're right there. They're installed in the jury box. The judge has a computer, and there are actually computers for the attorneys, but the attorneys bring their own generally. And even the court reporters are now going right digital. I mean, it's a completely different trial setting in federal court than it is in our Superior Court. But Hugh tells me they're going that way soon, too. So civil and criminal will all be electronic. So, okay.
Go ahead, Barbara. Go ahead.
This was bad. I didn't mean to sound so bad about it, but RIMS continues to be an issue. It's a very powerful report writing and information maintenance system for the sheriff's office. It's problematic for us. It's remained problematic, and it's going to stay that way. If we ever got to go paperless, my hope would be that the systems would talk to each other. I certainly would not even think about trying to obtain a system that did not talk to RIMS and wasn't able to integrate that information. Right now, I showed you that prior to screening that our caseload did increase last year. I don't know what the numbers are for 2013 yet so far. But again, it's not just the volume. It's not just the actual files. It's the gravity of the case and the seriousness of the case. So we are seeing, I think, an increase in our caseload because of the difficulty. Like I said, we've got 3 lifers coming up just this summer. As these lives are coming up, they say it's 20 years to life, they start coming up, and if they get a 2-year denial, well, that's 2 years, I got to go back. If it's a 5-year, it stretches out longer. Lately, because they are trying to get as many people out of prison as possible, the standards are higher, and we have a couple that got a 1-year denial. So it'll be an annual thing until the parole board decides to let them out. Okay. Okay. So those are some of our challenges. I guess I would classify those in the bad, if you will. I don't like to look at them as bad. I like to look at them as it's just reality, and these are some challenges we are having. So let's talk about something good. The CCP AB 109. I know probably no one has ever heard me say good and that in the same sentence, but the CCP Executive Committee did just unanimously approve a new position for my office. And I don't know when that is coming up, in a couple of weeks. In July. In July. So you'll probably be hearing more about that from Mary Rose either today, but definitely in July. What this position is a program coordinator. So this is not general fund money. It would be the AB 109 money. But I do want to mention it because it is something very positive that's happening for our office and for all the partnership. It's a program coordinator who will be providing services to the realigned victims. We always hear about the realigned defendants. We don't hear about the realigned victims. These are, with the defendants not going to prison, well, there was a state agency that helped out those victims. The defendants aren't going there, they're going to our jail. Who's helping them out? So we have realigned victims that need services. So this position will be taking care of those people. They will also be assisting with the PRCS and parole populations as our liaison. There was a period of time when there wasn't going to be much communication between the supervising agencies and my office, but that has changed, and we need the staffing to take care of that, to take care of it in an efficient, meaningful manner. So this position will be doing that. Also doing some data collection. Data collection is very important. My case management system, which kind of alluded to it earlier, is kind of a closed system. It's good for generating complaints and keeping track of the entries that are made. However, it does not do reports. It does not gather data in any meaningful way. We have to sit there and basically count this and count that, do the math. It does not generate the type of data that is really important going forward when we're looking at the impacts of AB 109. So this position will also be focusing on some data collection and working extensively, I would think, with the administrative analyst of the CCP. The other major function will be a liaison for the jail population program. With AB 109, we already had a long discussion about this underneath the jail budget unit. Management of the jail population is key. It's going to be has been a very important function, and it's going to probably get more important. So the CCP agreed that was important to have somebody be that liaison to support those programs as they go forward.
That position be in the jail, or sure, I mean, to do the jail management program that you talked about? I mean, why isn't that with the sheriff's office?
This will be a liaison to those programs from my office. We think, from our perspective, it's very important for whoever's making those decisions in the jail as far as should this person get out, should they be allowed to work on a work crew, what types of exposure is there, to have some input from the DA's office. And we want to be able to share that information in a meaningful way, including talking to the deputy handling the case, talking to whatever other agencies might be involved, talking to family members, maybe even possibly looking at the neighborhood where they're going, talking to the victims. It's not just that individual and what they are on paper.
But that can happen every single day when you manage the jail population, as I have learned. So every day, this person's going to be doing all those things because the decision's made by the jail commander or whomever on whether they release or don't release or what. So this person's going to be doing that every day with the jail commander. I mean, you could have several positions, what do you call them, inmates, that you're going to be looking at every day. And they're going to be talking to all the family members and doing all this the day that this is going to happen. I mean, Barbara, the only reason I'm asking, I'm just trying to see how it dovetails, because, the jail commander has their protocol for how they release, who they release, whatever. And this person's going to be making that decision with the jail commander every day?
No, giving the input and facilitating the flow of information. And it is. When I look at this, when I come up with this idea, I thought, oh my gosh, it's more than a full-time job and probably doesn't pay enough. But it's somewhere to start. The other thing to remember is that the jail is moving, and they are in process of developing their programs as far as the work alternative programs and how they're going to manage the jail population. I think they're going to be making some changes. I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure what those changes are going to be, but because of the shift and because of the new duties, they're going to be doing some things differently, I think. And in order for my office to have any kind of input into that, which I think is important, and the sheriff's office agrees is important, we need a good position to do this. So we're going
to be working with the jail on establishing the protocol for their program management and how they release it. I'm just trying to understand.
I appreciate
that's a daily issue. So once they establish the programs or the protocols, then what is this person doing?
I mean, I'm hoping maybe this answers Marita's question, and I'm going to see if I understand it. So what I'm imagining, based on what you said, is that someone was going to be taken out of jail to go do some road work or something, or pick up or weed whack or whatever. that this person would be a liaison to make sure that, maybe an ex-girlfriend or a child or somebody like that it doesn't live or work in the vicinity of where they're going to be conducting this, re-racking or whatever. There's nobody that lives in the vicinity of where the work is going to take place that would be adversely affected. I mean, is that?
I think at a minimum, when we are looking at who is going to be considered for the programs, they're not necessarily made like that. Some decisions are not necessarily made in the moment. Sometimes it is planned. That my office would be able to look at who is going to be considered and at least let the agency know. We can't do that now. We can't possibly have any input as far as who is on the different potential programs.
Who's on the roster?
Who's on the roster? Who's going to go here? Who's going to go there? We don't have any sharing of that information right now. We don't have any input into that right now. The jail is willing to consider our input. The jail is willing to work with us on trying to figure out how that information is going to flow and use our assistance in making the program a good program. I think that's a really good thing. And it is only part of, I don't know. It could turn out to be something that is unrealistic and it is overwhelming. I'm not really sure. But in my discussions with Captain Ballard, he was definitely in favor of having our support and having that kind of liaison service and having that information flow.
So through the chair, this is a subset of the population. This is only AB 109 folks, and so the PRCS folks and the parole folks that are in the jail, and it's part of the risk assessment before determinations are made about which programs these folks might be eligible for. They're going to include the DA in the risk assessment about whether that person is really appropriate for the kinds of programs they might be directing them towards. Is that what I understand, Barbara, from listening to the CCP meeting the other day?
I think that is how it could work, and it's also the 1170s more for people who are in the longer. And it's any type of alternative sentencing program sheriff is going to develop. We are going
They don't have to be just PRCS. I mean, they could be new people who are sentenced.
The 1170s. Probably it's mostly the 1170s. Yes, so it's mostly 1170s. And some of it, and I apologize, it is fluid. It is fluid. I don't have concrete answers for you on this because we are starting at the ground level. But I think that's a really exciting opportunity to start at the ground level and see what we can build to support the program and make it more efficient and to open up that line of communication and give them the information. They're the ones who make the decision, not us.
Well, how does probation fit in on that?
Well, I don't know.
Well, they have to wait until probation time. That's fine. Barbara, that's fine. We can move on. I just felt like, I knew it's a daily thing with them and I wasn't real clear, and it's not just 109 people that we're talking about either.
It is a daily thing, which is why we need a new position in order to have that input. I have felt very strongly for a long time that my office did want to have input into who was getting released, or at least we could, because we might know information that whoever's making the decision does not. We might know about a victim or a neighborhood or somebody who's very concerned about this person being released.
So they call your office every day to tell you who they're going to release on a daily basis.
To be quite honest, I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work. I thought that some of this would already be in place and then we'd be coming in and figuring out how we fit in. It's turning out more that it's going to be something that gets developed at the same time, which is different, but it's very exciting as well.
Thank you.
Just one thing, can I add? First, thank you for bringing this up, because unfortunately the CCP budget is not on the same cycle as we are. So this is a new position that's not included in the budget. The other thing I would just like to say is this is being funded through AB 109, so it has to be limited to serving AB 109 clients. The money cannot be used for folks that aren't AB 109 folks.
But that's not what the district attorney's saying.
Under AB 109, any alternative sentencing programs have kind of morphed into an AB 109 issue. So insofar as it supports the alternative sentencing, it does.
Sounds good.
Okay, good. I'm not shaking your head, you know what I mean? Okay, so that maybe didn't sound like a good thing, but it is a really good thing. So we'll talk about something, going back to something bad, our building. It needs to be jacked up. Right? Has that jacked up yet?
It's already jacked up.
We're on blocks and it's sinking and it's kind of falling apart.
That's some duct tape.
And with the court moving, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. Currently, my attorneys all walk back and forth to court. It's a good exercise. It's relatively flat. And we've got these little carts that we use for our files because we still have hard files, not electronic ones. But they're going to be moving further, and so I do anticipate, use of personal cars or cars and mileage. What?
6 times. No, I totally support your going out of that.
Oh, it'll still be a walk, even if she's next door.
I was trying to read. I know. So a golf course going, is that a capital asset?
Yeah, you can use one of those old
Two, huh?
sheriff's cars.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one's got to be covered.
We had talked when we first moved to our temporary housing 8.5 years ago. We had talked about getting a golf cart, but it had to be parked at Public Works, and we had to park behind the court building. So it was completely, unrealistic, and so we didn't get one. So I think we need to, before we would venture down that road, we need to know where we're going to plug it in, where it's going to be parked, and would we be able to actually use it efficiently? Because when we looked at it before, it was completely silly to have a what?
PA compound.
Okay. So I don't know what that's going to do to our services and supplies next year. We'll just have to wait and see. And the paperless system, we already talked about this a lot. It's a bad thing because it's kind of not having the funding, the resources to move forward on it. It's keeping us from moving forward. Like I said, even if you somehow found the $50,000, we wouldn't be able to tackle it right now. But I do want to let you know it's something that we need, and we need to get to eventually. It'll allow us to receive and manage all the electronic information. It'll allow us to process and maintain electronic files, save on paper and ink, save on staff time. My staff that actually sits there and pulls files and puts files back, and some loss of information. It also helps out, it would help out in ways that you might not think of. One is our after-hours inquiries. I get calls at home 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning saying, hey, we got this guy out of jurisdiction, do you want him? And I'm like, well, who's that? So if I had the ability to bring up the file, I could make an informed decision of whether or not we want that local jurisdiction from wherever they are to hold that person, and then we can go get them. So it's just kind of a small thing that would really benefit us. We would seek to work with probation and the sheriff's office in a way that we could give them limited read access to certain parts of our electronic file. When probation has to write a sentencing report, they actually have to come and borrow our file, and we don't have they work really quickly. I don't seem to think I'm complaining, but sometimes it's a week or two, and even if it's a week, that's a week we don't have our file. Probation has it because they need it in order to write their sentencing report. If we had electronic files, we could open it up for that window of time. They could look at the file. We could have multiple people working on that file at the same time. It would probably create some efficiencies that way. We would also share information with the sheriff's office, and my dream would be to work up a subpoena protocol for issuing subpoenas through the system, and also to be able to cancel them through the system. And what that would do is, you can imagine you have an officer on graveyard who might be needed for court the next morning. They could look on the computer, oh, I'm canceled. They don't have to come in. The sheriff's office doesn't have to pay that overtime. So, and I haven't added up all that cost savings, but I would anticipate that could end up being a huge cost savings in time for processing subpoenas, and sometimes that misinformation just because of life, just because of scheduling.
So what are we looking at for the timeline for that? I think 2, 5, 10, unknown.
Months, years. We have our case management provider right now is crying. They are trying to go to a cloud-based system. We've opened discussions with them. They said, we really want to do this with you. We want to make it affordable. And we said, oh, that's awesome. We have no money. And they said, we will make it affordable. So, I take that they're going to do it for us for free. But we haven't heard that yet. They haven't called us back. So, but with our Department 800, the RIG grant, we actually did get a letter that we will be renewed for next year. And there was a little bit of extra money in there. So what I'm hoping, and I don't want to get everyone so excited about this and then have to let you down later, but my hope is that if we can target that caseload to get us started, the discrete number of cases that I have one attorney and one support staff working on, just the DUI-related cases underneath the grant, and get started there, and we can see how it works and take a baby step, and then look at expanding it. That's my hope. That could happen this summer, and we're still waiting to see what affordable means to the case management provider. But again, that's a resources issue. Even if we got it for free, oh my goodness, we'd still need money for the scanner. We'd still need money to get all of the records in electronic form. We'd be pressuring Howard's people to do stuff. So it's obviously not just a simple answer. I would hope within a couple years. Is my hope, because at some point, the cost of how we handle everything that's given to us electronically, it is going to come crashing down on us. And it could be this year. I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. Okay. And this slide, Cliff can tell it's for him. The revenue potential. We do have our personal responsibility program that I mentioned. That is for the very low-level observing cases, someone with no record who can take a class and move forward. That's no cost to taxpayers. It's an outside vendor. The offender pays the vendor for the class that they're taking, and then my office does get an administrative fee. And I think last year we got about $1,500. But that's not something that we look at as a revenue generator. I mean, it's not something I would ever even think of that way. It is the right thing to do in those limited number of cases, and if we cover our administrative costs, that's great. But I certainly wouldn't be looking at, we need some more money, let's just send them to this program so we can generate some money. That's not appropriate. So it's not really, it's someplace we get revenue, but it's not a way for us to generate revenue. Okay. We also have our bad check program that I mentioned. I think we collected about $400 in fees for that program last year. So once again, that's not something we have any control over as far as trying to raise revenue through that program. The other source of quote-unquote revenue would be our environmental fund that we get through the efforts of the CDAA, their circuit environmental prosecutor, and the multi-jurisdictional prosecutor. Now that is limited use. We can only use that for our own environmental prosecutions. Now, we are very lucky to have a circuit prosecutor and have a separate prosecutor, who's funded through the CDAA to take care of those cases. They're time-consuming, a lot of expertise involved, and we wouldn't have time to do them. It would not be worth. I would have to cut something out, cut out some other types of prosecutions in order to justify using that money for a prosecutor, and that doesn't make any sense. So we do have that we can tap into, and I am proposing to use some of that for the investigative assistant. I do think that's appropriate, and we do use some of it for our fish and game cases. The number of fish and game cases that we do.
The money that are you talking about the designated fund, the environmental designated fund?
Yes.
But that gets funding if we are successful in an environmental case.
Correct.
So at this point, it's an accumulated balance in there.
Yes.
So as we use it, you have to consider it kind of one-time funding unless we're successful in prosecution of an environmental case that actually raises money. It just continues to erode the balance.
It's one-time funding. It has built up. I've been informed that we should be getting $1,000, I think in January, for a case a multi-jurisdictional case that just settled. So it's not something we have control over. It's very nice. They take care of it, and then they contribute to the fund. No.
Okay.
That's not
There's no regular revenue that comes in with that fund. It's more of if you're successful on prosecution of an environmental, we get the award split, whoever was involved.
It's a civil litigation and penalties that the circuit prosecutors get, and then they divide it up among counties if it's a multiple jurisdictional case, or if it's our circuit prosecutor, if he settles the case and the offender pays $5,000, it might get split up between us and environmental health, for instance. It depends on what the nature of the case is. The other place where we potentially can raise revenue is asset forfeiture. That's where we take drug dealers' money. And and that is also somewhat one-time funding. We don't know what kind of case we're going to get. We have no idea what kind of stop the law enforcement agencies are going to get. Do they find the money? Can we take the cash? And is it going to be a successful asset forfeiture case?
Does the sheriff's office get to use asset forfeiture
Yes,
funds too?
it's split. So it's actually split. So at the time that there is an actual court judgment that says here you can have these assets, 10%, is it 10%?
After costs, the state gets 24%. Law enforcement gets 65%. 15% of that 65% has to go into the 15% designated sub-account. My office gets 10%, and CDAA gets 1%.
So after costs, initial costs, she gets 10%, and that 10% goes right into the district attorney's asset forfeiture account.
What's CDAA?
The California District Attorneys Association.
So you don't pay dues?
No, we pay dues. No, that is specially reserved for training to do asset forfeiture cases. Yeah.
Thank you.
So those funds are limited. You cannot have a body tied to those funds. That's how bad things happen, and you make bad law, and you get sued for having a body tied to it. It's meant to enhance prosecution activities. And then the other source we have is grants. So we have a victim witness grant and our reduced impaired driving grant, which I already told you we did get a letter from Maria for this year.
So are we getting our funding for our grants for this year? Or, I mean, there's revenue coming in. I mean, for 12-13.
The first claim that you submitted for the DUI ones did just come in, but it depends on when you claim. So we may not see the final quarter for 12-13 expenses come in this year. It depends on when it gets submitted.
So maybe a question on the flow or whether or not they were
I mean, because the budget's based on, so if the grant money doesn't come in until 13-14, then the general fund is subsidizing.
It's covering that gap.
So how do we account for the revenue in, well, not only the DA's budget, but other departments?
Right. So probably what we'll have to do is any grant funding that doesn't come in this year will be a reduction to our cash carry or our fund balance, which is the part of how you guys are basing your budget for 13-14.
Okay.
And then as part of the 13-14 budget, when those funds do come in, we'll probably just book them as prior year revenue because they really should not be reappropriated.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Sorry, thank you. Excuse me.
No problem. Okay, so that's where we're limited. We are a general fund department. Those are the little sources that we have. I think everything helps. I think, but that's about it. So I have a big sale. I think you mentioned having a big sale the other day, possibly, but that's probably the only other way we'd be able to bring in some revenue. Okay, so I did want to address the 5% cut scenario because that was a question that I believe Supervisor Callaway wanted to know about. So this is what we look like now, and I would have to lay off the paralegal. These would be basically third quarter cuts, so it would be, we'd stretch it out as long year as possible. So it wouldn't be immediate, it would be much later in the year, but it would be a loss of that position and our investigator, and because you can't keep extra hire if you lay off permanent employees, it would also be our part-time investigator. So we'd be down to...
How would you do the investigation?
Well, I laid that out in my budget memo. It just wouldn't happen. We'd be referring things back to the law enforcement agencies. They technically have investigators, and we'd be just going with the cases that we have.
Would you use your deputy sheriff?
As long as we keep that position, obviously they'd be helpful. But what that person is doing is not doing the larger investigations. And we wouldn't be able to, for instance, investigate the sheriff's office or support an investigation on an officer-involved shooting, for instance. That would be a conflict. So I did list out in my budget memo under the 5% cut scenario what it would mean. So if you had any specific questions about those, I can address them. But I do think I laid them out fairly clearly what would happen. It would be devastating. It would be devastating for our office. The issue is, if you look at the attorney positions I have that are general fund, I don't really have many of those left. We're fortunate that we have the DUI grant going. That is a substantial caseload. I worked here when we had 4 attorneys, and it was not good. It was really not good. We're very bare bones with our attorneys right now. With the complexity of our caseload right now, I'm not even positive how it's going to go going forward with the number of attorneys that we have. So it would be a very sad day if I had to cut these positions. We'd just be pushing back reports or incomplete investigations to law enforcement until they were in different shape. It would, for those cases that needed further investigation, we wouldn't be able to do specialized investigations. We wouldn't be able to do any OISs. Hopefully we don't have any, but the reality is that things do happen, and I do need an independent investigator. And also the support staff for the attorneys. The costs would compound, and they would compound to other departments as well. I think I laid that out, what the effects of the sheriff's office would be. Okay. All right. So one of the CAO's desires, I believe, was to have departments think about how the other departments affect each other and how they interrelate. So, and to acknowledge that. So I wanted to first acknowledge the Sheriff's Office for joining on the experiment to have the Deputy Sheriff in my office. It's been a very positive experience for us. Also for the budget assistance for free, which has been very nice. I also want to thank Stephen Stiegel for his leadership with the CCP and helping us move forward, and the entire executive committee for the support of the new position. I think is going to be very beneficial. I need to thank Francine for the great recruitment she's going to do for that position. Thank her in advance. And for Howard's people who fixed my computer on Tuesday morning so I could give you this presentation. And then I want to also thank Brian Moss, Animal Services, and the Humane Society for assisting in the adoption of my 2 newest family members. This was a surprise for Marita. And I included that so that when you think about my budget presentation, you get a warm and fuzzy feeling. And you can imagine how I got convinced to bring those to home.
Does the board have any questions of the district attorney?
No.
I just have one technical. You mentioned earlier the AG does the felony appeals.
Yes.
How come?
They do, and I'm not asking.
I guess we have to pay for that if there is.
No.
Is Peter still with the AG's office? Okay. Does any staff have any questions or comments they'd like to make about the DA's office?
Just one brief comment. We support her request for the district attorney investigative aid. I believe, and I think she'd probably agree, she's understaffed in her with her DAI investigators. If you would look at what the surrounding agencies have as far as their staff, and her lack of investigators impacts our organization quite a bit, especially in an officer-involved shooting, but also on major cases. We end up having to kind of supply staff and other expertise to her. It's not that we mind doing that, but it complicates things. And with most of our investigations, we like to get our investigations done and move on because we have other cases that are pending. And with her inability to do that, a lot of those requests for further follow-up falls back upon our detective division. So make that quick comment and please.
Are there any other comments or lobbying that you'd like to do on behalf of the DA's office? Okay, fine. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're ready to start, Mr. Edson.
He's trying to get people to
Sorry, I'm trying to get information.
Did you get rid of them?
I'm tired.
Did you get rid of them?
Who?
The people who are going to present.
Oh, he's right there. Mr. Siegel, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. We're going to do the probation and our interim chief probation officer. Are you still interim?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, it's Stephen Siegel from probation. So this is presenting our requested fiscal year 2013-14 budget. First, a correction. We originally anticipated a drastic revenue reduction, which would have resulted in several layoffs. The governor's January proposed budget reduced SB 678 funding to counties from over $136 million to $35.8. Our allocation would have decreased by $225,000 over fiscal year 12-13. The May revise, however, gave us some good news. Our loss has been reduced to $57,000 over fiscal year 12-13. An updated Schedule 9 reflecting the May revise made it into your budget binders. However, the updated memo missed the deadline. We passed out to you a new revised memo dated May 31.
Don't feel bad about that. Everybody else has done that too.
Really? Okay, so our request for increased general fund contribution over 12-13. At 12-13 final budget, probation's general fund contribution was $1,084,561. For 13-14, our request is $1,308,144. This is a status quo request, which will enable us to maintain existing staffing and service levels. And the reasons for the increase are as follows. We have a net increase in expenditures of $92,599. That's due to normal personnel cost increases, it's COLAs, the step increases, longevities, promotion within the series, etc. We have a projected increase in overtime costs. Last year we under budgeted 75 hours overtime. This year we are increasing that to 300. There's an increase in on-call officer standby cost. Standby cost went up from $2 an hour to $3 an hour. And our probation officers are on call during non-business hours and weekends to deal with juveniles that may be detained by law enforcement officers. And we have a net reduction in revenues of $130,984. That's a decrease in SB 678 funding, a decrease in our state juvenile justice and crime prevention act funding, forecast decrease in collection of service fees. That's our probation service fees. We charge probationers $25 a month. Our drug testing fees, our electronic monitoring fees, based on the trend so far in 12-13. Next, I thought I would give you a brief description of who we are, what we do. We supervise juvenile adult offenders in the community with the goal of reducing recidivism or reoffense. We're a community corrections agency, and basically we're trying to instill change. For those offenders that are willing to change, even if it's reluctantly, we'll give them all the assistance and resources that we can. So that supervision involves the following. We assess each offender's risk of reoffending and involve ourselves in their lives with an intensity proportional to that risk level. We assess their criminogenic needs. Those are the topics that they need to address in order to rehabilitate themselves. Such things as substance abuse issues, dysfunctional family relationships, criminal thinking. Those are their criminogenic needs.
Would that be like the change program?
Yes, that's one of the programs we offer. And that brings me to the next bullet point. We refer the offenders to appropriate programs to address those criminogenic needs. It might be a referral to a substance abuse program with behavioral health. It might be our Courage to Change program. It might be our New Day Reporting Center. It might be mental health, job connection. We also monitor offenders' compliance with the court-ordered conditions of that supervision. We do office visits, field and home visits, and resident searches. We hold offenders accountable for noncompliance. We apply a spectrum of sanctions ranging from verbal admonishment during an office visit, assignment of community service hours, referral to treatment programs, all the way up to arrest and incarceration. With juvenile offenders, our duties also include placing them in foster care, group home programs, juvenile hall, or juvenile camps, which is the most restricted level of commitment, when they can't be maintained in the home due to family circumstances or their own conduct. Our current staffing for probation officers, we have 2 officers handling juvenile caseload, and that's averaging 25 to 30 juveniles. Their duties, and they share these duties, it's intake, investigation and court report writing, court hearing attendance, actual supervision, and then the lengthy process of placing the minor out of home. We have 1 probation officer assigned to adult pre-sentence investigation, the court report writing, court hearing attendance, and she multitasks. She also, with the one directly below that I'll discuss next, she supervises the adult sex offender caseload, and right now we're at 6 offenders. 1 probation officer assigned to the 109 caseload. That's the post-release community supervision offenders. Those were formerly parolees. She has 30 of those as of today, and we're scheduled for 4 more within the next 2 months coming out of prison. So mandatory supervision offenders, right now there's 2. Those are folks that would have previously gone to state prison. Now they do their time local. The judge now has an option. When he sentences that person, he or she can say, I'm sentencing you to county prison, but I'm going to split the sentence. You're going to do part of it in custody. The rest of it you're going to do on mandatory supervision. So unlike probation, they don't get a choice. It's the judge's decision.
So that's the split.
Those are
The
split
splits?
sentences, yeah. And we call them mandatory supervision. We have 2 of those right now. They're both out on warrant. They've absconded. And she also supervises drug court. It's a very intense caseload, and she has 10 of those cases. And with the one that I previously mentioned, the court report writer, they tag team the sex offenders, and those are 6. We have 1 probation officer running alternative sentencing. That's electronic monitoring and work program. Those are programs in lieu of actual custody time, so that's low-level offenders. We can pull them out of jail and have them do their time on an ankle bracelet or doing some community service work every day until their time is done.
I thought the sheriff's office was going to take over electronic monitoring.
That's the hope.
They wanted it, right?
What's that?
They wanted the electronic monitoring?
That is my understanding, yes. So once the new jail facility opens, they will, I hope, take it over. It's more of a 24/7 operation. You know, if they're getting near cap, they kick people after 5 o'clock or near 5 o'clock when the probation officer running this program has already gone home. So we lose that person. He also facilitates cognitive behavioral therapy groups inside the jail and after hours at our department. And we've recently started branching out. Instead of having folks come here to San Andreas, we're offering our Courage to Change program up in West Point. And we have another satellite operation down in Valley Springs at the Veterans Hall. So now people can come without us having to drive them if they don't have transportation. We have 2 officers assigned to the adult probation caseload, and they also assist the one mentioned before with the CBT groups, Courage to Change. Let's see, our adult probation population, I want to focus on that because that's where we're running a bit short of staff to supervise them. Average adult probation caseload, misdemeanors and felonies, 440 cases. On average, the split in terms of risk of reoffending, high risk 120, medium risk 120, low risk 120, and unassessed 80. And for various reasons, folks are unassessed. It could be old cases that predate our use of the assessment tool. They may have been put on a bank caseload years ago and they remain there. Some of them went directly from jail to a residential program. We haven't had a chance yet to do an assessment. Some of them have transferred out of state immediately after sentencing, so we haven't had a chance to do an assessment. Some of them are brand new cases that we have yet to see. They're still serving their time in county jail. So to this 440 member caseload, we have 2 probation officers assigned. In May of last year, a decision was made to focus our resources on those offenders at highest risk to reoffend. So high risk get supervised, medium and low risk, we bring them in, do an initial orientation, tell them what's expected of them, refer them to programs, and then we put the file on a shelf. In other words, banked, not actively supervised. 2 probation officers cannot adequately supervise even the 120 high-risk offenders. With all of their duties, they're able to get out in the field 2 to 3 days a month, resulting in an average total of 20 to 30 field contacts per month.
Excuse me. Go back to the last slide there. I got a question. When you talk about the banked individuals, do you have research and numbers on what happens with those individuals? I mean, do they recommit, or do they? I mean, what's the story behind that?
If they don't reoffend, we don't involve ourselves with those cases. If they reoffend, we're just being reactive. If we get a new police report, the person has committed a new crime.
Do you know the numbers on those that have been banked, that have reoffended?
I don't. I can get that for you. So 20 to 30 field contacts per month out of 120 cases. We have maximum of a quarter of them being seen out in the field every month. The 2 officers are able to conduct actual searches, an average of 1 day per month, resulting in an average of 5 resident searches per month. And these numbers they're not sufficient to monitor the 120 high-risk offenders' compliance with the conditions of their release, nor is it sufficient to provide the deterrent effect that the contacts out in the field and the searches offer. We do have an improvement. On May 31, the CCP voted to approve an AB 109 fiscal year 13-14 spending plan, which will be coming to you for approval in July, which fully funds the AB 109 probation officer's position. So now, if the board chooses to approve that spending plan, we will be able to backfill that position and add another probation officer. That's 3 probation officers to supervise the 120 high risk. Now we'll have a supervision ratio of 40 offenders per officer, something a little bit more reasonable.
Is there an average, national average, or best practice, how many probation officers per? There's
no agreement on the ideal caseload size. I've seen quite a few numbers. 60, let me find where I have that. In a moment.
On page 404, it says a 20-to-1 intensive supervision model.
Right. 20-to-1 would be intensive supervision. 50-to-1 would be moderate to high, ideal for moderate to high risk offenders. Anything above that, and you're just not accomplishing much.
Okay, so that's kind of an industry standard. I don't know if that's the right word or not, but.
That brings me to a request for new positions. It might be tilting at windmills, but here goes. The high-risk offenders, now with the addition of a new PO, will be properly supervised, but the low and medium-risk offenders will continue to be unsupervised. So the request is for 2 POs and 1 probation aide. The 2 new officers would be assigned to perform intake and orientation of the low-risk offenders, and those low-risk offenders would continue to be banked, but now we'd actively supervise the medium-risk offenders. Medium risk population will be supervised at a ratio of 60 to 1. And the new probation aide will assist the officers with some ancillary duties that tie them down, prevent them from getting out in the field much. Case management, document creation and processing, data entry, drug testing, and liaising with treatment programs. As I said, the POs are spending a lot of their time on those duties, and those could be accomplished by the probation aide. And two final issues I want to call some attention to that affect our department resources. We pay A87 costs for 13-14. We're being told it's going to be $182,758, and that's an increase of $59,784 over the current fiscal year. We also pay $89,952 per year to lease our office space, our off-campus office space. The total for 13-14 of those two costs, $272,710, and that's actually enough to fund 3 full-time permanent probation officers.
So on the A87, we've been in a lot of discussions with the probation department because in general, the general fund departments do not get charged A87. So that was one of the questions that I posed. Why on earth are you guys paying A87? And it goes back years where the probation department used to have 2 departments, adult probation and juvenile probation. And they actually receive federal funding on the juvenile probation activities that they do. So I think that historically the reason that they were paying A87 was because normally a department, whether you're general fund or non-general fund, if you're receiving federal funding, you can include that A87 or indirect overhead as part of your reimbursement to the feds, and they will pay you that. What has caused heartburn is that through the course of them pulling juvenile and adult probation together, we've continued to take all of their costs and charging A87 on all of their activities. So to give you an idea, if you look at their budget, 4518, which is the federal Title IV revenue, it's $175,000. But if you turn the page over and you look at 5311 A87 costs, it's $182,758. So in essence, we're charging them $182,000 because they're receiving $175,000 in federal funding.
So are you recommending that we just scratch the 182?
I think we have to look at it because they're not the only ones.
Oh.
The ag department is in the same predicament, and they receive gas tax money. Again, that's federal funding. So the benefit to probation, if we cut out just the juvenile activities and only did the cost plan on those juvenile activities, then that 87 number would definitely come down. However, the flip side, because it's general fund, is now you have to figure out how do you make up the revenue loss on all of the other central service departments. So that would be my department, administration, buildings and grounds, county council, HR, tech services, all those central service departments that are getting this revenue from probation would now go away. So that's the good news and the bad news. The good news is that it would free money up for probation. The bad news is we have to find where the stopgap is on the loss of revenue.
So we've had this conversation off and on over years on A80s.
Right. So after budget, I want to bring back what we're doing for A87 because I think there's a lot of confusion on what it is. And if we're going to have, my issue is I like to keep things consistent. So I like things that if we're going to say, okay, probation, you receive federal funding and therefore you're including indirect costs as part of your reimbursement for that federal money, but we do that with probation, but we don't do that with some other general fund departments that receive federal funding or federal grants. So, I think it's a broader discussion that we can't just target probation, you can't just target ag. You have to look at the broad scope of the plan and make a decision as a board what you want to do or what you don't want to do. The plan's going to be the plan, but you have the discretion to charge or not to charge based on what are your priorities.
But if they're receiving 175 and we're taking that plus, that does not seem equitable.
It's not.
So
right.
When we do the wrap up,
I'd like to include that as an item.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe we A87 to 175. I understand the big picture.
Inequitability right there.
I understand the big picture. It just, Mr. Siegel just brought it up.
So we did ask him to, that this has been a conversation we've been having for a while. So, that was one of the things we wanted to make sure it's discussed so that you know that we have an issue here. This is not...
Understand.
Correct.
So there's an inequality with the A87 money for the probation department. What about the inequality with the AB 443 money for the sheriff's department?
Well, that could all be part of the broader picture. Everyone who receives funding outside the general fund money are charged A87 costs. If you get state funding, like I look at Colleen gets state funding, she pays, and Mary Sawicki pays A87 costs. So, it's the same. That's what I think Rebecca's saying, Darren, is that we look at it as a big picture. I totally support that. But to see a department paying more than what they're receiving, there's something.
And I think it's important because our budget has changed over the years. And this started when, as Rebecca said, adult and juvenile probation were separate budget units. And it was only the juvenile probation that was getting hit with the 87 charges. As those combined, and then they got hit with all whenever probation had for 87, it slowly increased to the point where it exceeded the amount of the federal revenue that was coming in. And that doesn't make sense. And as Rebecca mentioned, we have other departments that get federal and state grants that don't get charged 87 whatsoever. So I think Rebecca's right. I think it really bears a much bigger discussion with the board.
I understand that. I'd like to see us do that. In the interim, what do we do about maybe this case, or there may be some others that weren't brought up, whether it's the sheriff or...
I would guess probably Brian or Kevin Wright will probably bring the same issue up because it's an exact same situation.
So my question is, should this be part of the recommended
what I would say
budget
is
when you do a recap?
I think we can put the issue on the list. I'm not sure that we'll have a recommendation for what we should do about the issue at this point in time. I think it would take some calculations to figure out who is paying that shouldn't pay and who might not be paying that should pay. So I think that's a bigger discussion.
Well, and that's the problem, is that, and to be honest,
no, you don't have to be.
But there are a lot of general fund departments out there that are receiving federal grants that do not include indirect costs as part of their claim. And so that is a problem. So we've got, there is a discrepancy on how that claiming is happening and how those grants are coming in. And so it's going to take some time to figure that out, but I agree, there is a problem staring us in the face right now on this one. It's the same situation that is staring us on the face with ag. They're both general fund departments. You as the board are going to have to decide how you want to do it. I can't recommend what this number is, because it's going to, what the number should be or shouldn't be, because there's still going to be the argument that some other department is, Colleen could have the same argument, she's nodding her head, that, well, if we're only going to look at his federal funding, then why are we not just looking at federal funding for Colleen? Why are we looking at the state funding that she's getting?
Well, she can talk to us about it when it's her turn.
So
I guess
Right,
I'm
take
just,
them around the road.
I understand. I hear what you're saying. I'm just asking the question of maybe the CAO, are we going to address maybe some of these ones that are so obvious for recommended budget, or are we going to do it at final budget? That's a significant impact.
I think that we
to
actually need
budget.
to do it at the next budget cycle. Because it sounds, if we want to actually do it countywide and get an accurate number, then it sounds like it's going to take a lot of work, and that would be a bigger undertaking than we're going to want to undertake at this point.
Do we have time?
Well,
yeah. Anyway, we can go ahead.
At least.
I tried.
So we will do our best to address it between now and recommended. If not, then we can still address it this year as an adjustment to the budget during the course of the year.
That's fine.
Yeah, and so what we could do between now and final is we could, kind of do it'll be a real rough cut. Of what percentage of your activities your entire budget do you believe are juvenile? And we're not going to sit there and really look at time studies or anything. And then if the board wants to choose to only take that percentage, then that would be an option.
Thank you for bringing it up, I think.
One other point I'd like to make. The board had expressed interest in learning what kind of revenue departments are bringing in grants and such. We have a number of grant-funded positions. We have 3 probation officers that are funded through SB 678, 1 probation officer funded through the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act, a legal clerical funded by Juvenile Camp and Probation Fund, that's state money. We have some extra hired costs for juvenile transportation, also paid through Juvenile Camp and Probation Fund. And another probation officer paid through state youthful offender block grant. So that's
I guess
5 probation officers paid fully funded through state money, and a clerical also through state money.
I guess I ask you, Mr. Siegel, as I've asked the other departments, are we getting that grant revenue this budget year, 12-13?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
theirs
everything-
are a little bit different. The Title 4E, they do have to submit claims for, but the other ones, most of the other ones that they have, we get regular allocations that will come through monthly or
So
quarterly.
they don't have to submit the claims?
Not on most of the state ones, no.
Okay.
Go ahead. That's it. Okay, does the board have any questions?
Can you, I see on the work furlough, 4674 line item, there's a reduction from this proposed budget from 62 last year to 32.
Sorry,
What is this?
which line item?
Work furlough, 4674.
Mm-hmm.
What is work furlough in your arena of probation?
That's a reduction in revenue.
Okay.
And that was, I mentioned that under decrease of $32,000 for next fiscal year in collection of service fees, that's probation service fees, electronic monitoring fees. It says work furlough, but it's electronic monitoring and work program fees.
And you see that as a reduction for this next year?
Yes, that's based on the trend for the current fiscal year.
Okay, all right. And then you mentioned the Colombo building, that's where you're at?
Yes.
What's the square footage of that building?
Total square footage.
Approximately.
That's the basic.
I'm sorry, I don't have the total square footage. I have a copy of the lease here.
And do you occupy the entire building?
No, just a portion.
A portion of it, and your 89,000 is your portion?
89,000 per year is our portion. The lease is $19,065.82 per month.
What, I'm saying, say that again?
$19,065.82 per month. We pay a small portion.
74.
The courts use the downstairs for storage. Elections has some storage down there. And of course, ag is on the top floor with us.
Okay.
Our portion is $7,496 per month.
It seems high.
How much square footage would you need?
Yeah, but it's weighted.
They did build to suit in that building when Jimmy Jeff Counts took it. So they built the inside to the specifications of the departments of ag and probation.
That building's just about 15,000 square feet.
And there's still 1 year left on the lease, right?
No, there's
4 years.
4 years.
left.
And you use half of it? You guys use that half of it?
A bit less, no. We're, I would say, quarter to a third.
There would be the potential, if there was space on campus, to bring them on and to put some other department that may have federal and state resources to pay for it, though I would think that would be something we should look at and think about.
Maybe the DA would like to go.
The DA is general fund.
You know where the DA is gone. She already planned it. You brought it up. Her and Jen is. You brought it up.
It's a 10-year lease beginning January 1 of '08. And some more detail, 10,029 square feet of improved office space, 4,973 square feet of storage space, for a total of approximately 15,002 square feet.
So when the courts, Zachariah, when the courts move out, when they open, are they going to close that portion down, do you know?
Yes, they're going to vacate that. Right now, I'm working with, they're subleasing part of that to another county court system for storage, and we're working on releasing a portion of that to them to maintain some of that funding.
Do you find most, are you kind of a standalone department? Do you find yourself running back and forth to the government center?
Several times a day for pick up materials that are in our box at the court window, drop off materials to be filed with the court, pick up mail. Probation officers go to the jail to interview clients. A lot of back and forth.
Thank you.
We'll fix you up.
Now or in 4 years? Mr. Siegel, the Juvenile Justice Commission,
Yes.
we're having a lot of, we, members of the Juvenile Justice Commission, are having discussion on really the need for that anymore. When your DPOs go out, do they look at the group homes or the facilities like Juvenile Justice Commission is supposed to do you know? I mean, I know they talk to the kids that are there, but those of us that are on the Juvenile Justice Commission aren't sure that we really can afford to have one anymore. I'm in the need. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Placement officer, I don't know how much examination of the facilities she's doing. We can certainly task her with doing more of it. She has to do monthly visits. Any juvenile we have placed at a group home, wherever it is in the state, she has to do an in-person monthly visit with the juvenile and staff at the home.
I think it only has to be done once a year. I guess I'm afraid to ask you because you told me it will cost us. But, Debbie brought up when she got on the board looking at all these commissions that we need, and even though we're mandated to have one, we don't see the need for it anymore. And we don't have the funding for it. So,
I know the last meeting was canceled.
From lack of interest, because that's just sort of what's happening. Okay, maybe we can have a sidebar on this.
Maybe we can call a meeting and discuss whether the commission should continue.
Okay, thank you. Does any staff members have any questions of probation?
One more question, and it may have been said, but when did the adult and the juvenile come together in this?
2006 or 2007?
Quite a while ago. And
something like that.
And the other thing is they used to also receive TAMP funding, and they stopped receiving that a long time ago as well. So that would have been the other federal portion of the funding that they were getting.
What is it, TAMP?
TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Offenders. And the Title 4E it's for us to provide some preventative services to juveniles who are at risk of being placed into foster care.
I have one question for you, Stephen. Can you just very quickly tell us, Barbara brought up that she's getting a position funded through AB 109. Are there other AB 109 funded positions or other that are not yet included in the budget?
Yes, and that's the next presentation, Department 51.
Thank you.
Whose kid is that? Is that one of our juvenile offenders?
No, my good little guy. The reason why, Mary Rose Ruby Conga, I'm the AB 109 analyst. The reason why we're doing these presentations separate is AB 109 is actually a separate department. It's not under probation. I obviously am supervised by the probation chief, but I do represent the sheriff's office, the district attorney's office, public defender, behavioral health, and it's their positions and their input that drive this budget. So.
Are you in our binder?
Yes, it should be Department
Day Reporting Center.
Day Reporting.
It's probably a misnomer. It says Day Reporting Center, but it's really the AB 109 budget, and our plan is to rename that at some point very soon.
Yeah, the Day Reporting Center is just one element of that. So what was presented to the Board of Supervisors, was a status quo budget of what was reflected from the current board-approved spending plan. The way that the budgets, or the way that the CCP operates is the CCP approves of an implementation and spending plan, and then that plan goes before the board, and the board must approve of that by a 4/5 vote, and then that's how the CCP operates. So right now we are under the 12-13 spending plan, which was approved on December 18, 2012. And the allocation costs and the expenditure costs are reflective of that spending plan. So just a brief background for the new board members. AB 109 required counties to develop its own implementation plan on how to manage the newly inherited criminal justice population. And Barbara spoke about the new populations that are out there. We have post-release community supervision population. We have this new 1170 population that is mandating offenders to be housed a lot longer in the county jail. I believe our longest offender right now is serving 5 years and 8 months. We also now, starting July 1st, parolees will now be in violation. They'll be coming back to the county jail. Barbara's going to have to do those revocation petitions and so forth. We also are utilizing other county services as well, such as behavioral health. We refer services for behavioral health, mental health. We are also utilizing Angels Camp Police Department. And when we present the new budget to you in July, there is going to be some costs associated with Angels Camp Police Department, as well as the Resource Connection Crisis Center. So the state funding for the public safety realignment account is actually allocated within that local community corrections account. There are different sub-accounts between the realignment funds. This is the one fund that the executive committee members have jurisdiction over. There's also another sub-account which the district attorney and the public defender have jurisdiction over, and that is not something the board approves on, but that's something that Barbara can pull funds from for revocation purposes. The reason why I bring that up is because we are looking to fund a position partially through the local community corrections account and partially through that other separate account. Like I said, the Board of Supervisors approved the last spending plan, and that is what we are operating under right now on December 18, 2012. So just real briefly, that allocation last year for 12-13 came out at $794,855. Status quo expenses, those are those reoccurring costs. Right now, as presented to you, is $784,616. And like I said, that represents the 12-13 figures and also the expenses of those reoccurring costs. So I just want to share with you the personnel costs, and these are reflected in the different departments that represent this account. So right now, status quo, we have a Deputy Probation Officer 1. There is a Sheriff's Deputy 2 that is funded under AB 109. There is 1.5 correctional officers. There's a .75 substance abuse counselor. Behavioral health picks up the remainder of the .25. There's 1.5 probation aides, administrative analysts, and then we reimburse adult tutoring for their services of $9,000. If you look at the asterisks there, and the way that the Schedule 9 read, there are some salaries that are actually in that permanent salary section, and then those with the asterisks are represented in your object code 5301, and that's a reimbursable expense to a county department. So we are reimbursing the Sheriff's Department and behavioral health for those salaries. So the Sheriff's Department must, of course, come up with those funds, and then we charge back those fees, those costs. And then obviously these personnel costs include salary step increases, COLA, PERS, and so forth.
Is that Sheriff's Deputy 2 solely for 109
yes, ma'am.
cases? So it used to be the Sheriff's Deputy 2 was housed in probation.
He is still housed in probation.
Housed in probation?
Yes. Yes.
But if the sheriff needed him
yes,
for other things,
mm-hmm.
So if the sheriff uses him for sheriff's things, is that subtracted from his
yes.
109 funding?
Yes, we time study for his salary. Like I said, his salary first goes through the Sheriff's Department. He time studies on which time he's utilizing. Is it AB 109 caseload? Is it Sheriff's Department? Is it overtime? He writes that all down. Then he submits that to Brandon. Brandon pays him, and then Brandon sends me the journal entry for chargeback.
Got it. Okay.
What is the auditor then?
And then I get the information that both of them signed off, and as long as it doesn't say non-AB 109 and us trying to pay non-AB 109, then I pay it. So
it works pretty good.
It works pretty good.
It works pretty good. However, I've been in discussions with budget analysts for the sheriff's office, and we would like to see the salaries reflected in the true permanent costs of Department 51. But that, of course, is discussion with the CIO and the auditor and so forth to make sure that that's managed appropriately. Because we don't, like you said, Supervisor Callaway, you don't want to have costs that are not AB 109 costs taken out of those fund sources.
So I have a question.
Yes.
The asterisk that you mentioned, is that reflective then in that account code this
Yes.
year? 5301 of 312,000?
Yes, that is reflected of salaries. It also, and it'll go to the next slide for you. If you look down, reimbursed county departments, that 35,000 right there, that is also reflected in that 5301 code. And that is a reimbursable insurance premium that we pay to HR for catastrophic inmate medical costs.
That says 35. This says 312.
Yes, and the reason I did that is because I wanted to split up the personnel costs to show you what the personnel costs are. The personnel costs are reflected in that 312. They're not reflected in the total salaries. I believe it's 5001, 5002. The only salaries that are reflected in that 5001, 5002, the salaries and benefits are the deputy probation officer, the probation aides, and the administrative analyst. All other personnel costs are reflected in that 5301. That is then a charge back to a county department.
And that includes the medical?
Yes, and then that includes the medical. So if you look at this slide, Supervisor Callaway, 270 at the bottom, 277,185 is reflected, 5301 is reflected in personnel costs. Plus the additional 35,000 gives you that 312. That is that line item. It's a little bit, rumbled, jumbled.
Well, I just sort of am careful about watching a shelter.
That's the way it was set up before I took over.
Okay.
But like I said, Brandon, Cody, and I have expressed interest to get all of the salaries on the salaries and benefits schedule of Department 51. It's just, like I said, it's just going to need to take coordination with the auditor's office.
Yeah, and we did talk about that with the department heads, and it was department heads that were not comfortable having those salaries being paid out of a department that they didn't have direct control over. So that's where the chargeback thing happened. So that was, things certainly can change, but it was new. Right out the gate, department heads were not totally accepting of that idea. So we went with the chargeback model.
And this is just really minuscule itemization, but I just wanted to point out the professional specialized services, that's our day reporting center BI contract cost. That's a yearly cost.
What's the total cost?
That's the total cost per annual, year, $237. But
how did you guys go with the BI? Is that the state contract, or is that just you guys?
It's just us BI contracts all across the state. Tuolumne County has a day reporting center opened in January of 12.
Well, how did you get BI? Did it put out the bid, or how did that process work?
We asked them. We went to them because we toured several BI facilities in San Joaquin County, Merced County, Napa County, and Tuolumne County, and we're very impressed.
And that gave us a good deal.
And if we did it in-house, what would the cost be for that?
Drama.
Quite a bit more. And we anticipated spending the first year kind of stumbling and learning from our mistakes. And this way, BI comes in and they're up and running and operating within 90 days.
We're also doing somewhat of a hybrid model. We are utilizing some county departments in that day reporting center, such as substance abuse is there, adult tutoring, and so forth. So they are managing that case management, the cognitive behavioral therapies. We still have the probation officer there, and so forth. Okay. Just real briefly, as was mentioned before, by the time April 1st rolled around, we did not know the new allocation yet coming down from the state. We learned about it in about mid-April, and that is 941,963. That is supposed to be our new fiscal 13-14 allocation. Since that time, the CCP has met twice in the month of May to discuss and finalize the new spending plan. Now, in accordance with government code, we still have to bring that before you, and you still need to approve that budget before it can be taken into final budget in September. So, like I said, the CCP voted and approved 13-14 spending plan on May 31st, and we will be presenting that full spending plan in July. That spending plan takes into account not only that allocation, but it also takes into account one-time monies. And there are different one-time monies that we utilize. The state also gives us implementation and training monies. Generally, it's been about $100,000 per year that we receive as a one-time implementation cost. We also initially received $24,000 in training monies. Those are also one-time costs. And then also we have carryover from previous years because we have not fully implemented the program. The Day Reporting Center got started April of this year. So we have salary savings, program implementation savings that we are putting in our budget for 13-14, and that'll all be reflected for you guys in July to look at.
So I'm looking at 9,000 there.
Yes.
So this, and then I look here at the budget.
Yes. So we had to present a status quo budget, and we had to present what we are authorized by the Board of Supervisors at the moment. We're not authorized to spend that 941 in any other way than what the board has approved. So we have to seek authorization from you once we have voted on a plan. That has to be approved, and then we can utilize those funds in a different manner. As of right now, we are still operating under the spending plan of December 18, 2012, and that is why you're seeing those costs. So real briefly, because other departments have reflected what that potential new spending plan is going to offer them, we are going to be filling 2 full-time correctional officers. Now, that's not in addition to the 1.5 that's already funded. That's only an addition of a 0.5. So instead of 1.5, we're just going to be doing 2 full-time.
What are they going to do?
The correctional officers are to mitigate that impact that the jail is now facing with the increase of the 1170 population, the flash incarcerations. Also, Captain Ballard would like to continue the reentry programming that is happening at the Day Reporting Center so that we have some continuity of programs. And so they will be the ones administering the programming to that population in the jail.
So what happens next year? I mean, 14, 15, or this money isn't going on in perpetuity from the state. And then
well, it is a constitutional amendment, so the state cannot take it away without voter approval. And it is tied to, and I believe the CAO can talk about this, but it is tied to state revenues and sales tax. And I believe we just received a memo from CSAC that stated that we are not expecting any decrease in allocation. It should be remaining stagnant right now for the time being.
The one piece that could put us in jeopardy, because it is ongoing funding, we are constitutionally required to provide it, but there's a group of 8 county CAOs that actually decide the formula for how it's allocated between counties. So far they've had success. They agreed to a 2-year allocation formula that is going to be up for discussion again next year.
Well, we were okay on that, but there were counties the valley counties that really
right. And so they're going to open up the discussion again, and the valley counties are going to want more, and the pie is only this big, so if somebody else gets more, we could conceivably get less. Yeah. So that is a risk. We need to stay on top of it.
Down there, right?
I think the sheriff's department would like that. We've also, the CCP also agreed to fully fund the Deputy Probation Officer 3 position. The Deputy Probation Officer 3 that is handling the caseload, she has handled that caseload since its inception in October 2011. So we are taking out that DPO 1 and instead placing that DPO 3 in the budget. Like Barbara touched on, we are going to be funding an 8.5 Victim Witness Program Coordinator. That program coordinator is going to be funding victim services. We did look at a trend throughout the state in how counties are handling victim services. There are a number of counties that are placing AB 109 monies aside for victim services. We also anticipated that .15 can also help with those revocation proceedings and coordination and so forth, and that can be taken out of that DAPD account.
Will that position be in the victim witness?
Yes. I believe so. It's going to be housed.
No, it's not.
It's not permanent department. It's its own standalone thing, and it's program coordinator, not victim witness. Program coordinator. That's where the confusion is. It's separate from Department 21.
Got the one that you talked about earlier in that little box, and I felt like with the sheriffs and the got it. Okay, thank you.
We're also going to be reimbursing the jail in AB 109 costs, such as parolee housing at $50,000 and $10,000 in flash incarceration jail beds as well. So for a total of $60,000 for jail space. Also, $85,000 in new vehicles. That is one vehicle for the sheriff's office at $60,000 and $25,000 for the probation department for one vehicle.
So,
and these are sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right.
Those funds, the $85,000, is actually going to be taken out of a one-time cost. It's not going to be part of that $941. It's going to be taken out of that carryover expense that we can utilize.
So the sheriff's requested, I don't remember, 5 vehicles or something. This can replace one of those vehicles. Now you want 6? What?
Brennan County Sheriff's Office Budget Analyst. Actually, this vehicle is specifically for intensive community supervision. It's for the deputy that's housed in probation. Cannot be used for general patrol. It's just for that population. We're asking for the vehicles for general patrol of the entire community. So thank you.
Yes, it would only be able to be utilized by the deputy that oversees
So when
the
the deputy goes and does sheriff's work, he's going to leave the vehicle in the probation parking lot
He's going to walk.
and then pick up another vehicle? Come on.
He's going to use your car.
No, he's got the big truck.
Also, the CCP has agreed to fund a computer system at $20,000 that would include computers for the jail, the DRC, and the library to keep that continuity of programming. And so we've estimated the cost to be around $20,000. Stephen has spoken with TSC in regards to the programming and the cost for that. I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that.
I'm worried on the sheriff's car that they can't really rely on that because it's going to be taken up as the primary vehicle will be for the probation duties. So even though
there's 2 vehicles.
I know, but I mean both of them are going to be right. Both of them are going to be utilized primarily for probation.
Yeah, but
then when there's an occasional time when they have to go to the sheriff's,
it's not occasional. That's the issue. The sheriff who's in the probation office has been used a lot. I mean, and I don't question the need, but the sheriff who's assigned to probation has been used a lot for non-109
But it'd be like a half a
functions.
vehicle or something, or a quarter vehicle.
So
It wouldn't be
$60,000 for a half a vehicle?
No, I'm saying you can't cut the vehicle off. You're still going to have that need in the sheriff's
Yeah, but
department.
we're asking 109. That's all I'm caring about, is that because earlier we heard if it's a grant-funded X, a grant-funded vehicle, a grant-funded position, whatever vehicle, then it has to be used for what the grant's paid for, what the grant's paying for. So here we're saying 109 is paying, I don't know, 60, whatever it is, 60,000 for a vehicle for the sheriff's office. That deputy who is housed in probation that I asked for is used quite a bit in the sheriff's office because the sheriff's saying he's understaffed. So, therefore, is that person, an AB 109 vehicle is going to be used for non-AB 109 things, because you're not going to be asking the officer, leave the car here and go pick up a non-109 vehicle. So should that 60,000 be split somehow percentage-wise between the sheriff's vehicle needs and the 109?
Bernie, pretty budget analyst. The deputy
Yeah.
Sure.
That's all right.
He's driving a car right now, so I would guess that that vehicle is going to go back into the sheriff's pool.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
And through the chair, I think the question was, and I think we heard earlier, they were going to time study the deputy. So the portion that is appropriate for 109 should be charged to 109. And if that deputy is being used for other than 109, and he's using that vehicle for other than 109, then that's appropriately charged to the sheriff's department. And you're right, Miranda, the sheriff is benefiting from the vehicle, and it should be charged appropriately.
Frankly, by John CEO is exactly correct. And actually, for this fiscal year, 12-13, that deputy has only worked 4 hours that in the 81 program area, and was for a car accident in San Andreas, for which there was not a quick deputy response.
That's what I hear
That's my
you saying.
understanding. Thank you.
And then lastly, like I said before, monies in the newly anticipated 13-14 spending plan will go also to outside agencies such as Angels Camp Police Department and the Crisis Center for AB 109 impact.
So that brings up, I mean, I'm an equal pain in the neck to all departments. The Angels Camp Police Department wants whatever X amount of money.
Yes.
Angels Camp Police Department, in my opinion, has to be able to justify how many 109 cases they respond to.
The Angels Camp Police Department has been very proactive in going out and searching PRCSs and mandatory
Within the
supervision
city
within
limits.
the city limits.
Which is in District
Okay.
2.
No, it's not.
District 4.
I know it does.
Sing out.
They have it again.
Like everybody else.
Yeah, sure. We're paying that.
So you are saying, so they can substantiate what, if you give them whatever, 10,000 or 50,000 or whatever, it's substantiated.
So the CCP, yes, the CCP voted that it was, yes, substantiated.
Yes, that's
ACCP.
fine. Thank you. That's all I care.
In the Crisis Center, it's at $2,500 for a security deposit. The Crisis Center Director, Kelly Figueroa, obtained a HUD grant, which is being used to house PRCSs and others. And right now she has a contract with the Black Bart, 3 rooms, permanent. I suppose you could call them efficiencies. They have a small refrigerator and microwave ovens. And we got our first person in one of the rooms on Tuesday. And the $2,500 is a security deposit in case there's damage to the rooms.
And that is all I have for the AB 109 budget. Again, like I stated in the beginning, the budget you see before you is just the status quo budget of what the board has approved so far.
Does the board have any questions? Okay. Does any staff have any? Colleen or Barbara, do you have any comments you want to make on this, or just wait till it comes? No.
So it sounds like there's a very detailed accounting system that you guys use to track time and who's doing what and why.
We have
in
to,
order to
yeah.
justify the AB 109 months.
Yes, there is strict appropriation language as to what we can be using AB 109 money for. And then also the data component that comes with it. The state has mandated that we keep, data sets that show the reduction in recidivism that relates to the budget spending, obviously. So yes, we do have all that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Janice, what? I didn't hear that there's an impact to your office.
I think there's impacts to other offices too, but in conversations, it's not something I'm going to pursue. Maybe putting money on the streets is more important. But it does have impacts to my office. AB 109 has some huge impacts on my office, but
Will that be captured in, could that be part of the A87 or is that something different?
no.
There's very minimal language in the statute that allows, I didn't even want to tell you how much time I've spent on AB 109, but there's very minimal language, or administration for that matter. There's very little language there's actually very strict language that we cannot charge them. And actually, I've talked to some other counties that have interpreted it a little bit differently, and they are charging. And when I talked to the Department of Finance about that, they were not so happy. And I would guess that those counties will have some issues coming on it.
So eventually, if we see that they are getting away with charging them, then we can come back. I mean, is the Department of Finance okay?
No, they were not okay with it.
I mean,
The state controller's office was not okay with it, and the Department of Finance was not okay with it. So I'm not even going to go there.
I also think a lot of it was due to when AB 09 was first enacted. And over time, unless the legislature makes lots of amendments to AB 109, the impact decreases over time. But initially, it was probably about 40% of the time of our office was an AB 109 legal question.
Wow. So I think that it's going to be down the road, not so much people being released now, but those that are going to be sentenced. That's where the bigger costs will come in down the road.
Yeah.
Okay. Any comments from the public? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Siegel. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. We have. It's 4:20. Colleen, did you want to just go ahead and?
You got 40 minutes.
I certainly can. I'll edit out a lot. Colleen Tracy, Health Services Agency Director. There are 3 budget units in the Health Services Agency, and I'll spend about 10 minutes on each one. I think most of you are aware of mental health. They've got approximately 500 active patients, and really 300 of those are primarily medication patients. We provide those services. There's 46 staff in mental health. We also have a small network of private providers in the community who provide services. One of the notable services are the crisis intervention services that we provide. People who are potentially a danger to themselves or others, or are gravely disabled, not able to care for themselves. We've seen a tremendous increase in the number of those crisis interventions over the past year. We're doing about 20 a month now. And we utilize a network of contract providers who are the first responders after hours. And we use a contracted after-hours phone service. So you can call a phone service, get crisis assistance immediately. If you need a response in the field, usually the sheriff's office takes persons to the emergency department. We call the contract crisis worker, and then our staff back it up. What we're seeing is that just a tremendous increase in the amount of staff back up because the first responder is already engaged. So we're seeing an increase in the number of multiple individuals at the same time who are needing that assessment. And that assessment's lengthy because if you place the person in a hospital, there are no hospitals locally. And so you have to really spend a lot of time, hours and hours, working hospital admission. This is one of the reasons why the board will see multiple contracts coming before the board for, there's many types of facilities, whether it's a residential treatment facility, an acute psychiatric hospital, a psychiatric health facility. We try to maintain contracts with all of the actually within the entire Northern California region, so that if a bed comes up, there's a need for a bed, we're able to place it. If it's a teenager, not every facility will take them. And it's really a seller's market. It's a seller's market in terms of they really call the shots. They say how much it costs, and we say we will pay because we have a legal obligation to place and pay for that. We also provide jail-based services. Lori, would you give me 5 minutes so I keep on track for the 10? Thank you much. We also provide jail-based services. Right now we're doing 1 day a week of case management in the jail. They go over on a Friday afternoon, basically. Inmates indicate who they want to be seen. And the purpose of what we're doing there is really just short-term coping while you're there. But that's because people used to only be in the jail short-term. So as we're anticipating the new jail opening and then the impact of AB 109, much longer sentencing, we're really at this time taking a look at what do our services look like. Because if you're in the jail for 5 years, that's not a short-term coping intervention that's going to be needed there. We may need to actually increase the level of staffing that we're providing and the model and the purpose really of what we're trying to do in the jail. There is no reimbursement for those services. because persons who are incarcerated are not eligible for Medi-Cal. So that's paid entirely by mental health realignment. We also are the LPS conservatorships, and at any one time we have approximately 7 conservatorships.
On the behavioral health side?
Yes, on the behavioral health side. The budget, what you'll see there is the total budgeted expenditures of $8.5 million. That includes about $800,000 in cash carry, and so we don't plan to spend the entire cash carry. So, I'm sorry, the $9.4 million total, less the cash carry, is an effective operating budget of about $8.5 million. One of the requests in the 13-14 budget for mental health is to add 2 passenger vehicles. We were looking at replacing aging vehicles since the time we submitted the budget and today. We're now looking at repurposing those 2 high mileage vehicles. One to replace a truly aging vehicle that's having increasing maintenance costs in the substance abuse program because they really have no resources. So we're going to repurpose one vehicle over to substance abuse, we hope, and use one of these new passenger vehicles. We have total revenue of budgeted of $8.1 million. The revenue for this program is 3 primary sources: state realignment, the Mental Health Services Act, and Medi-Cal reimbursements. There is a maintenance of effort, a county general fund contribution of $7,189. That draws down about $1 million in 1991 mental health realignment. Okay, so it's a good investment of money. The budget also includes funds from CalWORKs that, starting in 10-11, offsets part of the cost of a clinician for children's services for kids that are referred by Child Protective Services. CalWORKs receives state funds specifically to offset the cost of services to their clients. The issues in mental health really aren't any dire budget-related issues. Thank you. In this program, it's more about the difficulties we're having in finding management professional staff. We have, as you know, the director position is vacant because I'm proud to serve as your acting behavioral health director also. But our QI position is vacant, and it's just a moribund recruitment at this time. Because we have that Medi-Cal contract, that was the $8 billion contract, and I was going to ask for just change my compensation to a basis of, percent of what I bring in. But perhaps not. And we have a lot of QI compliance requirements, and some of those, if we aren't in compliance, actually result in a financial penalty to us. So that's a critical vacancy that we're working on. We also have a vacancy, a long-standing vacancy now, I think it's over a year, in our children's supervisor position. That is a pesky fly, isn't it? And has everyone experienced that? Okay, good. It's not just and this is a really critical position, not just generally, but specifically at this time, because we are in the year in which we must implement a new set of Medi-Cal benefits as part of a statewide settlement to a statewide lawsuit related to difficulties, problems, or failures to provide community-based services, mental health services to children in foster care. And so as part of the statewide settlement, this is the KDA settlement I referred to in my budget memo, we have to implement a new set of benefits. We may need a final budget to be looking at possibly either a part-time clinician or another case manager in order to do that. And with that position vacant, it's being extremely difficult to move forward. But we submitted an implementation plan, I think it was in April. This is a program that needs, I think, in the future, what we need to be looking toward is the financial, the moving pieces here. They aren't a lot of moving pieces, but the interrelationship between these pieces are becoming increasingly important to be able to manage effectively. How we manage our rates related to how we claim Medi-Cal. This has to be what's called cost settled, so you provide service, you bill based on a rate, you get reimbursed, but then you have to settle. And we need, I think, we could benefit from better financial management in terms of being able to look at the relationship between the rates we're charging, and then what's going to happen when we cost settle. I think one of the priority needs here is in crisis intervention. It does include the jail. When we have that much activity going on, we're spending a lot of staff time, I think a little bit of good news is that the state budget, not all the mental health people support this because of where the source of funding is coming from, but there is a proposal in the state budget to add additional residential beds. And if that eventuates, if we had the administrative capacity, it would be great to look regionally at whether we couldn't partner with some regional counties and develop a residential treatment facility here, because that would mean that we'd be able to place people sooner. The sheriff's office would benefit from that. The families and the individuals would benefit from that, etc. So if that opportunity eventuates, I think we should pursue it. And we're starting to talk about the concept of a mobile crisis support team. Okay, if we can get out into the field, they don't have to come into the ED. The ED is really unhappy because we take a bed in a small facility for a really long period of time. The sheriff's officer can't leave until we arrive. It's a really complex system, and these aren't problems unique to Calaveras, but they're ones that we are trying to look at creative solutions on. The last thing on mental health is the facility. We've had a small rash of threat incidents happening in the mental health program, consumer threats, and so we are looking at hardening the facility, and it's very, very difficult to make the cost investment in those modular trailers that would be best suited for hardening that and protecting staff, but we are proceeding with some of that. Any questions on mental health?
Where do you plan on building this facility at?
I don't know. The residential treatment facility, many places just use a house and they do some renovations to it. It's a 23-hour facility, so you're not licensed, you're not providing medical care, etc. But it's a place because many people need a respite. They're in crisis right now, okay? But maybe after, they get into a facility, they get rested, and they're really able to be released. And so rather than pay the cost of an acute psychiatric hospital, we pay the cost to transport them there, we pay the cost of their stay there, we pay the cost to transport them back. If we could place people locally for less than 23 hours, it's really an effective way to help people deal with their crisis at much lower cost.
Old CCWD building that would be vacant?
Well, if we could go anywhere, we have lots of options in the three-county area with regard to potential facilities. And the governor's budget is intended to support acquisition and startup costs. You would have to do an analysis there, because there will be a cost. Okay? There will be a cost to staff a facility of that type. Okay? But it certainly would be worthy, tremendously worthy of analysis, feasibility analysis, to see if we could make that happen.
Are you at the point where you would entertain people to contact you?
I don't believe so. We are not at that point. We are not at that point. And then I'll go on to public health. Public health operates about 15 major programs. Some of those are California Children's Services Program, which is a medical health plan for children birth to 21 who have serious physical handicaps. We share in the cost of the medical diagnostic and medical treatment for those children, and we share in the cost of nursing case management. We also do the financial and residential eligibility. Any one time, we've probably got about 120 kids in Calaveras County who we're serving. We also have responsibility for the medical therapy program. We are the direct provider of occupational and physical therapy to these kids. We've got a caseload of 20 to 25 kids. And we provide the services there at a medical therapy unit on the campus of San Andreas Elementary School. We follow up on about 1,500 wild child examinations a year in Calaveras to identify kids who may have a potentially serious condition and provide case management services to help them access follow-up care. We distribute about 135 child passenger safety seats to families who have a need. We serve about 500 people a year with clinical services. A core function in public health is communicable disease control. We review over 500 reports a year of communicable disease cases. We investigate approximately 200 of those are worthy of a detailed case investigation. We review in Calaveras, we handle probably somewhere between 2 to 5 outbreak investigations every year. We have an increasing, small number, but an increasing number of tuberculosis cases in this county. We serve several hundred kids a year through immunizations, and we do our annual flu clinics. Our maternal child adolescent health program serves about 200 pregnant or parenting women every year with home visits and other supportive services. We provide emergency preparedness planning. We are responsible for operating a 50-bed alternate care site should the medical care system be overwhelmed. Our plans call for us to operate that in the upper gym of Calaveras High School. And we are also responsible for operating a medical warehouse should there be a large-scale emergency and we needed to bring outside resources in that would support the hospital, clinics, convalescent care, etc. We are responsible for operating that, and our plan is to operate that on the campus of Calaveras River Academy, because as you know, we don't have a lot of facilities here. So, and then one of our core responsibilities is, should there be a large communicable disease outbreak, is to rapidly organize and provide either antibiotic medication or vaccine. And our plan is to do that through what we call a point of distribution on the campus of Bret Harte High School. So that's what we are doing. What's not being done, because the recession hit this department very hard, we've lost 40% of the staff, is we're not doing a great job on what is our increasing rates of sexually transmitted infections, particularly chlamydia, particularly among women 15 to 19 years of age. We are not doing family planning. There's only one small family planning provider in this county, and that's a great way to pick up STI screening. We are not doing a lot on senior health promotion, and we are not doing, I think notably, we have, aside from our child passenger safety, we have one of the highest rates of motor vehicle accident-related injury and death rates in youth in the state of California. And we also have surprisingly high rates of injuries from falls, and across all age groups, which is very interesting. So we really haven't been able to organize something there. It's 16 personnel. We're in a leased office. On the budget side,
you have the data on where those accidents?
I will tell you no. And the reason we could, that data exists. The very first position laid off in public health was our epidemiologist. That epidemiologist had been working for 9 months. It was a new position. That's a really critical position. That's who does that data work. So that data exists, but we do not have staff to go do the data mining necessary to get that.
You talked about the significant increase in chlamydia last year during budget. There was some discussion about that. It wasn't fruitful, but has there been any decrease in that? You mentioned that they had caught or apprehended some individuals who were perpetuating that.
Well, you don't apprehend them. You get a report that Colleen Tracy has been diagnosed, and then you call Colleen Tracy and you ask her about her behaviors and who her partners were. And then you ask the doctor, did you tell Colleen to have her partner come in and get treated? But if her partner has no insurance, if Colleen doesn't want to tell her partner that she was just diagnosed with a sexually transmitted infection, then that whole area of partner management is something that we're not able to do right now. So do we do our investigation? Does the public health nurse, do the counseling education? We always ask, is it okay if we contact your partner? But of course, many people, it's not okay if the nurse calls your partner, although we have an excellent communicable disease nurse.
Somebody was saying, maybe it wasn't you, maybe it was a follow-up conversation.
STI infection clinic here. So we can say to people, when Colleen Tracy gets diagnosed, you can say to Colleen when you're talking to her, and have your partner come in next Tuesday because the clinic's open and he can get treated. Okay. The budget side, after you take out the cash carry, this is about a $3.3 million budget. Two primary revenue sources: health realignment, about $1.7 million. Other state funds are about $880,000. The good news is that they think they've got a fix on the governor on the state budget. That's going to preserve the money for public health. So that's really good. We're now going to reopen the recruitment for the public health director because I said, stop, let's just wait and see what happens. We are taking on we're not taking it on new. We used to be the grantee for what's called the Hospital Preparedness Program, which is another emergency preparedness that really focuses on hospitals, clinics, etc., how ready they are to respond. We let that go because when the emergency preparedness manager position for the county became vacant, I eliminated it. Okay, that person's now the head of EMS in Alameda County. And as a result, it was optional for us to take this responsibility. And I really said, we're not going to do it for a while. The hospital has been doing it. I believe we're in a position where we can take that on now, and that's going to help support the half-time new position that I am requesting in the 13-14 budget to reestablish that emergency preparedness manager position at half-time. Some of these funds are directly, you can use up to $50,000 of these funds to support a half-time coordinator, and then the other emergency preparedness grant we get from the Centers for Disease Control is going to easily be able to support the rest of the part-time position. I have been performing those duties since we eliminated them. So I really know emergency preparedness, and I really like it. Staffing, we are also in a continuing effort to try and align our revenues with expenditures. We are eliminating a vacant clerical 3 position. And then again, I'm requesting the new half-time EP manager position. The cost of that position is $56,165. Issues, again, health realignment, good news, a parent state deal, but the department continues to have a structural imbalance, okay? And the structural imbalance, after we eliminate the clerical position, is about $54,000, and that's a tremendous improvement. We were draining this budget unit between decreases in revenue and transfer of realignment, 2 consecutive years of transfer of health realignment to social services, each year at about $178,000 a pop. And we were really bringing the operating fund balance down. So we're doing a better job of aligning those 2 things. The other critical thing in this department, of course, is the public health director vacancy. I deliberately held that position vacant when the recession problems started happening in order to avoid further layoffs, because we were just getting to a point where we weren't going to be able to carry out core functions. So we reopened the recruitment. There's a lot of retirements in senior management in many other counties, and so there are 4 other positions open. As a matter of fact, when we sent our brochure out, I have to share that I was actually recruited for other public health director positions because they start at more than what we pay our agency director. Don't know where that's going to go. We're a small county.
Where are you
I said no. I mean, it was really difficult. I have to tell you, because public health is where I came from, and it's a great job at so many different things. But I am here. Any questions on public health? That is where I have to share 4 years of vacancy, and then when you finally open it, it's just bad timing. Timing is everything. Substance abuse. Substance abuse is kind of, I think, sometimes in the shadow of mental health. Okay, and yet we've heard from law enforcement, AB 109, except how important substance abuse is. Okay, it is a little small program, and it provides assessment, counseling, outpatient rehab groups, and case management. We've got 98 current clients for DUI. They have 82 current clients for other drug treatment. They get 45 to 50 referrals a month for drug treatment services. We have 7 counselors and 1 part-time clinician. The clinician handles the perinatal. That might sound like a lot of staff, but these are really intensive services, especially the perinatal program. These require a lot of one-to-one, a lot of follow-up, etc. The total expenditures for this program after you take cash carry-out is $1 million. Okay, and that's not really a lot to spend on a problem that is so pervasive, that is part of your recidivism problem, etc. It's really not a lot to spend. The revenue totals $1 million. Largest sources of federal grant. We put a 5% reduction at this time for the sequester. And then that is our single largest source of funding. It's 44% of the total revenue. And the long-term intent because of healthcare reform is that money will be redirected because more people will be insured. And under federal parity laws, they must cover substance abuse benefits at the same level that they cover physical health. So the federal direction, strategic direction on these monies, their substance abuse prevention and treatment is to redirect them toward prevention, okay? Which is a good thing, except that it's our major source of treatment. So we'll see where that goes. This also includes $25,000 in funding for client fees from CalWorks out of the funds they receive for that. So we received some good support from CalWorks. What happened with this program, notably, was when the Prop 36 money went away, but the Prop 36 obligation did not. Okay, where there were persons, first-time offenders, non-serious, non-violent drug offenses, who are ordered and agree to participate in drug treatment, and we have a legal responsibility to provide that drug treatment, but over time the state eliminated the money for it. As a result, this program has lost 30% of their staff. You may recall we did a layoff last year in this program. We eliminated the case manager position. Continued structural imbalance. The imbalance is about $64,000, and that's after we're taking $50,000 from a discretionary designated fund to offset operating expenses, and then also to offset the cost of the computer replacements that are necessary. We have, with the realignment, we inherited two things, sort of I think I was saying the zeal to realign. There was I think what were kind of unintended consequences in the substance abuse, because once the realignment wheel gets moving, it's so attractive that everything, Lori, you probably know that other things just start thrown in front of it. And part of that is, I think, what happened with substance abuse. So we ended up with an MOE because the state has to meet a statewide maintenance of effort in order for the federal money to come down. So that MOE was passed on to the county. So all the realignment revenue we get, we must spend, or the state doesn't meet their MOE. And then they have authority that if it doesn't look like they're meeting our MOE, they can move realignment funds around to counties that can spend it. So that puts you in a really difficult situation because you can't be absolutely sure you know how much you're going to get. Okay. In addition, we became much more directly responsible for the drug Medi-Cal program, just as we have a legal obligation by contract, okay, for mental health services to Medi-Cal beneficiaries. By virtue of realignment, we became responsible for providing drug treatment services to Medi-Cal beneficiaries. We are not certified as a drug Medi-Cal program, which means that anyone in this county who's got Medi-Cal is getting drug treatment is going to another county. And so also, the Department of Finance and the state have authority to reallocate some of our realignment to another county if our clients are going there and they don't have enough money to treat them. So one of our goals, if we can develop this capacity, again, that this way I think some of the financial analysis is very critical in behavioral health, is get certified and start delivering drug Medi-Cal. But we have to be very careful about doing the cost analysis on this, because we'll start incurring cost. We're only going to get the federal share. The federal share will come later. It could be much later. The operating fund balance here has been down as low as $228 this year, and I've had cash flow concerns as a result. So the analysis for looking at drug Medi-Cal is going to have to take into consideration, whether we're going to have enough operating fund balance or whether we're going to dip into the discretionary fund to cover some of that short-term, et cetera. So it's a little more complicated than it sounds. The last thing in terms of an issue in the substance abuse program is facility. One of the reasons that the cost for the day reporting center is as low as it is because two things happened. The county decided they would use approximately half of the substance abuse facility to house the day reporting center in lieu of their original plan for lease space. So they were able to eliminate the lease cost from the day reporting center budget. And in addition, the original plan was that we were going to spend about $40,000 to put in, they weren't portable toilets. I don't know exactly how you would describe it, but it was something like that. And then we determined that that was not necessary. The reason that those were needed were some federal confidentiality statute concerns, and I think there was an overinterpretation of those. And so as a result, we lost half of the space for a good cause. But we've had to move our services. So some of the groups that were being done in substance abuse are now being done in mental health, and now we're looking at doing some over in the behavioral health annex, etc. So the plan was that that would be for 3 years. We're through year 1, and so sometime in the next 2 years, we are hopeful that full use of the facility, and we made sure when remodeling was done that it was nothing that was so permanent that it would affect reuse of the building, assuming that we would still be in the modular in 2 years. That is approximately 30 minutes, I think. Any questions?
Actually, it was 28 minutes.
I looked to miss questions. Okay.
You were right on track on the last one, though.
The board have any questions or comments? Why would we want to do the drug Medi-Cal? I mean,
because we're at risk. Okay, it's a good thing. I mean, first of all, it's I think, providing drug treatment services, and you get 50 cents on the dollar, basically, approximately. But you have to have the first 50 cents. But there's a risk there. If I have Medi-Cal and I decide I want to get treated, it's an entitlement. It's a benefit. I have an entitlement to that service. This county is responsible for that service. When I can't provide it and I go somewhere else, okay, if I go to a private provider right now, that private provider will provide the service. The state will help bill, and the state will bill me for the non-federal share. So that hasn't eventuated. But as you put that together, this new legal responsibility, we're not organized to provide, and it's not just we're not certified, it's a different service delivery model. It's a medical model, okay? So we have to change how we do things significantly. And then you add to that the Medi-Cal expansion. So there's going to be more people eligible for Medi-Cal, and we are now the provider who's responsible for it, and we don't have a capacity to provide that. And if they go somewhere else, we can be billed for the cost. That has not eventuated to date, but that is how it is set up. And so I think the other thing is that I think that the program needs to make a really critical policy decision. Are you going to be the provider of choice for substance abuse? Do we want to grow our program? This is an opportunity, if we can do the financing properly, timing, organize the service delivery, be clear about what the cost is, know how the billing is going to happen, predict the revenue flow. And that's hard with the state, okay, in Medi-Cal billing. It's an opportunity for us to do better and more drug treatment. And I think that's what's needed. Okay, so I'd like to try, what we want to do is try to capitalize on the responsibility to actually improve our capacity and the quality of our services.
When you're talking about drug treatment, are you talking about, I had a neighbor growing up. He smoked weed and drank beer every single day when he came home. And he never went to a drug treatment center. Obviously, he had a substance abuse problem. His wife divorced. But what I'm thinking is just in my own anecdotal knowledge of substance abuse. I don't imagine people going to these things unless they're involved in methamphetamines or something like that. Is that clear?
Well, I think a lot of people, I don't have data right here in terms of what the drug of choice is for the people who are receiving treatment services. Mm-hmm. But there isn't some threshold or drug type. It's really the individual. Either your use for whatever reason gets you in trouble with the law and you get ordered here,
So is the corridor program, I mean, people are just saying they have a problem and they're asking for help?
It's all of them. It's people who are ordered by the court. It's people who are ordered as a condition of potential reunification with their family to get drug treatment. It's people who say, I have a problem and I need help. So it's all of those.
Is there any financial responsibility on their part?
Yes. We are, statute requires us to charge fees on an ability to pay basis. And so there are fees. And it's kind of a difficult theory area. You know, the fee can be a barrier to getting service. At the same time, demonstrating the capacity to pay your fees is an indication you're ready to get treated. So kind of a balance there.
Any other questions? Does any staff member have questions of Colleen? Okay.
Public. Marty, do you have any questions?
Or Janet?
Janet back there.
Okay, thank you. Tomorrow we're going to start with Mary Sawicki.
Good way to start your day.
You got a half hour for us, right?
30 minutes.
15 minutes?
You give me everything I want.
2 hours.
You got it. Whatever you need.
2 hours.
Tell that to early.
Okay.
That's how you wonder you're looking at.
We need to just do a housekeeping issue. We have 1, 2, 2.
It's 6.5 hours left.
6.5 hours left. And we're supposed to.
No, that's just a
Yeah, that's
requested
just a
time.
break for lunch. So,
or you can either stay and finish it up somehow tomorrow, hopefully, or we have to come back next week and discuss it.
I think we need to deliberate what we want to do, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And then probably better do that fresh on Tuesday.
I won't be here next week.
I don't know, it depends. We don't have a board meeting next week.
Yeah, I won't be here next week.
I'll get your vote.
Darren's going to vote for what I vote for.
Yeah, Chris knows. Yeah, I want to vote.
Yeah, libraries and sheriffs.
NDA.
Well, you might think about it. Bring your calendars tomorrow, because I don't know if we'll finish in time to deliberate tomorrow. It's either that or we can meet on Saturday.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm available Saturday.
I have 3.
Okay. So you're not going to be here tomorrow?
I mean, Saturday.
Oh, okay. Well, bring your calendars just in case we don't finish tomorrow. We have to deliberate next week.
We could start, we could finish up tomorrow and then have Darren deliberate his.
I can sit here as long as necessary tomorrow night until midnight, until I cast my vote for all things law enforcement. The rest of the stuff you guys can deliberate on Monday without me.
Yeah.
5 minutes. Well, Mary's here, so
Mary's
I'm not
boss.
concerned.
So she tells us we have to leave.
She said we could be here till 5:30 the other day.
What happens if we wait till the following week to deliberate? What's that do to the, until
We have till the end of June
no, the 7th?
On our regular scheduled meeting on the 25th?
You have to take action by June 30th, but we have to agendize for the next board meeting. Get an action space for your recommendations, turning them into resolutions.
So, I don't know what the agenda.
Well, I have an idea. Why don't we go till, till we finish up and then have Darren give his spiel and then the rest of us meet on Tuesday next week.
Not everybody can maybe meet on Tuesday.
I know that.
We don't have a
Liz said-
voting.
Yeah,
I don't know.
we're all good Tuesday.
I don't know if I am.
Oh, you're, okay. Well, that's
Take a look
okay.
at your phone.
Then we just bring me Cliff and Debbie, we'll take care of it. Some new boy.
Guess we'll find out tomorrow, huh?
Find out tomorrow. The other
Is there
is,
any way to start
what
at
is,
8 o'clock instead of 9?
No.
Oh.
what,
I hate it.
what,
See you later, Mr. Young.
Lori, maybe tomorrow, you could let us know what
See you
the
tomorrow.
agenda looks
Right.
like for our board.
For the 25th.
Yeah.
Want to chair?